welcome to the show. What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Going to be doing a little bit of the L film review. Film room. Going to be doing a bit of Warren Smith. Going to be doing a bit of Steven Crowder. There's a lot of shit going down. There is a lot of shit going down, folks. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we had like Arm and Helman yesterday. We had the shit last week as well. There's a lot of shit going on. You know what I mean? So, like I said, we'll get into it, folks. We'll get into it. You know what I mean? But like I said, we'll what else can we do while we wait? Sec. Right, one sec, and then do this. And yeah, we're ready. We're ready, folks. We're ready, okay? But before we begin, as always, let's start the show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. But yeah, like Easy was saying on your panel as well, if we get collectively $50, then I can open up the panel and you guys can talk about whatever you want. Maybe we actually talk about the videos, stuff like that. But without further ado, we are talking about Warren Smith. So he's, like I said, he's been pumping out the content. You know what I mean? So it's like, firstly, we're going to be getting into the Nick Fuentes. So it's, again, what is this whole thing about Nick Fuentes? Like the whole, like, can we trust him? Does he just hate the Jays? All this kind of stuff. So let's get into it.
To be honest with you, I have some disagreement around your push for, I don't know if authority, a monarchy I disagree with. I can understand the efficacy argument. Yeah, it is inefficient, but I do think Churchill's right when he's like democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. I can't think of, and the problem is when I press people on this, they can't provide me a specific alternative. They just say, well, I'd be more inclined for something resembling this or that. And I do think we are seeing patterns that echo, like Oswald Mosley, for example, where even in the 70s in his last interview, I don't know if it was his last interview, but if you were to ask him, did you hate Jews? He's like, no, I had many Jewish friends. And I just resented it. I dislike a small number of Jews who were dragging us into war with Poland. I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds familiar around Iraq, but I understand you lay out a good argument, but I'm seeing what I try and do is identify these logical patterns, and it's not so much about when you are dealing with logic, it's like it's not what I feel about it, it's whether the logic indicates it or not. But yeah, you can fire away. And do you have any questions for me as well?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just wonder, because I will say just quickly, a lot of people might watch this and say, oh, Nick is going liberal. In many ways, I have kind of, I don't want to say taken like a leftward turn, but I have become, and I think this happens with everybody, you get a little older and I become a little bit less like, I would say ideologically, in favor of autocracy, but also just skeptical of a lot of the arguments for it, because there's this old like argument from Carlyle where he says like the best form of government is where you find the most capable man and make him the dictator. And to me, that just seems like a LARP. I mean, that just seems like role play, because it's like, yeah, and if we could, make everything awesome, we would make everything awesome, but it's like, as I get older, I sort of reflect and say life in America was pretty good, actually. For the past few hundred years, it is a stable society. It is a society where I think people have been able to get along pretty well. And so I've been a little more skeptical of some of the, rambunctious stuff I said 10 years ago. And I don't take that back. I think, it's a process, but I mean, just hearing you say that, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit more skeptical of it too. But I guess my question is, so what is your position then on Israel and the Jews? Because obviously there's something up. How would you characterize it? Or what do you think I'm getting wrong about it?
Let's go to Hollywood back to the Hollywood example. My grandfather worked and he was the head of the art department at Warner Brothers. My last name's Smith. I'm not Jewish. He wasn't Jewish. My ancestry traces back to England. I've never really thought about until recently, until it started popping up in the news. I'd never really thought about it. I was pretty naive. But going back to the idea of Hollywood, I think that Hollywood is run now by these massive corporations. I understand there's this, I worked in Hollywood for a while as an assistant to a talent agent, and there was a lot of performative. We would take the day off on Jewish holidays to act in it. And I was like, what? I didn't know anything about Jewish holidays. I was like, why are we doing this? He's like, well, we have to, or you'll get in trouble. So there is a pressure to not talk about Israel. I was talking to my family about it last night, and one of my parents, they were like very concerned about this. And I said, why do you think Israel has so much influence? And they didn't have an answer. So when you come along and you are able to articulate something in the space of absence, it's going to, I think that's one of the reasons you are gaining so much momentum. I think you are on the precipice. If you wanted it, you would be on the precipice of great power, which is why I wanted to challenge you on some of these things. Just, I feel a bit better about some of these things. Like, you're not what many people make you out to be. So you were asking me, like, with Israel. So I don't think that it is what many people think it is. We are narrative creatures. The narrative often can take hold because we make sense of the world through these stories. But I'm not sure that it's what we think it is. And that would just be an example of many other industries. I think there's a lot of wealthy business people. So, all right, look, for example, where does power really come from in America? Looking back to World War II, it was the Ivy League colleges. There was no CIA. And the amount of power at these universities, the senators would send their sons. So in the lead up to the year before Pearl Harbor, which I know you had some theories on Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt's godson was president of the student body. And I found this story in the Harvard archive when I was doing my thesis, just about this time period, to make a movie, to tell a story about it. He was rooming at one time with John F. Kennedy. His older brother, Joe Kennedy, was supposed to be the president, got killed in the war. Their dad, Joe Kennedy, Irish originally, but his ancestry, came over, made money through organized crime, like we were talking about, and investments. He was able to get his money out right before the crash, so that blew him up. No Jewish anything to be seen. They were very concerned about Jews at Harvard. There was, what we're going to use the word anti-Semitism for a minute. Just, there was what people today are calling anti-Semitism looking back at this, and this is largely unknown, but there was a cap put on how many Jewish people could even enroll at Harvard. There was no women at Harvard. They were going to Radcliffe. The war changed all of that out of necessity, because it essentially transformed to, we don't care what your religion is, what your gender is. Can you contribute? Can you help make this bomb, whatever it is we're doing? And that really changed the landscape, like, overnight once Pearl Harbor hit. But as I was examining this framework, you've got these secret societies, that the finals clubs, these networks between the three major Ivy Leagues, okay, Yale, Princeton, and Harvard. And there was no CIA, so they started to fill in that space. And the CIA was formed after the end of the war, but they realized we need this kind of gentleman spy. They come from well-bred families. They're wealthy, charismatic, educated, and they started recruiting them. But I do think it all ties together. And then we see Epstein investing at Harvard. He was teaching at a school near where I live in Massachusetts, where students go for high school from the same families, and then they go to Harvard. I think you are spot on that there is a network of extremely powerful individuals in this country. I'm just a little skeptical about it's controlled by Jews.
Yeah, well, everything you just said is really good and totally true, by the way. And that I really got red pilled on the universities recently because, being from Chicago, my parents didn't go to college. My parents were working class. we're ethnics. You know, we are American ethnics. My grandfather on my mom's side was a garbage man. My grandfather on my dad's side was like a heroin addict. So it's like I had no pedigree, no lineage. And so it took me a long time actually to realize how short the train ride is between DC, New York, and Harvard, and realize that that corridor is so powerful, and how, you know, the Ivy Leagues really are this like elite making institution. And really, what is it? It's like what it does is select for status and then increasingly for IQ. And how do we groom the human capital and mobilize the human capital of the country, the most intelligent, into the elite strata to guide and lead the society? And then you realize the role of the universities and how they interplay with the state and with Wall Street and with finance. And you think about all these things, like the internet got started at the universities, the social media companies got started at the universities. Right. It all comes out. And even a lot of the tech stuff comes out of the research labs at these universities. And look, not to be that guy, so you're spot on. And that is like structurally how power works. That's 100% right. But then you look at how overrepresented this group is. And I'm not trying to give you unsolicited advice, but you got to check out Ron Unz if you haven't already. You're an intelligent guy, I can tell. This guy's off the charts brilliant. Unz Review, he is Jewish, and he has a whole series called American Pravda, and he writes about all these conspiracies. And one of them, it's called The Myth of American Meritocracy. And he writes about how, you know, there's this contingent argument. They say, well, the reason the Jews are so powerful is because they're so smart. They're high IQ, they're educated, it's part of their culture. And certainly that's part of the truth. Like, no one would dispute, like you said, the Jews were bursting at the seams to get into Harvard despite the quotas because they were extremely talented. No one can deny. The question is it that alone? And what he did is he looked at all I forget the test that he used, but he took this test on math and science that all the seniors take, and he looked at the top scores of the test, and almost all of them were Asian, and almost none of them were Jewish. And yet a quarter of the student body at like Columbia, 25%, and many of these other Ivy League schools are Jewish. And you would say, if they're 2,000% overrepresented, are they 2,000% overrepresented in the standardized tests? If the answer is no, then there's something else going on. And then you also look at the faculty. It's like, I think there's 6 out of the 8 Ivy Leagues have Jewish presidents. And then there's this war going on with the universities. What's happening as we speak? Trump is brokering these deals with Harvard, Brown, Columbia. He sees their federal loans and grants because of anti-Semitism. And who led the charge? Bill Ackman, Ronald Lauder, Jewish billionaire alumni of UPenn and Harvard, or Harvard and UPenn respectively. Ronald Lauder is the chair of the World Jewish Congress. He was tight with Epstein. And, you know, Bill Ackman is tight with the head of BlackRock, Larry Fink. And they said, we're going to blacklist all the Israel critics. They all put money behind Trump to get elected. And what is one of the 10 planks of the GOP platform last year? Out of 10, go after the universities for the protests against Israel. And that's what he did. And he's bringing them to heel, and he's doing this DEI thing. He's doing the, some other things. But the big pitch is like, get anti-Semitism under control. And if you know how important the universities are, it matters if they're squelching free speech on that issue at Harvard and Columbia and Yale in particular. So I would just throw that out there. And I'm not trying to do blood sports with you or whatever, but just kind of add to that, because you're spot on. And, that's very good information. People need to know that. The relationship with, even the non-Jewish families like the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, that's all real and tight with the universities. But I think that there was like a handoff that was done during World War II, probably finalized by the 70s, where you do get the Anglo elite hands off a lot of the power to the newcomers, to a lot of Jewish people. And, they're in the CIA, they're at the Ivy Leagues, all these places that they were gate kept out of, like the country club, they then got in and then became very influential. And then we started having issues. So that would be, but it's interesting to hear your take on that, because you're not wrong at all about that. I would just add to it.
So again, like, this is the thing. Oh shit, bit of Hannity. Like, this is the thing with Nick Fuentes. and well, not even just with Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes is the example. If you keep, what's the best way? Like, the only way to describe it is if you keep lying about these people and saying shit that they're not saying, then eventually, once they have those sit down interviews, you've painted the picture that this person is a crazy person and they're hell bent on wiping out these people or whatever. You know what I mean? But when they sit down to the interview, like we did on Piers Morgan, etc., like they seem like a rational individual, and now you seem like the crazy one. You see how that works? Do you see how it works, chat? You know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing of like, oh, I don't like him. Like this whole thing of like, I'm only going to do business with people I like or people that agree with me 100% or whatever. You know what I mean? You need to get that shit out of your head. You're never going to meet someone who's 100% perfectly aligned with you. You're going to have disagreements. You're going to have conflicts. You're going to have all this shit, strife. But at the end of the day, it's what can we do together to get shit done? Do we have common goals? Well, let's focus on the common goal. You know what I mean? And when you look at like a lot of Nick Fuentes' arguments, it's not, oh, like we just want to wipe out these people because that's what Hitler wanted to do. You know what I mean? There's like, we have serious problems here within our own government system where outside agents or foreign agents are trying to manipulate us into doing things that we don't, that's not advantageous to us. You know what I mean? And like I said, once you kind of like approach it from that argument, anybody who's trying to do slurs or do the you're racist or whatever, it falls on deaf ears. You know what I mean? But let's get into again the leftist problem. And like this is the thing where like a lot of people say it's like, oh, like America needs to be a white country or ethno-nationalism, all this kind of shit. And it's like, well, what about all the white people that are causing the problem? What about the middle-aged white women that are at all these like anti-ICE protests and that are like are like protecting like the like all these nefarious characters that are coming in and saying, no, we should open up the borders. We don't need borders. Borders are things that pass. Like those are middle-aged white women. The vast majority of that pool is middle-aged white women that don't have kids, never had a husband, they're a single independent woman, don't need no man. And these are the ones that are leading the charge in terms of destruction of the West. Because again, they have these ideas in their head, these fanciful ideas where it's like, oh yes, we'll just do this and this will be perfect and all this kind of shit. Bitch, shut the fuck up.
A liberal extremist tells Nick Shirley that all white people deserve to be robbed.
We should be calling out people. Honestly, he
I was on mute for fuck's sake. I was saying, bro, look at how white this dude is. That's like an unnatural white. I can understand why I'm white, because Ireland only gets sun 2 weeks out of the fucking year. You get what I'm saying? This dude is like unbelievably pale. Like, look at Nick Shirley compared to this dude. It's unbelievable.
You say we deserve to be robbed. Yeah.
He then proceeds to be robbed.
I'll bet you got
Go to the bank. Go to the bank. Go to.
Not what?
Wait, we still getting the phone. Let me get the phone.
Many people believe this is a skit.
And then after he gave him the phone, the kids were like, give me your socks. Take his socks. Somebody take his socks.
I can understand why, because it is difficult to believe. All of these stereotypes and caricatures embodied in a single individual, and when it comes at you like that, it can be shocking and difficult to believe.
He and all the white people like me, we eat people.
What do you mean the white people like you? That means
White
you're
people.
a cannibalism.
Yeah. Well, all white people are evil people.
Are they?
They are.
But Nick Shirley is
Okay, so motherfucker, are you saying that you're evil? What are you saying here, bro?
not known for doing skits. I don't see any indication here that this actually is a skit. I believe this is real.
No, Warren, you could not possibly script this. You would not script this because everybody who like as soon as they read the script were like, nah, bro, this is too much of a meme. This is not serious whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? You can't even write this shit. It's so fucking retarded.
This ain't where you're from.
Is there a problem with me being here?
You're a white person.
Now, you may notice a flaw.
Bro, you're a white person. Motherfucker, what are you? What are you? And this is different. I'm an ally. You know what I'm saying? I'm on your team. Like this whole shenanigans. And we'll get into that in a bit. Don't worry.
This ain't where you're from.
Is there a problem with me being here?
This ain't where you're from. Bitch, who the fuck you talking to? Do you know what I mean? That's the response you need to.
You're a white person.
Now, you may notice a flaw in this logic because this individual, too, is white. It only gets stranger from here.
Y'all don't pay the stolen land tax?
Have you?
Yeah.
How so?
What the fuck is going on?
Every single day.
Now, when this young black man joins the conversation, I doubt he expected the conversation to go in this direction.
Well, all white people are evil people.
Are they?
They are. And they gotta take accountability.
You're
and they
white
gotta
as
take
well. I don't
accountability.
understand where you're coming from.
Because
Shit, yeah, I was muted. Thank you very kindly. We got the raid. Shout out to Easy. Thanking you very kindly, folks. And like I said, if you want the open panel, if you want to descend into chaos and madness, just need $50. And again, it doesn't matter in the currency, just $50 will do. Again, welcome into one sec. We got Kyle, we got Eclipse, we got Jack, we got Reexamination, we got Unapologetic Preacher, Rev Russ. We got Auntie, welcome in. We got the Quality Leering Center, welcome in. I love the name, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Rizade. But yeah, folks, basically this clip is a beautiful clip. And the reason why this clip is this white dude in the middle here is going to talk himself into getting robbed or mugged. Like he's going to talk himself into it. Like this gentleman on the left, he's no intention of robbing the dude in the black shirt. But as we'll see, that somehow the dude in the black shirt has talked himself into getting robbed.
you gotta take accountability for it.
Accountability for what?
Systemic problems.
So what are you doing to take accountability for your systemic problems that you believe in?
I'm being here.
Okay,
Yeah,
so am I.
I don't see that doing nothing, helping.
I think he
I don't see it helping me.
was expecting him to agree with him and to support him because why wouldn't he? He's advocating for giving white people giving money away.
You wanna care about people?
What?
Care about people.
Okay, I do.
Show up for an encampment eviction. I dare you to.
A encampment eviction. What do you
Yeah.
mean?
They happen every single day.
I go around more places than in America than you've gone around your whole entire life.
It can be shocking and difficult to believe, but this is not that far off from what I've encountered many times myself.
So what are you doing to take accountability for your systemic problems that you believe in?
I'm giving up my money. We need crowdfunding. We need divestment. We need resources allocated to people.
Why would this young black man not like that idea? It's an interesting dynamic occurring.
Go talk to the government. Don't talk to
Well, the
streamers
government
and
doesn't
tell
care.
them
The government
what
is
they got to do
genocide.
or
But the government is genociding. I didn't know that was a verb.
what they need to do.
He
what
doesn't
they
care about
want.
genocide.
Do you?
Yeah. I care about genocide. That's why I'm opposed to it.
You have it right there. He cares about genocide. That's why he's opposed to it. I personally have never met someone who is not opposed to genocide. That's just me. That would be the same as saying, that's why I'm against violence. I'm opposed to death. That's why I'm against death.
I care about genocide. That's why I'm opposed to it. That's why I don't like him being here. Because this right here, you're occupying indigenous land here.
I was presented with the same argument. Warren, you're a white male, so you should concede your space. This was in graduate school. I've partnered with a solid Texas company.
Here
They
we go.
manufacture
The adverts.
sending so 60 bring the comms down. Deserve everyone.
I need to be like what's the NFL show Red Zone? I need to be like Red Zone, where it's like as soon as an ad comes, like I like click a button, like not this time adverts, and it just automatically skips the advert. You know what I'm saying?
WS. There seems to be a self-loathing here. He claims, no, we deserve, everyone should be angry at us. I don't know what the indigenous tribes would be in this area. I don't think this guy knows either, so it doesn't matter.
You're occupying space that isn't here.
It's not. This is the thing. Re-examination. Like you don't bite the bullshit that they're talking. You know what I mean? Like if some fucking crackhead came up to you and started talking about fairies, you know what I mean? You're not gonna start disagreeing with him because it's like this is a fucking crackhead. He's clearly on cocaine and like his emotions are like on a tightrope. You know what I mean? So if a crackhead comes up to me and starts talking about fairy tales, I'm like, oh yeah, that's great crack. Yeah, I'm from Ireland. Yeah, like the fairies and the fairy forts and all. Do you know what I mean? You go along with it and you just basically join in the whole fucking like the memes and all this kind of shit. What you don't do is what this motherfucker is doing. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, I'm gonna question like because clearly this is not indigenous land. This is was a public sidewalk and then this private property right here. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure if this is like actual government buildings, but like you see here, it's like an actual establishment, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So this dude to say like this is indigenous land, to even engage in that is to fall for the bait. You know what I'm saying? You basically you laugh and you say, oh yeah, indigenous land, okay, great. Anyways, you know what I mean? You get to the next one, you know? LOP. Hey, it is what it is. Red Zone has ads now. Oh my god, this is a travesty. Absolute travesty, Big Red. See, they slowly take away everything. We used to have ad-free Red Zone. Now, unbelievable. Mango saying I'm a crackhead. My skull has a crack. He's got a cracked head. That's a cracked head, not a crackhead. Okay. You know, land ownership is constantly in motion. Yeah, true. But like this whole thing of it's indigenous land makes no sense. It makes no sense. You know what I mean? I would 100% argue with one if I disagreed. That's what I'm saying. Like, why waste your time? Do you know what I mean? If someone like says to you that they believe in fairies and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? And it's like a public scene like this, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna be like, yeah, cool beans, bro. Whatever you say. And just be like, I got shit to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm a leprechaun. I got a pot of gold to protect. Me Lucky Charms, all this kind of shit, you know? My cracks give me knowledge how cracked up I am. Hey. What can I say? What can I say, boys? We got Tarek. My point is, land has been around and people come and go. The land proves nothing. It's just dirt. Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is to make the claim that it's indigenous land, that this land is owned by these group of people, makes no sense because we just go back to force doctrine. It's your land if you can protect it. And a lot of people find that uncomfortable or whatever, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Shantae saying because it's funny. I get that. A bit of trolling, all that, but you got to be careful. I mean, because when you get like whack jobs like this dude, like he'll start swinging all this kind of shit. Then it gets messy. Police gets called. He needs to go to the ambulance because you knocked him out. It gets messy. Right, I agree with you. Indigenous land is a category error once conquered. Exactly. Re-examination. Exactly.
Wait, but I can say the exact same thing to you.
You can. And you should.
And you're occupying this
and
space.
We should. We should be calling out people. Honestly, he and I deserve to be robbed.
And there you have it. He said it. He and I, because we're white, deserve to be robbed. And this is where it goes off the rails.
You say we deserve to be robbed.
Yeah.
So this young man decides to test his logic by stealing his phone.
You just said you didn't want it.
Dude,
Give me it.
I use this to help people.
Now he's
Give me that shit, boy.
resistant to this. Well, no, I use my phone to help people.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
You want to go
Who do you
talk
help?
to Rhonda?
Who do you help?
I help Rhonda. I help my friend Corey.
You said
I
you
help
deserve
my
to be
friend
robbed,
Omar.
though.
Give me your phone and give me your socks too. I want your socks.
I help so many people that need this because that's the way that I connect with people. So
They need this.
I do as much as I can.
We could counter this logic. Another young kid does.
You want this phone? Come get it. Come get it.
He said he deserved to be robbed.
Now there are some kids off screen. They decide to join in and test his logic as well.
Where's my $30?
as well as several other
giving it to
people.
her
If he doesn't have socks, we'll just take the shoes.
and actually allowing her to
So you
have
said you said
the
you said
choices
you want to
of
help
This
me?
guy said he deserves to be robbed. I don't want him to be robbed. We're not gonna let these kids rob him. But see what happens when he says, "I deserve to be robbed," and then he gets robbed. See what happens?
Now he's perplexed here because he doesn't quite know how to handle this situation. It's quickly going off the rails. I don't think he saw it going this way. So he tries to counter it by claiming, no, you are justified in being upset with me.
You should be upset with people like me.
I am. That's why I'm finna rob your dumbass. The fuck?
Why?
Huh?
I mean,
Why?
you
Because
you
you're
can't.
on indigenous land, not your
Yeah.
land, my people's land.
When he articulates this, I think he's trying to make a point. I don't think he's actually claiming to be a part of the indigenous tribe that occupied this land prior. I think he's just trying to get the phone.
I can do whatever the fuck I please on my land. Now give me the phone.
And this guy actually concedes to this argument. All right, well, I have $10.
I got 10. I got $10.
Okay, once you give 10, what do you think's going to happen?
Give me $10.
Wait, man, I know you got more than $30. Show me your wallet. I bet you got
Go to the
$30.
bank. Go to the bank. Go to.
No, what?
Wait, we still
Because-
getting the phone. Let me get the phone.
Listen, I use it for crowdfunding. You can help me
Let
with
me get that
crowdfunding.
phone.
Now, this is one of the reasons I don't think this is a skit, because this woman who appears to be working with Nick Shirley steps in because she genuinely is concerned that these kids are going to steal this guy's phone and all his money.
You can help me with crowdfunding.
Alright,
I got mutual aid.
I'll get my
And you see this, people? You see how the cycle works? I said I wouldn't take the phone. My little on the other hand, I didn't say nothing about them.
He said he deserves to get robbed.
Yeah, he did.
Look at this. Look at this. Here, no. See, now this guy said he put a bug. I brought my mom out here on this trip. He comes and puts a bug on my mom's head, starts touching all this stuff, and then all of a sudden he starts following me around. And
Where
then he
you
says
going?
He deserves to be robbed. And
Where you
then
going?
These kids.
These indigenous people need help, bro. Auntie's saying I feel bad. I don't. Auntie, if I walked into a crowd of leftists and said, I deserve to be pew-pewed, I deserve to be shot, and then someone shoots me, like, the last thing out of my mouth would be like, why did you shoot me? Because I'm saying I deserve this shit. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It is what it is. Tarek should make the minimum 2 for super chat goal. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I was testing out the 5. You know what I mean? Because like we were hitting the 5s. But yeah, like, one sec. Let me change that. One sec. Uno momento, por favor. YouTube doesn't let you do an hour and a half. Motherfuckers. One sec. Make sure this is big. And away we go. But yeah, like this is the whole thing where you can talk yourself into bad situations. And this is where it's like what they learn in their little fucking propaganda camps of how America's evil and all this kind of shit. Like the stuff that they're saying is going to lead them into harm's path. You know what I mean? That dude literally lost $10 because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Because he was like, I'm going to be the moral authority. I'm going to be the person who like the arbiter of fucking like morals and all this kind of shit. But then when I get questioned on morals, I actually don't have morals. You know what I mean? For examination saying, even before Europeans arrived. Exactly. Let's check. How adorable. 100. This woman equals his mama. His mom sure ain't his daddy. How did I respond to myself? I'm clearly getting tired. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's sad that children are down to steal. But Auntie, he's asking for it. He's saying that we as white people deserve to be robbed. So then this dude is like, okay then. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing. It's like you get what you ask for. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing of like the whole Olympic boxing event that happened where it's like a dude won a gold medal for kicking the shit out of a woman. And like we're basically saying it's like, this is what you guys were voting for. This is what you voted for. This is what you want, apparently. So we're going to give you what you want. You know what I mean? Literally ask for it. Yep. All of them look fragile and feminine. It is what it is. It is what it is. Better get some sleep. Good night, everyone. God bless. Take it easy, Rev Russ. Have a good one. Have a good one. Godspeed, brother. Teriyaki, the fuck you doing? What am I doing? I don't know. Please be patient. My mom took Tylenols, okay? But anyways, one sec. God bless. Bless. Night. Night. God bless. Good night. God bless. He asked for it. Read the room. But that's what I'm saying. Like, he literally talked himself into a mugging. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Society makes one hating being human. I get the left's consistent disassociation. People are the worst. But, like, this is what happens. This is what happens, Auntie. You know what I mean? Like, this whole thing of, like, I'm going to treat you as an equal. I'm not going to do this thing of, like, I deserve to be robbed because my ancestors conquered your ancestors. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Because, like, that is the mentality that leads you to, oh, well, white people are better than black people. Which, again, is not true. Just because you're white doesn't mean you're inherently better than black. But when you have this, when you have these concepts in your mind, like white privilege, that's the underlying sentiment. That white people get treated better than black people. Do you know what I mean? So is it better to be white? Is that what we're saying? Because again, you got to be very, very careful with what you're saying. It's like the same thing with the communists when they say, seize the means of production. Okay, what is means of production? Human labor. Okay, I'm a human and I do labor. Are you coming for my labor? Well, yeah, we have to do it for collective good. Okay, so you're coming to enslave me. You're coming to tell me what I should do and shouldn't do with my labor. You know what I mean? Night, boys. Have a good one. Mango saying, can't claim victimhood if you directly invite it to happen. Exactly. The Christian thing would be to correct his detrimental behavior, not offer to steal from him. But, wait, who's offering to steal from him? Like, bear in mind, it was the dude who said, the white dude that says, I deserve to be robbed. You as a black man are entitled to rob me. That's consent. Do you know what I mean? And like from this, and we'll get into this, Auntie, where it's like just acting like the Christian or how a Christian should does not work with these people. It does not work with these people. We'll get into it, I think, in a couple of videos' time. But yeah, like playing the whole like Christian thing, it's not going to work. And that's where it's like, I've been saying this for quite a while now. It's like we need the men to be willing to be, to phrase it that way, everyone's going to fucking go mental. But like, you have to be willing to be the villain in order to sort this shit out. Otherwise, it's going to go into fucking complete chaos. You know what I mean? Chat, if we don't get super chat soon, I will force a grip break. Yes, chat. William is like Thor. He's got Mjolnir. You know what I'm saying? You all remember like the Thor movie with Mjolnir who just throw the hammer and just like wipe people out? William has that power. You know what I'm saying? So please, chat, do not break the spaghetti.
Per favore, perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego. Mango saying, anti-words don't speak on deaf ears though. Yeah, exactly. This dude has been brainwashed into thinking that white people are evil and all this kind of shit. Which one could say is racist. Do you know what I mean? Like if Officer Tatum or the Hodge twins, like they often get called a coon and all this kind of shit because they're perceived as though, oh, they're just continuing on white supremacy as a black person. Okay, then what about this dude? Is he not doing, racism towards the white dude despite the fact that he's white? Do you know what I mean? You're white, you shouldn't be here. Flip the roles. Let's say Nick was a black man. And this dude went in and said, you're black. You don't have a right to be here. See how all of a sudden the conversation changes. Everyone recognizes, oh, that is racism. And it's the same thing with like when women are predators versus male predators. Male predators, we can all recognize. We can all see this dude's a monster, all this kind of shit. But when it's a female predator, oh no, she's a trouble. Like all the excuses start coming out and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's the perception. It is what it is. And yeah, he ran away. Of course he ran away. He was there like all like in Nick's face, all this kind of shit. And then when the black people treated him the way he wanted to be treated, he runs away. But I thought you're supposed to help these people. You're supposed to help the indigenous people, correct? You know what I mean? Jack of Blades with the $2 for the goal, my man. Jack wants some premium memes going. Does anyone else? Eclipse wants the premium memes. Let's go. Let's fucking go, Poke. You know what I mean? And again, thank you, Kylie, for the donations. All these $2 add up. You know, so we only need 46 to open the panel. Absolute gents. We have Sweet Auntie saying, yup, the others, and the others should be like, that's not in your best interest. That's what Nick was trying to say. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. Eclipse, my man. My man. One sec. We got the clips for that.
My fucking man.
My man. Fi favore, says Kyle. Fi favore, do not break the spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? We got Half Hood Gaming as well with the $2. We got Shantae with the $2 as well. Thank you very kindly for the donations, folks. We're only one donation away from a premium meme. What premium meme do we want? That's the question. What premium meme do we want, folks? You know, that's my main question. But we're going on. Jack saying with the slam dunk, with the alley oop from the alley oop to Shantae, slam dunk onto Jack. We have Joey and we have Andrew. We have a conflict here. Which one are we going for, folks? Go with Joey. Jack says go with Joey. So everybody, stand up straight. Make sure you're saluting. This is the national anthem, baby. And wise words from Uncle Joey.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. You know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Stay black. And also, Halfwood saying you better appreciate that $2. I do indeed. Now I got to cancel my Only Mango subscription. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like mangoes, like we don't want mangoes to have to resort to OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? We got to protect Only Mangoes from doing the old feet pics thing and all that. I think it was talking about Jelly earlier on as well, bro. We can't be doing that, mangoes. We can't be doing that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Okay. But yeah, now we're on to our boy Richard Dawkins, and like I said, I love reviewing Richard Dawkins in Modern Era because you can see on his face when he realizes, oh fuck, all these people that we encourage to go into atheism are absolute fucking tyrannical retards. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Got Auntie saying, I've been on that side of the fence. I was a hardcore lefty. It is definitely a manipulative, parasitic, draining, predatory side of things. It broke my hope in humanity. But this is the thing. Never black pill, Auntie. Never black pill. Do I not keep telling you this? Rome is coming back. We're building Rome. Do you know what I mean? Do I need to play the White House clip? You know what I mean? But this is what I'm saying, Auntie. Like, what do you do with these people that like will not listen? They basically take rationality and they just throw it out the window. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, let me give you an easy example. Let's say we have someone like from that was like 1940s Germany, all this kind of stuff, and they fully bought into the propaganda. Like, how are we going to, like, we can't just like release this person in society because they'll just go around like, you know, causing problem for the Jays, all this kind of shit. Like, what are we going to do? Like, how do we break that? Like, I have a way to break that, but it's of course unethical. But But like, I'd basically just give them psilocybin and break their mind. That's the only way you could do it. At least the only way I could see someone doing it. But like I said, forcing someone to take psilocybin and all this kind of shit is what many would deem as unethical. But like I said, it's a solution. It is a solution, but also it is risky too. But hey, it is what it is. Mango saying, "You bastards." This guy, this is what Mango's sitting there going. You dick. We love you, Mangoes. We love you. Use the PayPal or Ko-Fi links to donate to Teriac directly. Yes, folks. I should have said this at the start of the show. That's a mea culpa on my end. Folks, you get 50% more with the PayPal or Ko-Fi. Okay? Because YouTube takes 30%. So we're like, let's say if you donate $10 through the YouTube, we only get $7. Okay? So this is why, like, if you multiply 7 by like 150% or 50%, you add 50% onto 7, that's basically $10. You know what I mean? So that's why if you donate through the PayPal or Ko-Fi, you get the 50% extra. So, for example, case in point, right? You see the dono goal is $40. We only need $40 to get to the open panel. If you were to donate, what is it, like $30 or like just less than $30, like 28 or something like that. If you're to donate the $28, that would get you the open panel if you do it through PayPal or Ko-Fi. Otherwise, if you're going to do it through the super chat, then you have to do the full 40. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we like to give you guys options. Jack saying, hey, don't make me have Tarek read a song before next Wheel of Madness. Jack's sitting there kind of going, do I? Dare I even? You know what I mean? He's working hard on the farm, you know, thinking about good songs to get Teriac to read and funny accents. You know what I mean? No black pill. It's been written. Let faith bring you hope. Interesting. And he says they want someone to see them. It's not as macro as they think it is. It's way more personal than they realize. Yeah. I think about the mentality you would have to have. But like going around like on a public sidewalk, or I think like they were in a shop or something like that when the clip started. And this dude's like, "You're white. What are you doing here?" You know what I mean? Like that mentality, just replace white with black. And everybody realizes, yeah, that's racist. You know what I mean? But I don't know if it's intentionally or otherwise. Like there's something preventing them from seeing that. You know what I mean? Like I said, the only way that I can see of how you break that mentality is psilocybin. But again, I'm like the crazy witch doctor. You know what I mean? With that kind of thing. But it is what it is. I was a leftist commie in high school because everyone was right wing, so I had to become the opposition and also gain the understanding why I left it behind for logic. But this is the thing, Halfwood. This is the trap that a lot of people fall into. They see two teams and they think, "Oh, I have to join one of them," or I have to pledge allegiance to one of them. No, you don't. You don't need to do that. You know what I mean? Just because everyone's right wing doesn't mean, oh, I have to say, okay, whatever the polar opposite of them is, I'm going to become that. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Like have your kind of like your own rationality, and then kind of like said, well, I agree with these here, but then I also agree with this sentiment here and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Not WAP again. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Andy's saying most of these people aren't just so overflowing with happiness and love. Most of these people aren't just so overflowing with happiness and love they need to share. They're looking for the recognition they don't get in their personal lives. Exactly. The recognition and acceptance. But like that's why, like, if you notice, a lot of their terminology. Like anytime you see like a black woman like getting into like one of these like Karens or like one of these like middle-aged, you know, feminists, I hate the West kind of type women, like they do the whole I hear you, I'm an ally. Like they do all that kind of shit because that's what they want to hear. You know what I mean? So this whole thing of like I want to do this on behalf of the downtrodden. No, you want to do this because of your ego. That's what, like, that's because when that dude walked up to Nick, he was all full of ego saying, "You're a white man on indigenous lands, property," and all this kind of shit. And when the black dude came over, all of a sudden he got quiet. And then he ran away. You know what I mean? Derek, just for accuracy, if someone donates through PayPal, go for exactly what the donation was to the dono bar. I like to track the donos, and if you add up 150, it fucks it up. True, but like that's what I'm saying in terms of the extra value. You know? because we're going to have to keep track. 'Cause, like if they donate, like the typical thing or a typical example I use is like on the Wheel of Madness, right? Wheel of Madness, we have like $10 to spin the wheel, but if you're to use PayPal or Ko-Fi, you technically would have 15. So then you get free meme clip on top of that as well. You know what I'm saying? Just letting you know. Just letting you know. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing, William, where it's like it's like a spin bank. The spin bank's another good example of this. Like it gets hard to track after a while, especially if all of a sudden we start popping off and we have like a massive stream where like let's say there's like 1,000 people or some shit like that, and everyone's like throwing gold into the pot and all this kind of stuff. Then it's like, okay, I don't know if spin bank will be if we would even be able to keep track of that live more consistently, I should say, is the main thing. Do you know what I mean? Well, debate group wasn't really that great because everyone agreed with each other. It was a country bumpkin school. Like that's the difficult thing about debate, especially like we see on Wheel of Madness all the time. Like for example, a lot of people would say to me, Teriak, why don't you talk about, or why is there never any topics about like capitalism versus communism on Wheel of Madness, like in the politics section of it? And it's like, because if I was to put that on the wheel, as soon as it comes up, everybody's going to be like, yeah, capitalism over communism. You know what I mean? Because like I don't have like a wide range of like lefty or communists in my audience kind of thing. You know what I mean? So that like I could, let's say, do the devil's advocate thing and all stuff, but even at that, I'm not even kind of like representing like what the actual position would be. Because as we discussed, like a lot of these people who are full blown communists and all this kind of shit, it's more so a it's more so, what's the best way to describe that? Like the brain is locked. Brain's not like open to like actually changing their minds. They're just here to do the propaganda. They're here to read their script, and they're not going to listen to anything you say. But if I was to do that as the devil's advocate, you're just being a piece of shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Andy says, you also have to realize the kid is probably younger than at least one of my sons. I'm going to see it like a mother. Yeah, 100%. And like even seeing in the clip, Auntie, that like the woman tried to come in to stop the robbery and all this kind of shit. But that's why as men, we have to be willing to be the villain and say, no, this dude has talked himself into a robbery. So he needs to go through that experience to then, like when he's like just before he's going to sleep and he's doing his own kind of like thinking and all this kind of stuff, he's going to replay that event in his head and kind of say, oh, maybe I could have handled that better. You know what I mean? Maybe. You can still give people 150% value for PayPal, Ko-Fi donations, but just keep the donor bar accurate. Yeah, that's true as well. That's true. Because I'm thinking like, yeah. But like my thoughts on it, William, is that like the donor bar is going to be inaccurate anyways because we're doing the because we're not factoring in the currency anyways. You know what I'm saying? So it's always going to be off from like what you guys see on like the dono goal. It's not necessarily going to be the same amount, especially because it all defaults down to euros or euros on the YouTube side as well. Like I said, this is the pains of streaming. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of it is that like it's left up to yourself or your team or whatever kind of thing. Like YouTube doesn't really do anything for you. They just take 30% because they're a bunch of bastards. That's all I can say. And Jack says, nuts. Beautiful. But yeah, folks, let's get into this because like I said, this is the beautiful part where the chickens are finally coming home to roosts. For the four horsemen of the apocalypse or the atheists, whatever the fuck they want to call themselves.
Renowned biologist alive today sits down with David Pakman of all people, and it's spectacular. He's absolutely outmatched here. He quickly realizes it.
You've said many things over the last 2 years related to the discussion about gender and transgender and gender identity, etc. Some of which you've said that I agree with, and some of which you've said that maybe I agree with a little less.
He can't point to a single thing that Dawkins is getting wrong. Yet at the beginning, he claims that there are things that Dawkins says that he disagrees with.
Can we all agree that gender is expressed on a spectrum? And what I found interesting about Neil deGrasse Tyson saying this is that it's less a conversation about biology
He begins by referencing Neil deGrasse Tyson saying people express their gender to different degrees. Yes, some people will tend to wear dresses more, some will prefer pants. But what does that have to do with anything?
But it is a question about what I think is an undeniable reality about the world, which is, at minimum, the expression of gender is on a spectrum, and that maybe that can serve as a starting point for some of these discussions.
Because they need that to be the starting point. But what that's actually doing is shifting the frame away from biology. But you're talking to Richard Dawkins.
Would you agree with that, which seems to me like an uncontroversial statement, or is that a problematic statement to you?
People express themselves differently. How could that possibly be controversial or problematic? The problem is that you are using that to then make claims that have nothing to do with just expression of fashion. So Richard Dawkins sees right through this.
I'm a biologist, and what I really object to is the subversion of language. Talking about a woman's penis, for example. I mean, that is just playing around, playing fast and loose with the English language. And I'm a biologist who needs to talk about sex and the difference between male and female, which is absolutely clear. It's one of the very few binaries we actually have in biology.
This seems to be one, if not one of the only actual binaries in existence.
Race is not a binary.
And this is a beautiful, beautiful point by Shantae. I've always been pretty conservative, and I was always a tomboy. This gender shit would have had my head all fucked up as a kid. Yeah, but it's designed to be that way, Shantae. It's designed to be that way. Because before transgender, there was transvestites and transsexuals. And the transvestites were doing it for the memes and all this kind of shit. Like, they knew that they were men. They didn't have this false notion that, oh, I'm gonna, like, I could become a woman, all this kind of shit. It's like, no, I'm acting like a woman and taking the piss out of women, right? And like, that's the whole thing of like the whole transvestite thing is kind of misogynistic and all this kind of shit, right? That was the transvestites. That was the people who just dressed up in dresses, like men that dressed up in dresses and all this kind of shit. Then there's the transsexual. These people genuinely believed that they could change sex. So it's like, we're not even talking about gender, they're changing sex. Like, they think that they could become, like, they could change, a male can become a female and a female can become a male. That was disproven by science. Science which came and said, we cannot do this. And that's why they changed transgender. And like I said, why would conservatives care about it? Because again, if we're doing the whole thing of like, they ask for this, just let them, like, that's their medicine. They ask for it and let them do it. It's because cases like Shantae. It's not just the gay boys and the lesbian girls that are going to mutilate themselves. It's also going to be tomboy girls, like straight tomboy girls and straight effeminate men are also going to fall into this as well. You know what I mean? And like I said, this whole thing is sterilizing kids, mutilating their genitals. You know what I mean? Cutting their tits off, cutting their dicks off. Like, how is this the moral thing to fucking do? You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is, Shantae. You know? William saying, fortunate for you, I enjoy my job. My man. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I keep saying, it's like, a lot of people, like I've seen people, like, on stream say, it's like, oh, like, moderators don't do shit, and you can replace them, all this kind of shit. It's like, nah, bro. Nah, you get the right mod, oof. You guys are going to be cooking. You guys are going to be cooking. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be working in the field. Going to be digging up the potatoes, you know. I'm telling you, boys. My daughter has a 12-year-old trans friend. Oof. Like, that's what I'm saying in terms of like the mentality and like that's why they say, oh, we have to do it to the kids, because like fundamentally, like why is a kid not allowed to get a tattoo? Because they can't consent, because they don't understand that this thing is permanent. Like, it might seem like a good idea when you're 12 or 14. When you're fucking like 50 or 60, you're going to regret it. You know what I mean? That's why it's like, no, you need to wait. And like, that's why, like I said, this whole thing of like them even going after the kids, like, that's predatory behavior. You know what I mean? Jonte says, yeah, it terrifies me. My niece came home from school telling me about boys getting their periods if they take pills. I never sat her down so damn fast. Exactly. You know what I mean? A lot of crazies out there. You know, this child isn't out to everyone and has been through a lot of trauma. Yeah, but like, like when you look at like a lot of these kids that get involved in this whole trans thing, it's like they're in like horrible households, or something happened to them, or they already have like existing, like they're like anorexic, or they already have some sort of sense of body dysmorphia in terms of like they think they're too fat or they think they're too skinny or something like that. You know what I mean? Craziness. And there's horrific stories of like one girl, she was like 14, she ran away from her house. She went to one of these quote unquote glitter families, which again is basically predators. And then because like the whole thing was that like the perception was that the parents and all this kind of stuff kicked them out of the house, but that wasn't. Like the parents were literally like looking for the kid and all this kind of shit. The government put the kid in like one of these hotels, one of these migrant hotels. The 14-year-old girl ends up getting raped and then commits suicide. And she already had she didn't commit suicide. She starved herself to death because she already had anorexia. She already had like a body dysmorphia condition, and then on top of that was the whole gender thing as well. So because this happened in Britain, I do believe, I think it was Graham Linehan who was saying it. Like that's basically what's going on. You know what I mean? Glitter family sounds terrifying. Yes, exactly, and that's what they do. You know? Look up, Google what a glitter family is, and it will make your stomach turn.
Race is a genuine continuum, obviously, because of all hybridization and so on. Almost everything else you can think of is a continuum: short versus tall, fat versus thin. All those things are a continuum. Sex is the one thing which actually is a binary. And I think that messing around with the English language, and well, any language for that matter, but I happen to speak English, is a subversion, a perversion of clarity of thought, clarity of speech for political ends.
Now, David Pakman cannot contend with this, so he does the same move I see over and over again. Yes, well, no progressives are claiming that that biology can change. And
yeah, and I think most of my progressive colleagues would agree that the biological circumstances undeniably are men, women, some percentage born intersex, and that's
tiny percentage.
Yes, no, sir.
Mama and Jack.
No need to exaggerate what the percentage is. No.
The size of this percentage is shocking when you actually look at it, and Dawkins gets into this. If you were to actually look at the frequency represented in data and represent that visually, it would look like the twin towers for male, female, and then intersex would be, as he describes, an anthill in comparison to those, just to give you a visual analogy.
Is it also, in your mind, a problem to separate biological sex and gender expression? Do you have an issue? Language aside, is that a concern to you?
So is the question, is it wrong to conflate the two? Well, yes. These are trap questions, and Dawkins does not even try to engage with them. He just articulates what he thinks is most important.
I am not particularly bothered if somebody wants to present themselves as...
And shout out to Kieran as well. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Now, folks, are up to 22 out of 54. The open panel if you want the chaos to ensue. We only need $28. You know what I'm saying? Jack of Blades, thanks for the donation. Damn, Kieran. W's all around for Kieran. Thank you very kindly, sir.
Opposite of the sex that they are. I do object if they insist that other people recognize that. And I mean, I support Jordan Peterson in this, if nothing else, that he objects to the Canadian government making it mandatory that he should call people by a pronoun like they when they are, I mean, he's prepared to do that as a matter of courtesy, but not as a matter of compulsion, and I thoroughly support him on that.
What do you think the next move is going to be? Well, I haven't seen any evidence of anyone actually being put in prison for pronouns. This denial that there actually is a push to mandate the use of language.
You know, I don't have the bill in front of me, but when I looked at it 18 months ago, I struggled to find anywhere where he talks about threat of jail if you use the wrong pronoun. I did not find that, but since I don't have it in front of me, maybe we'll will table those particulars.
Moving in that direction at all should be flat out enough concern. And I would dispute what David Pakman is saying here. I think we can look in the UK, where Richard Dawkins lives, and see people being arrested for hate speech.
But that being said, what about, for example, things like arresting doctors who provide certain gender affirming care, as it's called? Maybe you have an issue with the term or not, but
Dawkins turns the table on Pakman and uses his own technique against him.
What about the arresting of doctors, for example? Does that not start to bite a little bit to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Doctors have doctors been arrested for that?
No, these are bills that have been proposed in the United States. It has not happened, to my knowledge, fortunately.
So when it comes to Jordan Peterson and mandated speech, well, we haven't seen anyone actually be arrested. When it comes to doctors performing surgeries, well, no, we haven't seen anyone being arrested yet. But I've seen legislation. Now it aligns with what Pakman...
Kieran, we need 28. It's on the dono bar right here, so we need $28. Chats, do you want the open panel? Do you want chaos? Do you want madness? Let me know. Let me know. See, and we got William right there. Boom, 28. MVP right there, boys. Greater Witch is saying, we got people that get arrested in UK for hate speech. Don't just call someone a name. It's fucking more than that. Sick of hearing about the UK arrests when there's more to them. But if we're going to talk about this whole thing of like, well, legislation was proposed, like, do we not like find it a bit weird that like Keir Starmer wanted to ban X? You know what I mean? Is that not an important thing to discuss? You know what I mean? And it's not just England. There's also like problems in Australia. There's problems in Ireland. There's problems all around. Problems all around. And Kieran with the big 2 says, "Or it's the open palm, my man,
wants. So now it's okay."
Children or adults?
We've seen both in different states.
The expression on Dawkins' face here, he can see right through this guy.
Well, I would have...
That's a problem, Created Witch. Like, just to say that I don't like this dude, I'm banning all his products and all this kind of stuff in the thing. I mean, you're either for free speech or you're against free speech. Like, that's fundamentally what it comes down to. Now, one could argue, it's like, oh, what are you going to do about all these bots and all this kind of shit? Just have better allowances. You know what I mean? Elon Musk is a security risk, I believe. Why? Why? That's what. Yeah, but why is he a security risk?
I would have strong objection to doctors injecting minors, children, or performing surgery on them to change their sex.
And as far as adults, you have no issue?
Well, I think if they've thought about it properly, like Jan Morris, for example, who I read years ago, one of the first of trans people that I read and greatly respected, her struggle that she went through in order to change sex from male to female. She really put...
Greater Wish says, because he has power and money and now all his AI shit and government AI contracts, so are we getting rid of like Amazon and Jeff Bezos and all the billionaires? We're just getting rid of all the billionaires. They're not allowed to do anything. This is what I'm saying, like, because I've been I follow like the Irish news and all this stuff, and I've heard all like the shit about Elon Musk is a danger and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? I give up. But like this is what I'm saying, like if we're going to do it for Elon Musk, then we have to do it for Jeff Bezos, which means we're getting rid of Amazon as well. We're getting rid of like we're getting rid of Facebook, we're getting rid of Instagram, we're getting rid of like Mark Zuckerberg as well is powerful and he's got AI, he's working on AI and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? You just have to get used to it. It is what it is. It is what it is. That's why I always say, please be patient with me. My mom took the Tylenols, okay? Okay. Also, I am a leprechaun too, so like that's part and parcel too. he was partners with first OpenAI Group. He said plainly he was starting his AI to counter the other. He's always had power and money, all the big thing. Yeah, let's get back onto the video though. We're sidetracking, folks. We're sidetracking.
Through it, and clearly sincere, clearly suffered from gender dysphoria, no doubt about that. And I take my hat off to her and to the doctors who helped her. But I fear that what we're seeing now is a fashion, a craze, a memetic epidemic.
And Dawkins was the originator of the concept of the meme,
which is spreading like an epidemic of measles or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're not going to resolve this today.
David Pakman cannot contend with this, even when he has Dawkins sitting across from him.
But unfortunately, do you agree that this has become a scapegoated group?
What I see is that there's in effect a war going on between gay people and trans people, or at least not trans people themselves, but trans activists. So I'm not sure that I follow that. I think that I have great sympathy and great respect for gay people, and I worry about the bullying that goes on, not by trans people themselves necessarily, but by some of the activists. And there was somebody in Britain, I think just a couple of days ago, who stood up and made a speech. It was actually a trans person, a man turned woman, who said, if you see a TERF, punch her in the fucking face.
Oh, so in other words, if I understand correctly, you have some concerns about LGBT and whether or not trans really is part of the LGB movement or something different.
How would you get that response?
The fuck? Like, this is unfucking believable. Also, shout out to Kieran for the $2. Says uno. He says uno. Are You Crazy says he said those are up to help the alien and do factory type work. Their tools. What the? We got Kieran with the other one with the $2, folks. And we got Jack saying 2-1, 1-2, screw loose. Cheers, Teriak. My man. Fy favore, they say. Fy favore. One sec. Let me make sure I'm caught up. So, which one? Are we going for Andrew? We want a little bit of Andrew Wilson for the premium? Let me know, Cha. Let me know. So, one sec. Need to do another one. One sec. Gonna do this as a 30-minute one just before, because like we have 30 minutes left before we do an official grift break, as they say. So yeah, let me know which premium meme you want, boys. But this is ridiculous, right? Let's just go back and hear what fucking Pac-Man said, right?
A trans person, a man turned woman, who's
William got there first, folks. He says, give him a little bit of Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here, who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half, folks. And like, just to let everyone know, we only need $20 to open up the panel. Let's fucking go. And also, morning Dave. Great says, I watched a medical video the other day, something about finding that trans people are missing something or has something different in their DNA. I don't trust anything that like these medical reports have been coming forth recently and all this kind of shit because there's a replication crisis in like especially in all this like trans studies and all this kind of shit. So, like I said, in terms of the medical thing, I don't trust those motherfuckers.
Said if you see a TERF, punch her in the fucking face.
Now, here's the thing. That was a lie speech, publicly demonstrated all this stuff, and they said, you see a TERF, punch her in the fucking face, right? No action. Now, that's not free speech. That's a call to violence. No action. But these people who are posting online, they all get summoned to court. That's the two-tier Keir, I believe they say.
Oh, so in other words, you, if I understand correctly, you have some concerns about LGBT and whether or not trans really is part of the LGB movement or something.
Yeah, so then he turns into, oh, you just have a concern that there's a difference. You think that trans shouldn't be part of the LGBT. And it's like, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that they're literally doing calls to violence and nothing's happening going wrong with them. Especially like and it's not necessarily the trans people themselves, it's the trans quote unquote advocates or the allies or the activists and all this kind of shit. But we have Kieran Markin with the $20. Says, open this motherfucking panel, boy. Are we having fun yet, chat? So the link should be pinned on the Twitch, on the Kick, and on the YouTubes. So if you have a bit of a hot take, if you want to express your opinions, hop on board. Get on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Tell me your thoughts. Let me know what's going on. Let me know what's up. You know what I'm saying? And, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
Well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Mr. Kieran Markin, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Not much yourself?
What's up is your chat is being fucking tight. They're being tight and cheap.
Okay, okay.
For $2, you could support. You could help hit the super chat goal, but no, they want to hang around for this classic entertainment. Freeloaders.
Now, what can I say?
They're all fucking freeloaders. You call me
freeloaders.
You call me gay. They're freeloaders.
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
It is what it is.
But yeah, what are your thoughts on the whole like what's been done here? With our boy Richard Dawkins, the chickens coming home to roost.
Yeah, they are. I saw him one time. He was in some kind of interview or debate, and somebody asked him a question like, "Would you rather live under a Muslim regime or an atheist regime?" It was so bad. He said, "I'm not going to answer that question," which was like he was saying, "I can't."
Bitch!
I was with William because you were telling him to shut up. He's going to hit you back with the memes. Yeah, go ahead.
No, fuck that guy. Fuck William Gramer.
Hey, William's MVP. William is MVP.
He's also a little bitch.
This guy.
You can be two things at once.
Why are you gay?
Hey, you gay. Speaking which, luckily, thankfully, we do have a gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jacob Blades, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Hey.
So what's your thoughts, Jack? Talk to me.
What's my thoughts about this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know. I haven't discerned enough. I feel like to really just decide. I mean, I feel like I'm definitely with the doctor here, though. You know.
Well, like this thing, like Richard Dawkins is like he was like one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and it's like I think it's like early 2000s or like late 90s. These four atheists got together and like were like Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, and like two others, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna like usher in atheism into this new beautiful life and all this kind of shit." And basically, what we've seen is not only a rejection of atheism, but a turn back to Christianity. But yeah, go ahead.
To be fair, they didn't get together and orchestrate it. It was like other people called them the Four Horsemen. They weren't like a group, like a club. Dawkins and Dennett and Harris and Hitchens didn't have meetings to organize this.
No, but there was like they had like that fucking show or that tour that they were doing, and they called it like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
Oh, was
something like
that? Yeah, that may have been organized by other little fucking gay atheists, but the four guys like Dawkins and Hitchens admired each other, but they met like 4 times. They weren't like a cabal of atheists. Just to be fair. I mean, they're all wrong. I devoured thousands of hours of Hitchens debating. He used to be my guy. I used to go, yeah, Hitchens. One day I want to be Hitchens. Watched thousands of hours, and then recently went back and watched some of his debates, and I thought, oh shit, why?
Yeah.
I was like, what?
It's like you watch like because I remember it like when it was a YouTube and all this kind of shit, especially like 10, 15 years ago. It was all like these like quick like 1 minute, 2 minute clips where it's like they're doing like the zingy comeback or the witty comeback or whatever the fuck. But when you actually go back to that full debate and watch it through. Like this, like they were absolutely getting roasted by the Christians. You know what I mean? But it was all about those clips, and that's what the main influence was, because you never really heard the counter. You know what I mean? Or you never understood how it got to that place. And especially if they're doing that quip or whatever, like oftentimes it was because the Christian had already hit them with the exact same quip earlier on in the debate. You know what I mean? I think Kieran needs the AFK, but that gives us a perfect segue.
I don't know what you mean.
That.
No, I watched. I didn't watch clips. I watched hours of debates with Hitchens, and to be fair, the Christian apologists did a bad job against Hitchens. He fucking monstered all of them. But if I go back and watch his debates, I used to love it, and now I go, he was kind of a little bit, what's the word? A little bit shallow.
Disingenuous?
I don't think he was. I think he believed what he said. Yeah, I think he believed it.
Like I've no doubt they believe what they say, but it's like when you look at like the main tactic that they used was that, well, the Christian is the one who's making the claim of God. You know what I mean? But the reason why I say it's disingenuous is when you hit them with the motion argument, they'll just say, oh no, like I don't accept that answer. But then I say, okay, well then what is your answer to explain that motion is constant? And they don't have one. And I'm like, well, you guys need to fucking think about that, don't you? And then they go, oh yeah, I'll do some research, and they never do. They never do.
Yeah, I'll just say Dawkins is no philosopher and no theologian. Great biologist, like brilliant biologist, but he's not a philosopher's asshole.
But but this is what I'm saying. If he's not a philosopher and he's not a theologian, why did he do the whole Four Horsemen thing? The New Atheism movement. The movement was called the New Atheism movement, but the book and the podcast was called The Four Horsemen.
I did hear Dawkins speak about this, where Dawkins said something like, I'm paraphrasing. Hitchens at some point said to Dawkins, like, you need to step into the fight and defend your position, and Dawkins did. So look. Later on, when Ayaan Hirsi Ali converted to Christianity, that had a big fucking impact on Dawkins.
Well,
and Dawkins also admitted he's a cultural Christian. He's kind of admitting Christianity is better. After everything he said, the opening fucking paragraph of one of his books was just a berating God. But he's finding out you shouldn't do that. Right?
But like the position that I would hold is that, like I said, they don't have any grounding, because like go back to the Jordan Peterson Dawkins interview, or the head to head or whatever. Like Jordan's literally telling him like towards the end, Dawkins says to Jordan, it's like, yeah, but they're like, do you believe that like Jesus was a virgin birth? You know what I mean? And like Jordan's literally like, why the fuck does that matter?
What do you mean by believe? Right? I know. No. Look. Peterson's been challenged on this a number of times. I think the best one was Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic, who was interviewing Peterson and kind of pressed the point. You know, do you believe in God? And Peterson can't say it. He just can't say it.
Like, what do you mean by God?
Oh, what do you mean by believe? What do you mean by you? Right.
No, when you say God, like, what do you mean? Because there's clearly a distinction. Because, like, for example, like if you were to ask a Muslim, do you believe in God? They said yes. Do you know what I mean? But that God is not the same as the Christian God, correct?
Yeah, sure. But Peterson seems to be an advocate for Christianity, but he can't say he believes in the Christian God. He can't say he believes in the resurrection. He can't say he believes in Jesus. Then what the fuck is he doing? Right. He does the psychological breakdown of the Gospels and the Old Testament and all this stuff, but he can't answer a simple fucking question.
Not a simple question.
It kind of is.
It is not.
It kind of is.
Define what you mean by God. Because again, the Muslims would say Allah, the Jews would say Yahweh, Christians say God. I mean, a pagan would say Odin or Zeus or whatever. But thankfully, folks, we do have a gay rights activist to clear this up.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. RK Mangoes, welcome to the show.
Your point there, Terry. Yeah.
I spent all afternoon speaking to this cunt, like after Sword to Reason. What the fuck? I'm trying to get away and have a bit of fun. This cunt turns up.
You're just mad because
you kind of feel like this, Kieran, do you?
It's fine. Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. You're trying to get rid of Mangoes? Is that what's going on?
It's good to see you.
But folks, just real quick before we get back into it, I do want to advertise this. This is the Knower Prep debates coming soon on Easy's channel. I think the idea was first created with Rob, but it's going to be hosted on Easy's channel. This is basically no holds barred. Like you basically go to Easy, any topic you want in the world. Any topic that interests you, you submit that to Easy, then Easy will... Easy doesn't say anything to Rob. Rob basically just shows up and he has no prep. That's why it's called Knower Prep. Okay? A little play on his last name with the prep, all that kind of stuff. So, let's see what the video entails.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. Knower Prep. Knower Prep. Knower Prep. Two minds enter, one stance breaks. Knower Prep. Knower Prep. Knower Prep. No topic, no opponent name, just pressure, just fire, just debate. Knower Prep. Knower Prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is Knower Prep debate. This is Knower Prep debate.
nowhere prep. But yeah, boys, what do you think?
I don't think that in your heart
shit.
of hearts.
Here we go. The goddamn atheists trying to take over. What do we think about that? What do we think about the no prep debate, boys? Are you excited for it, or are you like...
Oh, yeah, for
Well,
sure.
it's definitely a major flex for Rob Noor.
Yeah. But just imagine. That's all I got.
Yeah. Well, he's well read, so good luck.
Yeah. With anything.
100%. 100%.
It's going to be a good time.
Just to segue to the next clip that we have loaded here, we're talking about
Somalians.
The whole thing with Nick Shirley in Minnesota. Gentlemen, let's see what Warren Smith has to say.
Just the beginning. This is going to get worse. Their target is set on Nick Shirley.
We showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
I don't even know what that means. Are you 100% sure you are true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Now suddenly we have CNN putting in all this energy just to try and shut down Nick Shirley.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick
God,
Shirley.
the sound of
Here's
her
the first
voice.
tactic. MAGA content creator. How is Nick Shirley a MAGA content creator?
A MAGA content creator. He claims that he uncovered widespread fraud by Somali-run child care centers in the state.
Under your definition, would I be a MAGA content creator?
Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
By a creator who has shared anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim videos in the past, put a major national spotlight.
However, the so-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past.
This is going to be the tactic. I mean, can you point to an example? Where is the evidence that Nick Shirley is anti-legal immigration or anti-Muslim?
CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
So it's already so clear what they're trying to do here.
This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
He's alleging that when he shows up, he does not see any kids and that no one will provide him any information on how to utilize those services.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day, later in the day.
This is going to be the biggest line of attack. Well, Nick, you did not come during their normal business operating hours, which they are now claiming is from, 2 or 3 o'clock until 10 p.m., which is strange for daycare. It could be possible.
Oh, why are they coming at 2? That's not when elementary school ends and then you go into...
I don't know. Kids' schedules are so weird now. It's like sometimes they have half days on random
comes
days.
At 2?
People like Caleb Hammer are coming at this in a pretty balanced way.
The fact that I see people on Twitter right now defending this fraud because it's against a left-wing governor, that shows how just fucking locked in we are with ideologies. I don't give a fuck who it is. If there's fraud and my tax money is going there, being funneled from the federal government to the state for those assistance programs, it is going to fraud, fuck you!
Looking at this from the outside, there are indicators that something is very strange here.
The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody to be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a daycare.
But that's not what he's claiming. He's not claiming you should just be able to walk into a daycare. He's pointing out that he's not able to get any information.
I wasn't trying to go inside.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
There
daycare.
should be a reception.
It is?
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
So they're claiming there is reception. When you look at the original video, we get a shocking moment. This is the response he got.
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here. Because there's... The fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
Eric, can I say something?
This is not a
Yeah. If you want to pause at any time, just let me know, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this freeze frame right here looks exactly like where I want to put my kids in fucking daycare.
Yeah, it looks pretty crazy, I gotta say.
What the actual fuck? I'm gonna drop off little fucking Johnny at 8 a.m. What the fuck?
You're going to teach Johnny how to be a crack dealer.
Look at it.
Oh shit.
Whatever you do, don't eat it. It's not candy. Why does it taste funny? Ah. Yeah.
Seriously, is anyone going to say yes? Look at it. Legitimately,
yeah.
Is anyone going to say, "Oh yeah, that's a daycare center"? Yeah. Fuck me.
But like the interesting thing to me is that like CNN is spending all their effort to try and disprove Nick rather than coming at it from the thing. Okay, here's Nick's claim. Then where's the like corresponding interview with the actual daycare center? Where's the head or the owner of this daycare center? And like, where's the interview to sit down with him saying, "Oh no, we're clearly like a legitimate business. Here's all our records and all this kind of shit." None of that took place. They just wanted to go after Nick.
This is unbelievable.
And not only that, but you also. Oh, I'm sorry, Karen, but you also have Somalian goons about damn near attack this dude and threaten Nick Shirley's life. They don't want to cover that though.
Yeah, I've seen it. But just like God, how much can people be gaslighted? Okay, boys, this is a childcare center. Have a look at it. Fuck me. Like,
well, wasn't there just like, didn't they call like a bunch of places and then they like basically answered, basically just been like, yeah, pretty much either not answering the phone or whatever. And I think there was one that picked up and that's the story they did right there. That was just the one. And that can't even be proven either. So it's just like, you know what I mean? It's a crapshoot.
Oh shit! One sec, I mixed up the videos. There's actually supposed to be this one because this one follows. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay.
My mom took Tylenol. Yeah. Sorry,
it was not supposed to be so because, like I said, it continues over this whole kind of like trans thing and all this kind of shit. Because remember from the previous video, what the fuck is his name again? Pacman. David Pacman was like, well, I don't know of any progressives or any of that shit who's basically saying that like, oh, men can become women or any of that kind of shit, or males can become female and all this shit. But we had this clip. I don't know if any of you seen it though.
You're calling this the dumbest interviewer ever.
Because there's everything in this. Absolutely everything in this.
You've said things like black women are biologically different than white women.
Everyone is biologically different than everyone.
They have different fertility windows.
Can we pause for a second, Terry?
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
Yep.
Can we pause? Okay, first of all, this couple, they are eugenicists. They are, just going to say, I disavow, but they destroyed this fucking retard reporter. Okay, just saying.
There's no scientific evidence to prove that a black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This is like...
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's so false. It is astounding.
Hang on a second. If we can't agree on this, we can't agree on anything about reality, right?
So she's already off to a bad start.
For some people that do believe, like you, that people are genetically different.
It's not a belief. This is objective truth. If you could disprove the existence of genes, you're welcome to do so, but you can't just sit there and say people are not genetically different.
That has historically been used to promote racial hierarchies, right? And that's why I'm asking you.
What has fascinated me recently is Richard Dawkins' work on genes. We are the vessels that are carrying these replicators. Genes are the only constant, the only eternal within biology.
The gene is immortal. In fact, a publisher once, when I showed him the first couple of chapters of The Selfish Gene, said you shouldn't call it that, you should call it the immortal gene. And perhaps I should have done.
Genes are the force that are pushing for replication. Now, there's still a mystery behind why that is.
Genes are immortal in the sense that the coded information...
Yep.
Genes are immortal. But he can't say the source. He can't say the soul is immortal, right? What the fuck? Right? Genes are immortal. He's evoking immortality, but he can't cope with the idea that maybe we have a soul that might be immortal.
Yep, because how would you measure a soul?
Didn't they do that? And there used to be a device or something that's I forget, it was like a certain doctor that weighed the soul when a person wasn't alive.
Yeah, gotcha. When someone died, he measured the body, and it was lighter after they died. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
because it's energy.
It's a bit of Cartesian bullshit. I'm with all due respect. I'm just saying. Dawkins is evoking immortality and attributing it to genes, which is based on what?
No, he's saying that the gene, whatever genes you have, will not change.
Are you sure he's saying that? I don't think he is.
Yes.
But isn't everything always changing?
I disagree with that because it mutates.
Correct. The whole basis of evolution is that genes change.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's called taxonomy, which is basically it's the same function, but it adjusted through time with the purposes of adjusting to that environment of that era or that epoch.
Anyway, Dawkins is invoking immortality. Okay, but he reduces us to our genes, like we are vessels for our genes.
Yeah. So what Richard Dawkins means by the immortal gene that genes, not individuals, are the fundamental enduring units of evolution, surviving by making copies of themselves across countless generations, using living organisms as temporary survival machines for their own replication, much like immortal coil, like an immortal coil DNA passed through bodies.
Yeah, but genes also change. So, like, it's like
but genes themselves, the genes themselves.
Yeah. What about them?
Yeah. While individuals like people or species are born and die, successful gene sequences persist, passed down relatively intact, making them effectively immortal compared to the fleeting lives of their hosts.
They persist by changing. That's evolution 101. The genes persist by changing.
Yes.
Yeah. So how are they immortal? They change all the time.
You do realize that I can be immortal, but like my hair can grow and also if I just don't age. You know what I mean? There'll still be changes, even though I'd be technically immortal.
No. Don't understand that at all.
This is what I'm saying. In terms of the discussion here, it's basically the difference between, let's say, a black person's genes and a white person's genes is fundamentally different. These are different genes. It's not said that there's one gene, it's immortal, and it's all the same gene. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
I feel like he's just going to concede the point to you.
Yeah, because like I said, in terms of the argument, we're getting bogged down in the fact that he evokes the word immortal, apparently. But he didn't even end up calling it the immortal gene. You know what I mean? But like I said, we need to do a new dono chat. We need to go on a grip break as well. So folks, we need 5 donos. We don't it's not going to be an extended grip break. It's only just going to be a quick one as well. But letting you know, the new super chat goal is in chat. I will see you all in about a minute. Roughly about a minute.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Massive shout out to you. Kieran's gone to go get his Indian takeaway. Appreciate you, Kieran. But like I said, we get bogged down on like these particular words, and I don't know why. Because like I said, the main point of the video ain't even about the whole immortality. But let's get into it.
The information they contain is reproduced, is replicated with almost total fidelity, significantly, not absolutely total fidelity, generation after generation after generation, such that there are genes which are identical to what they were tens of millions of years ago, hundreds of millions of years ago in a few cases.
The best science can give us on the advent of life is this primordial soup. And suddenly the first replicators emerge. Yet no one can explain why those first replicators wanted to even replicate. I think there's still a great potential for a larger design.
An individual organism is a throwaway survival machine for the self-replicating coded information which it contains.
We can analyze it at the level almost of like we would be able to analyze computer code.
Yeah.
No,
But literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that...
Again, this is like government data. This is right? This is the National Institute of Health. This is the American Medical Association. Like, there is no scientific evidence to prove that.
And that's a big problem, right? Because
No,
a lot of there's no scientific
and that's why I asked.
like IQ differences.
So right there, he clarifies. He says, yeah, you wouldn't be able to necessarily make claims about IQ differences. Yes, it is something that we do not seem to fully understand. But for me, it's because it doesn't tell me that much. If you were to take the average IQ of the people in my town and compare it to the average IQ of the next town over, yes, there's going to be a discrepancy. There's always going to be a discrepancy. But how much does that actually tell us? Even if I know the average IQ of people with that genetic code skin color.
Black people.
Oh shit, I was muted. And like that's the thing in the hard solve. But William saying real quick, chats. I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
The show ain't free, so get the donos in, chat. But again, like this is the retardation we get to, and like I said, this is why I wanted to play this after the David Pacman thing, because like he's basically doing this whole thing of, well, I don't know any progressives that are doing this kind of type shit. But like as you see from this dude's freak out right here, he's like going like, bitch, you're absolutely crazy. You're saying that there's no biological difference between a black person and a white person. Clearly the melanin production is different. You know what I mean?
People are genetically different from other populations.
And I'll say that again. There is no scientific evidence to prove that.
No, there's overwhelming scientific evidence to prove that. And he is making that claim here, but she's just not hearing it at all because this is just taboo.
Right in his.
And Mangos, what's the scientific evidence?
The scientific evidence is when you see archaeologists use scientific evidence all the time to figure out what gender the like skeletal remains are, like the Afroarpithecus, the Lucy, which she is called. They were able to find out that it was a female through scientific measures to figure out what gender that skeleton was. So when this person say, well, there's no scientific whatever, right, there's bullshit. It's called biology. It's subversion of biology. And just these people, they know it's out there, they know it's true, but they still argue against it. It's like arguing that communism was a good idea, even though it's proven it's not. You know, it's stupid. It's new message, different era of time. You know, it's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. And this is the problem when we start doing things like, oh, men can become women and all this kind of shit. We no longer respect biology.
And not only that, but you're also invading women's spaces that are supposed to be meant by women only, because they do need areas of where they need to have protection, because again, there's people out there that would predatorial behavior becomes abhorrent, and it's like it's basically autogynephilia by these sick people, or people who are like women who wants to become men. There's like, it's a social contagion.
100%. And real quick,
per favore, perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa, rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo, ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo, vi prego.
Vi prego, chat. William will do the Forrest Griff break. Don't make him do it. Don't make him do it. But yeah, like in terms of this thing, and this is why we get to this situation where this bitch is like, and this is what happens when you drink the Kool-Aid of egalitarianism. Meaning, if you have this false belief in your head that we are all the same, we're all equal and all this kind of shit, you're going to run straight off a cliff. It's going to end in destruction. Because fundamentally, to say that like your heritage does not matter, like it is directly contrary to like biology, like we're saying, biology and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Say that like, oh, a black person and a white person, they're the same thing. Then why do we have black and white as a differentiation or a marker of a difference? You know what I mean? It's retarded.
No. I'm sorry. I'm stating. Do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
No, I want to ask.
No,
this
because
is
what you're
purely based
stating
on
is just factually incorrect.
It's a new year and time to make resolutions.
And also, I want to add that this person, that female, whatever, is arguing with the appeal to authority, because you pay attention to what that whatever the fuck Crazy Ice is. It was like, well, that's what the CDC says, therefore it's true. And we heard this over and over again during the pandemic. It's a classical case of appeal to authority. You're not the medical expert, so you shouldn't even have an opinion on such matter. Same thing with that, like the feminists and the abortion debate. Well, you're not a woman, so you wouldn't know these things. So shut up about it, because you're not the expert. It's ridiculous. And last thing. Another scientific way, like a scientific, evidence to where people are different, they're not the same in terms of genetics, is, the reason why there's white people is because we immigrated out of Africa and we were more into the colder weather. And it was actually recent, within 500 years, that white people were starting to become more white because they're losing the melanin. And the melanin, which makes the skin dark, was supposed to be for harder climates, like in Africa. They're black because it helps them be resistant of the radiation of the sun rays, because they're exposed to the sun all the time. That's right there, proven in itself. And they say no, it's not, because they know for a fact that they have to admit the reality of that they're wrong, and they refuse to do it. Argument of incredulity. I'm finished.
Yeah, 100%. And shout out to Eclipse for the big two. But like, this is what's going on. It's like, because they have these fanciful beliefs where it's like, oh, I think this is like the most moral belief that everyone should be equal and all this kind of shit. Like, all the world's problems could be solved if everyone just sat down and started doing the kumbaya kind of shit. And it's like, like that's a fanciful ideology, because fundamentally you don't understand like human nature if that's the way you're coming at it. You know what I mean? Where everyone's like intrinsically nice or fine or whatever word you want to use for it, like the whole kind of Ellen DeGeneres meme where it's like, just be nice, and it turned out she was an absolute cunt behind the camera kind of thing, or when she was off camera, so like to her staff and all this kind of thing. So it's like having the recognition. Clips again with the $2, my man. But like this is what I'm saying in terms of like how these beliefs can be dangerous, is because it's all of a sudden, like, even like the quote unquote like scientific folk, or the atheists, or whatever, secularists, whatever you want to call them, Like now they're starting to deny science itself. And he clips again with the $2. Let me hit you with a little quick meme for that one.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazie planes to you, so we're only one donation away from another premium meme. Just letting you know. But let's continue the video, gentlemen.
And this went viral because he is so exasperated in the face of stupidity. I think many people can relate to this feeling. It doesn't matter what you say. She's arguing something completely different than what he's arguing, even though he could not make it any more clear.
No, because what you're stating is just factually incorrect. Humans are genetically diverse. It's not a bad thing that humans
I'm not
are
saying it's
genetically
I'm
diverse.
not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing that people are genetically diverse. I'm saying people are not genetically diverse. That is the argument here.
Exactly. And we got Eclipse with the $2 saying, fuck the CDC. You know what I'm saying? So which premium meme are we going to go for, boys? Should we go for the Black Preacher? This is kind of on point. Maybe it'd have risen with the tism. What do you think, gentlemen?
Sounds good to me.
It doesn't matter. I'm easy going. I'm cool as a cucumber right now.
Let's hear a bit more from the Black Preacher. What would the Black Preacher say?
Black Preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa. And African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines your woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
Do you know what I mean? Because even in the terms of gender, like gender and sex is synonymous. And then it's like, oh no, we're not talking about like gender. We're talking about gender identity. See how they're basically, they'll just keep up with this shit. They have this predetermined ideology and they're not going to correct course for facts or for truth or anything like that. They're like, we're just going to keep changing the fucking words or just add more words onto it so we can keep doing what we're doing. And what they're doing is abusing children. You know what I mean? They're a bunch of child abusers.
I'm saying that is a factual.
He's saying that there is.
They're willing to kill you over it too. That's the most dangerous part. People don't realize they're willing to kill you.
Yeah, they're not trying to kill you because they're a Nazi. They're calling you a Nazi so they can kill you.
Yes.
Based on scientific
and this
basics. No. This is like saying the sky's not blue.
How have we gotten to this point? Because so many people are dismissing biology as a tool for potential oppression. We've seen this manifest in many ways. I had a conversation with Destiny on the importance of scientific objective truth, and he was trying to articulate the idea of, yes, but scientific objective truth can be wielded in dangerous ways. Therefore, well, you need to be careful. So, yep, we should all be careful in all things.
One issue that I run into sometimes when I see people talk about certain issues is there's a phrase that will get tossed around sometimes, and it's this phrase, objective truth or objective scientific truth. And I feel like when people utter this phrase, the phrase is a lot stronger, I think, epistemically than some people realize, as in there's a lot of stuff being asserted there, and you don't need to assert that much stuff to have a particular argument. And I think that the ground that somebody is standing on is a lot less firm than they think when they assert that. And sometimes I feel like people will assert things and they'll call them like objective truths as a way to kind of like axiomatically brush over where legitimate disagreement can exist. As then somebody will say like, oh, well, I believe A, and someone will say, I believe B, and someone will go, well, actually, A is objective truth. And I was like, oh, well, In that case, I guess if you've defined it as such, then I guess it's over. And I guess that's my main frustration with phrases like when people bring up like objective truth, basically.
But what does that have to do with the existence of objective
He's so
truth?
full of shit.
This is what that leads.
100%.
He's so full of fucking shit because during the pandemic they were saying that, oh, take this medicine. It's an objective scientific truth that you take this so you prevent transmission and get cured. They were shoving that shit down our throats. And since now it's post hoc pandemic and we're in this new era where their ideology is literally smacking them in their own face, they're saying, well, those words are very toxic because it makes me feel uncomfortable. Like, shut the fuck up. This is part of the radical left that I am ready. Like, one of these days, I hope I pray to fucking God I get in the arena, get in the battlegrounds, because these motherfuckers are just so fucking goddamn stupid, and they need more people to hear that they're fucking stupid and retarded so they can shut the fuck up and reassess their beliefs. It's amazing how quick they change their ideology and what they believe in as soon as the narrative dies out. It's fucking amazing.
But this is why, like, Destiny had an interview with Cosmic Skeptic, and he basically said in it that, like, philosophy is bullshit. He doesn't engage in any philosophical arguments or anything like that. But then Destiny will also start quoting PhDs and all this kind of shit to try and prove his point. You can't have it both ways, Destiny. What does PhD stand for? Doctor of Philosophy.
Philosophical degree? Okay, yeah. It's just,
I mean, that's why they call him a doctor. A doctor of philosophy in that particular field. I mean, that's why Ross is like, I'm a doctor in paleontology, because he's a philosopher of paleontology. You know what I mean?
Well,
so in terms of like the main contention here is that, like, they're on the one hand dismissing objective truth, but then trying to claim truth to make their argument. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and to be fair, he just smokes a lot. He just smokes meth or do too much medicine where he gets rot jaw. You know what I mean? It just drives me nuts because there is an objective truth. And I was listening to Stephen Melananu. Thank you, Andrew Wilson, for telling me, on his Patrick Bet-David interview. I went to go check him out. And he was even saying that, Stephen, and I agree with this assessment, that when you say the truth is not an objective standard and it's just subjective, you're opening up the world of anything goes by your own subverse reality. And you see that so much on the radical left on this part, objective truth. There is an objective truth, like the water replenishes your body, food gives you nutrients, sky is blue, grass is green, we bleed the same color blood, it's like that's an objective truth. But they take this, they just go beyond it. And this whole idea, by the way, of where the subversion, read the book by Herbert Marcuse, One Dimensional Man. It really taught, One Dimensional Man. Oh, no. Shit, what's it? Eros and Civilization? No, One Dimensional Man. Read One Dimensional Man, and actually, when you read the literature that he put out, it came out in the 50s, like 56, 57, before Eros and Civilization, which Eros and Civilization prompted the sexual revolution with the hippies in America in the 60s. You will see in that book, the literature actually, it talks about what you're seeing now in society, about that, subversion. It's all from a capitalistic system, and it was made to oppress. Therefore, we need to reject it and subvert capitalism so we can take away the oppressive structure that it brought forth into it. And you will see, and it's just primarily anti-capitalist, anti-American. It's a doctrine propagated by Western Marxist doctrine, which is Marcusean Marxism.
Well, like, that's the thing. That's what happens. They succumb to the ideology, and it's the same thing that, like, ironically, like, people say, oh, like, you can't be a Christian on stuff because it'll subsume you, and, like, you won't be able to think rationally anymore for yourself. It's like, yous are doing the exact same thing. Like, all these, like, this new atheism movement is a religion. These are now denying facts. because it doesn't suit theory, instead of twisting theories to suit the facts.
Yeah, like look at what communism. They're like, oh, communism was a great idea, it just wasn't done right. And every time they try to argue or set forth the system of this new revised communism, Marxist idea, they go to they basically deny, depose, defend, recycle. It's like an endless cycle, and it's just fucking ridiculous. Even Janis Joplin had a song, free will. It's like you can choose not. What was the part of the song? It's like you can choose not to choose, but you still made a choice. And it's like, when in doubt, I will choose free will. This is very important thing to understand. You may not choose to make it a decision, but you still made a choice. You may be an atheist, but you still took the stance of a belief that you believe that God and whatever, any deities, isn't exist, yet you don't believe in that. You still chose to have a faith in a direction that aligns with a religious idea, whether they like it or not.
Mm-hmm. Inaction is still an action.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and just because Are You Crazy saying as well, where did the girly man go? He paid for the open ban. He got his Indian takeaway. He's got to eat. He might be back. I'm not sure, but we'll see. I says, not making a choice is a choice. Yes. Like, inaction is still a choice. If you choose not to act, that's still a choice. You know what I mean? One of those things where it's
like a paradox in a way.
Yeah, like it's similar to be like the unseriously serious or seriously unserious kind of thing. You know what I mean? You think it doesn't make sense, but it does. You know what I mean? I think it goes both ways, but it doesn't. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's close out this clip and get to the next one, because we're basically 3 clips away from, like I said, the spice, the main spice. A new oh my god, we already hit the super chat goal. My man, you guys are pumping it today. Again, shout out to chat. We're already at 60 out of 100. Absolute legends. But yeah, let's finish off this one, because like I said, I want to get to the main meat.
It's genes that code their skin color.
But again, like I said, to this dude, like why does he he looks like a lesbian. I'm just gonna say it, right? He looks like a lesbian. I'm not even gonna play the rest of the clip. And that's coming from me. That's coming from the dude who literally has the Ellen DeGeneres meme. You know what I'm saying? We still have the Ellen meme in for the members. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I was called a lesbian when I first arrived. You know what I'm saying? So I think the only way to save this dude is everybody's call him a lesbian, and we'll get through it. You know what I mean?
College class who are here on a visa are claiming that they are being oppressed.
Sometimes, like in classes, and some.
Right, just for Are You Crazy as well. It's like, no, it wasn't just Eclipse. Eclipse is part of it, but we had Jack, Halfhood, Shantae. I love the name Shantae. We had Kieran Moore. We got Kieran with the 20. We got Eclipse now as well, especially fuck the CDC. I say it's a team effort. Teamwork making the dream work, baby.
Times, like in social media, I don't really engage a lot lately, since everything on social media is now controlled by the government and
So there's the first mistake. She claims that social media is controlled by the government in America.
It's just it's
now,
scary.
real quick, just notice.
No, that's true.
Okay, we'll get into it. Notice this dude's ethnicity, right? And take a guess of what country he's from and how this video is going to go down. Just keep that in your mind's eye. Let's play the video.
Out there for
Wait.
international students too.
Okay, not controlled by the. You mean here in the U.S.?
I mean, yes, I can't say anything on my mind that might jeopardize my scholarship or my status here in the U.S.
The student from China speaks up.
So you can criticize the government, criticize what they do, but you can't say I hate you, so I want to kill you tomorrow. That's something.
Now again, the complete hypocrisy of this bitch saying oh, in America we get the government controls the internet. Then we have this dude from China who's no.
You cannot say.
So you have the idea that, well, that probably wouldn't get you into trouble. It's probably going to be a whole bunch of things.
No, I don't think I would get in trouble.
He shows his classmates that they have no idea what oppression really means.
So in China, whatever they do on their phones, somebody's watching.
Some people know that and they think the government is good. it's good to be watched, to be monitored. Some people think like that.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
but
not a good thing, but it's
that's
acceptable.
how my father thinks of the monitoring.
Yeah. So you get
every time my father talks with me about political stuff, he always saying, "Put your phone away out of this room."
Like, how could you even begin to compare that with what is the climate in America, the reality in our country?
And because I don't want to get you in trouble either, but
I won't be in trouble.
You won't be in trouble.
I won't.
This guy is so nonchalant. I like him. He just kind of rejects the premise entirely. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what we're saying here is it could just be a simple photo on the phone that shows, I don't know, like the president of the United States in a dunce cap, right? You know what a dunce cap is? So it shows the president of the United States in a clown costume.
I know that.
Okay, got it. It could be that, just that.
I'm hesitant about this one. I doubt the government would come after you because you have a photo on Facebook of President Trump in a clown outfit or a dunce hat.
So we're not talking Death to America videos of, burning flags. We're talking just something like that.
So to test this theory, this student sitting next to her, who is from China here on a visa, he does exactly that. He says, I don't like Donald Trump as a president.
Donald Trump, the President Trump, is not a good president. That's what you can say.
Is what?
I don't think President Trump.
Basically, what I'm saying is, Donald Trump, don't trust China. China's asshole. And also, are you crazy saying, good faith question, why do Asians have those eye shapes? What kind of environment caused it? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Same way as I don't know why black people produce more melanin or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? They say it's because of the sun, but when you look at Native American skin color versus like the, I guess like the European descent thing, or like the conquistadors, whatever the fuck you want to call it, they've been over there for in around the same time, but the skin hasn't changed. You know what I mean? There's definitely, like I said, a lot of shit to this that we just don't understand simply, and it is what it is. But getting back to this thing, because like basically she's trying to make the whole case that it's like, oh my god, like America has so much oppression on this kind of shit, and now we're actually going to hear from like a Chinese student, okay, this whole thing about like Donald Trump in a clown costume, like you're not the American government's not going to come after you for that. But if you start posting shit like death to America, like I support the Islamic regime in Iran, all this kind of shit, yeah, they're going to look into you because that's terroristic ideologies.
It's a good.
Well, I would say that right now as well, they've said stuff about the quite recently about the Black Panthers in I think Minnesota or something like that. I read something about that, so I thought that was relative to everything that's kind of been going on,
And this is why, like with the birth rate crisis discussion, I will stand on top of a fucking soapbox and scream at the top of my lungs that it's not simply that like, oh, it's just the West or whatever. Because when you look at China, when you look at Asian countries as well, they're suffering too. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the dynamics, like what's actually going on here, and it's because it's peace causes stagnation. And what I mean by that is like, if you look at Israel's like the only Western aligned country where they're not having a birth rate crisis. And again, people do the whole, oh, it's the Jays, all this kind of shit. Not that. It's the fact that Israeli women can't start acting like they're oppressed when they see women across the street in burqas and all this kind of shit. They understand that they're not actually being oppressed. But when you live in such an affluent society, you like any little thing, you can just say, oh, that's oppression. You know what I mean?
President.
Okay, so right.
Well,
so
I got
you
a
can
question.
say that here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know we keep getting hung up on these conversations, but this one is actually pretty important out of most of them because we look at 2020. I will never forget how controlled the government had it, how the government had a hand in everything you're doing. There is clearly government overreach. And on top of that, there was a conservative effort, collaboration with the government and social media companies to restrict flow of information regarding the medicine and also the entirety of the pandemic of why we need all these emergency measures like social distancing, mask wearing, and all that. And instances where Biden directed the FBI to explicitly target conservative voices has been documented. So, you know, and of course, you know, China has more of an oppressive regime because their government is a communist dictator government. But the thing is that when people get irresponsible here in America and they defer to the government to acquire more authority to fix a pandemic or a crisis like the pandemic, or even the stock market crash, we had that happening before. You know, the government at any point in time, with the will of the people, can, you know, oppress other people that are against it, and that's not what our founding documents in America was about. It was supposed to help protect the minority from the supermajority in cases, you know, preserve the rights, and we didn't get that during 2020, which, you know, so she does have merit to say that, you know, the government controls social media companies, because there was also Frances Hagel. She was a whistleblower for Facebook, and she said that the Facebook and the Menard government actually helped conspire a coup that happened. And, you know, so, I mean, there's been testimony about this thing that takes place, and I don't think people really understand the gravity of how bad that is to just sweep it under the rug and say, who gives a fuck? Because that's the problem with people. It happens now, and all the information and the outrage happens, but 2 years down the road, or 2, 3, 4 years down the road, new information comes on. People are like, who gives a fuck? That happened. Why are we worrying about that now? That happened long ago. That's old news. Who gives a fuck? And honestly, that's why I'm so black pill on everything.
Well, like, here's the thing, right? Winnie the Pooh. Yes, Winnie the Pooh is banned in China.
Yep.
Because people were comparing the president Xi Jinping to Winnie the Pooh, and he basically said, you're banned, right? Now, contrast that with, like, all these goofy motherfuckers that, like, what was the bitch's name that, like, done the photo op with, like, Donald Trump's, like, bloody head, like, decapitated head, and she's, like, standing right beside him?
I don't know. I didn't know that.
One sec. Donald Trump. Yeah, Kathy Griffin was her name. So,
oh yeah.
This shit.
Yeah, that was early on too.
Not only was that posted on like social media, all this kind of shit, but it was put in like the USA covered it, like Nightly News, CNBC, and all this kind of shit, and they were like, "Oh, you're a brave, independent woman," all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like in terms of like, oh shit, like, you know, Donald Trump is a tyrant and all this kind of shit. He's not doing anything that China's doing. You know?
Yeah.
I never said that he was.
No, I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying is this bitch is acting as though like that's the case. You know what I mean? Like I said, she's about to hear from an actual Chinese person like what it's like.
Yeah, we're heading in America. We are heading into that dark path. We are, you know, and just because the conservatives are in power right now doesn't mean we're out of the woods. What's going to happen after Trump leaves? What's going to happen? You know what I mean? Like we're like, as Americans, we are heading down that dark path because even Congress is trying to push a bill called like the Kids and Online Safety Act, in which is basically the similar bill of what they have up in England, where if you say something that looks offensive, they will arrest you over a social media post. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Digital ID and all this kind of shit.
I think that they're going to try to sneak that in at some point, but we're like, there's a pattern with people. Whenever something goes wrong, they always appeal to authority for the solution rather than them themselves surviving whatever the natural occurrence happens, and therefore letting the natural order of nature to sustain itself and move forward with life. You know, we want to push it beyond our control, and you know, it's like that arrogance that we have, like we have to have control in everything we're doing instead of letting it happen and let it self-correct itself through the natural order. It's ridiculous.
But this is why
like, I don't trust
people. Such a beautiful. But this is why capitalism is such a beautiful system, because like you're saying there, it's like in terms of like voting to make sure we have to get the right person in office the next time, et cetera, et cetera. Otherwise things go up to shit. Because like you were saying, pointing out with Biden and the Rona and all this kind of shit, they started all of a sudden acting like China and all this kind of thing.
Yep.
But like this is what I'm saying. Like capitalism itself, though, like boycotts. Remember the boycott against Bud Light? They changed their tune very, very fucking quickly. I can tell you that for a fact. You know what I mean? And they didn't need to, like you're kind of saying, they didn't need to appeal to the government to make these changes on Bud Light and all this kind of shit. It's just the people getting together and saying, okay, fuck yous, boycott.
Yeah. I remember there was one there for a little bit for Gillette. I know Gillette did something, and then that wasn't really talked about afterward, though. They kind of got away with it, but.
Or Coca-Cola, we didn't. Well, here's the thing, and here's the consistency bias behind it, though. Like the whole thing was with Bud Light was about because Dylan Mulvaney and they made a mistake. Even Kid Rock on Joe Rogan said, "Hey, they fucked up." They apologized, but yet you got Coca-Cola during the same time frame saying that, be less white, don't be white, be less white. They had a racist propaganda narrative behind their campaign that year. And nobody said fucking shit. So where in the fuck was that fucking energy? It's like a consistency bias. We take one thing that we feel strongly about, but we don't take an objective stance when it's actually a detriment to everybody else in America. Fuck everybody else. I want to feel what the fuck I want to feel. It just like, this is why I'm so fucking black pill. People on the left and the right are fucking stupid. It's like they don't want to fucking listen. And you got someone like me be like telling the reason why I see it the way it's like, oh, you're just an idiot. You don't know, what you're talking about. All right, go ahead. Just go ahead and good luck with that shit. I mean, like, it's bad. People don't like the truth.
We have Eclipse as well saying, now there's only uniparty. Trump was 1.0 was the last breath. Eclipse, I'd even say that Trump 1.0 wasn't even like the last breath. That like for the past 70 years, it's been a uniparty. But like I said, we still have to wait a couple more months before that shit gets unraveled and all this kind of shit. But if you want to do a bit of studying beforehand, I'd highly suggest you look into the formation of the CIA, how the CIA came to be and what led up to it. But yeah, let's get back to the video. I need to get through this shit because like I said, we're about two more videos away from the spicy.
President Trump is a good president.
So you can say that here on stage in front of 400 students in a live YouTube audience,
and everyone, and nobody's gonna say like, you're not gonna be in trouble. No one's gonna come through that door over there.
Can you say that?
You can say that. Yeah, you can say. Anybody can say that.
He says it, and then he asks, "Can you say that here?" Because he's so used to an environment in China where you could not say that about a Chinese leader.
For example, you mentioned the Trump in
clown costume.
The costume, but if the custom officer just for one photo in my mind, it's explainable.
Yeah. Wait, say that again. If he just sees one photo on the phone, it would be explainable, probably. Yeah. You have the idea that it would be. Yeah.
I think it's fine.
So you have the idea that, well, that probably wouldn't get you into trouble. It's probably going to be a whole bunch of things.
No, I don't think I would get in trouble for one photo.
For one photo. Okay. All right. Yep.
I love how he's just rejecting the entire premise with such common sense.
But you're skeptical. You're still saying like...
have you seen this stuff on the media?
What if the censored medicine that saved millions during the pandemic was being made predominantly in China? Well, that is true. About 80% of the world's ivermectin supply comes from Asia, but not at the Wellness Company. Introducing American-made ivermectin, safe, trusted, tested, and produced locally in Florida. Ivermectin has been prescribed globally for more than 30 years and even earned the Nobel Prize in Medicine for its proven ability to eliminate parasites. But after success treating COVID, emerging research shows the wonder drug can help with everything from rosacea, arthritis, and even cancer. Most pharmacies charge $5 a tablet for 12 milligrams or less, but the Wellness Company is offering a higher 18 milligram dose for just $3.50 per tablet. You get a 6-month supply of 84 tablets all at an unbeatable price. Support American medicine and Patriot doctors, not China's supply chain. Get your US-made ivermectin today at twc.health/Warren and use code Warren to save $45. It's twc.health/Warren, code Warren to save $45 plus free shipping. US residents only. And this female student seems to be basing all of her analysis just around stories I've heard in the media. She claims that she has more free speech in Saudi Arabia. Now, at this point, Sam decides to push back a little bit.
But like back home, like you wouldn't say anything on social media against the royal family. You wouldn't do that.
No.
Yeah.
She concedes. You're right. I would not do that there.
But the difference is if something.
So bear in mind, in their shithole countries where there actually is oppression, then they go over to America and say, well, no, this is worse oppression. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's selective oppression here. Only
go
difference.
Go over to Saudi
difference
Arabia and build a church. Go over to Saudi Arabia and build a Christian church. See what happens.
Yeah. Good luck.
If you even be able to complete it.
Yeah. It'll probably get destroyed before that happened.
Well, I'm just saying there's selective oppression here. It's not like consistent where those countries, it's, selective.
Exactly. And like I said, William saying, come on, chat, only $15 so we get to 3/4 of the way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, boys?
Bad happened to me in Saudi, and I really needed to talk about it. I just I can't go outside and protest. I just can't contact people, and things will be.
Now, bear in mind what she just said. I can't go outside and protest because we're about to get into it. We're very, very close. But William says, fuck it. Force script break until we get to $75. Okay, folks? $75. Because I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free. It's fan funded. Let's get her done, boys.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Let's fucking go. Let me give you a couple of meme clips at least for that one. First of all, we got Pepe with the guitar shredding. Then we got
That's
myself,
my favorite one.
the Tylenol boy shredding. And because we hit the goal as well, we're going to hit him with a premium clip as well. Absolute legend. She'll be coming down the road, boys.
When she comes, she be coming down road when she comes. She be coming down road, she be coming down road. She be coming down road when she comes. God damn, man, I ought to start my own country music album. Man, what you talking about, man? Coming down the road. It'll be a hit, man. I'm light-skinned, I'm black. I throw in some cowboy boots and a 10-gallon hat. Instant millionaires. And then when that dies down, I'll go straight into light-skinned cowboy porn. I have a cowboy hat, and it'd be a catch to the porn, right? The catch is this: when I got the nuts hanging out of the females, only thing that will be wearing is the cowboy hat in my snakeskin boots. Call me Cowboy Gaines. The hell you talking about? Talking crazy. That's what I'm talking. That's what you talking. You talking goddamn fucking psycho. Yeah, that's if I was single, man. That's if I was single.
You can call Eclipse Cowboy Gaines because he's gaining all these donuts for us. And we do have a gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Half Hood Gaming. Welcome to the show.
What's up, man?
Hey.
What's up, Jack?
Hey.
What's up, man?
What's up? Who's this now?
Half Hood.
Who?
Half Hood Gaming.
Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to be funny, I promise.
Who? What are you, a fucking owl?
One.
He's Ric Flair.
Three, my boy.
Is it who or whom?
No, I was still on the owl from the Tootsie Pop commercials.
My man. But a trick with the who and whom is that if the answer is going to be he, then it's who, and if the answer is going to be his, then it's whom. You know what I mean? So whom did you call? I called him, and then like who is responsible for this? He is. You know what I mean? So like that's the difference. See what I'm saying, boys? A little bit of education there for you. A little bit of education there for you. But speaking about this whole medical industry and all this kind of shit, like I said, let's get back to the whole fake doctor shit.
This is a career ender. Dr. Verma gets exposed in front of the entire nation on live television, in front of Congress.
Dr. Verma, I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
Keep in mind, this is a doctor. Watch how she dances around this.
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was.
Acting confused. I wasn't sure where you're going with that. If we cannot define these terms, we cannot begin to approach policy.
I mean, I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth.
So she still hasn't answered the question. She's just stalling for time. All he has to do is repeat the question.
So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure what the goal of the question.
The goal is just to establish a biological reality.
He repeats the question. She repeats the same tactic again. I'm still not sure where you're going with this, so I can't begin to answer it.
You just said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities.
But that's not the question he's asking you. He's not asking you who you take care of.
But
can men get pregnant?
Many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
Again, as I'm saying.
Let me just remind you what you testified to a
And
moment ago.
another one. He makes the smartest move by
shout out to you, Jack,
showing why this is important and why he's asking the question. Now she can't claim, well, I was confused about where you were going with this, so I couldn't begin to answer it. It's like, well, now you know.
Science and evidence should control, not politics. So can men get pregnant? You're a doctor, I think.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Okay, then why can't we acknowledge science and evidence?
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool. And
No, yes/no questions are about the truth, doctor.
And this is the second tactic you're going to see. Well, you're just utilizing this. This question is not being asked in good faith. You're just utilizing this to accomplish a political goal. This is important because the same pattern plays out in so many debates.
We have to have policies, that establish some definition of this. Do you want to answer the question, what is a woman, Jack?
I think that question is supposed to be used to deflect from an actual conversation. I think answering it gives credibility to a conversation that does not deserve it.
You don't actually even care. You're just obsessed with trans people. In the next video I make, we're going to look at the same pattern play out with content creators debating on YouTube. And the exact same pattern is going to occur. And it looks just as ridiculous, no matter which level you're at.
Let's not make a mockery of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence. And I'm asking you, the United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert. And you've been telling us that you follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
Oh God, it's this
to
one.
reduce
Oh
the
no.
complexity of a lot.
I'm not. I'm trying to get. It's not complex.
I don't know why she doesn't take
It literally, like, all you need to cue there is the I want the truth, and then she's like, you can't handle the truth.
I've actually watched plenty of these meetings, and what we're watching, just for context, you guys, is they call it like in a business meeting. If you go on to the website of the United States government, you're going to go to, if you want to find these, they only publish them like a month or 2 months after these meetings take place. But what you're seeing is that's Senator Josh Holloway, and he's from the state of Arkansas. And this is the U.S. Senate of the Judiciary Committee. This is what you're seeing here. And I watched plenty of these back in 2021 and 2022 to see what's going on in our government. And I'm not, and also with the House of Representatives Committee, like the Committee of Judiciary and, the January 6th Committee, House of Judiciary. I can't, it's literally a shit show, because it doesn't matter who it is, what side they promote, it does not matter. It's most of the time you get these yes or no questions that are given by the Senate or the representative from the House. And they always throw this long-winded, stupid, reductive, time-wasting, filibustering answers, like for an example, when what was that one chick that trans that was the Secretary of Health when Biden, Rachel something, I forgot the last name, but it's like what is a woman, and literally just doing, it's like, well, thank you for the complex, nuanced question. We got to really understand the nuance, and they just go on a diatribe. And the thing is that there's two issues with these meetings. One, the chairman of the committee don't even hold the witness up to account unless it's against their own party's narrative. And two, there's no consequences. Like Jack Dorsey went in front of Congress and testified that Twitter is not engaging any selective censorship against people. And we found out that afterwards we had an investigation to figure out what the hell was going on. Even a couple of whistleblowers saying that, yes, indeed, that they were approached by the Biden administration or Democrats or whichever, and were ordered to act on it to censor people, which is effectively breaking that they literally broke the law, and nobody's holding them accountable. So this is why we never see an improvement, because there's no consequences and nobody's willing to enforce them.
That's true, but like this is the key thing where it's like there is a solution, but like I said, we have to wait it out. You know what I mean? It's like the whole thing of like you cannot convict someone for thought crimes. You know what I mean? You have to let the crime happen and then prosecute them, or you just prevent them from doing the crime, but then you can't lock up the person. You know what I mean? No, crazy.
Yeah,
Real quick, just to clarify, crazy. It's only the Irish people that say 3. Like the Welsh say 3. The Scottish people say 3. Well, Scottish people say that's what Scottish people sound like. I'm just taking the piss out of Scottish. And then obviously the British say 3 as well. But as an Irishman, I refuse to pronounce the H after a T. Fuck it. It's tough.
I need to learn that just to get under your skin, I guess.
And then Vince is saying when they bring on a lunatic like that woman to testify, they need to invite in Alex Stein also, just so he's there, so watching the hearing is at least somewhat bearable to watch. I get that, but it's like, this is not some like, oh, they're just bringing on some random lunatic. It's like, this is like an actual doctor. She has actual like not just like a PhD, but she has like proper like medical license, all this kind of shit. Apparently, you know what I mean? Like, this is what I keep pointing to. It's like when you look at the upper echelons and you look at the elite structures, you know what I mean? Like when you have Eric Weinstein on the Joe Rogan podcast saying that there's a major flaw in science, that we're not allowed to do physics.
Yeah.
Remember that MIT professor that was talking about, oh, like we can actually do the nuclear, I think it's like not fusion or fission, whichever one. And we can get like actually more energy out that we're producing. That's the major problem with nuclear. Nuclear can give you a lot of energy and a very efficient rate, but you're still pumping in more energy than it takes to take out, kind of thing. You know what I mean? But you can flip that on the
I actually remember that episode. Yeah. He opened up and said that we're not getting funding and we're told not to be scientists. And he actually, in that same episode, he called out what the fuck is his name? The pseudo scientist that goes around and says basic science. Dyson, Eric Dyson. Like, he's a fucking phony. He's a fake ass motherfucker. I don't respect him. But he even called him out. Well, yeah, yeah. I'll just leave it. And he also appealed. He actually appealed to authority policy about the.
Sorry to interrupt you, but William he's throwing the Mjolnir down. He's banging the Mjolnir, banging the Gova, saying, "We're going on a grip break till we get some more super chats."
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
And Jack timed that perfectly with the second donation. We hit the goal. Jared DeShante saying Ireland is my dream place to live. Like I said, it is quite beautiful. You know what I'm saying? But it's simplistic. It's a more simplistic life. And yeah, like there aren't like hobbits and all this kind of stuff. But I do appreciate the comment that we got. Jack saying goal Lazio. So let's get which premium meme have we not played so far? One sec, chat. Let me first of all let's set the news super chat goal just in case I fucked up. Sec. Un momento, por favore. Got a pot of golds for the dono goal, and then also shout outs to Jack. Jack's got to go to the bed. Appreciate you kindly, Jack. And Mangoes as well has to dip for a bit too, gentlemen. Appreciate you stopping by. Absolute gentleman. And Shante says, I lived in the country my entire life. I live for simplicity. Hey, well, then maybe Ireland's the perfect place for you, Shante. Not going to lie. Not going to lie. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's, this whole kind of like thing where they can't even answer simple questions. Yes or no?
The easy out with the progressive response of, well, yes, humans who are born biologically male cannot get pregnant, but they can express their gender or change their identity. There's ways she could have answered this that would still acknowledge the scientific literature. Instead, she chooses this tap dancing routine.
I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional and as a scientist. Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating
This is
male
extraordinary.
female.
When is the last time you woke up actually feeling rested? Maybe you're feeling a lack of not alone who they rally ton plan fit present. And when description from/warn, that's JO at 20% off all supplements.
Two different
JOI and blokes, get your edge back.
No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's biological men and there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
What you were talking about is biological.
You're not going to answer my question, it sounds like.
Biological males.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place
What are we doing right now, bitch? Are we not having a conversation right now?
of trying to be polarized.
You can't mind read. You can't tell me what my motivations are or what place it's coming from, what I'm trying to accomplish. At this point, it's so ridiculous. Like, there is cause for concern here.
I'm not trying to be polarizing. I'm trying to ask. I think it is
William's saying they should have just got the Hodge twins. Rather than this dude, they should have just had the Hodge twins up there saying,
Shut up, bitch!
Shut up, bitch, and answer the question.
extraordinary that we are here in a hearing about science and about women. And for the record, it's women who get pregnant, not men.
It also
We are here about the safety of women and science that shows that this abortion drug causes adverse health events.
For context, the concern is around men being able to purchase these abortion drugs with the potential of abusing them.
As states are trying after Dobbs to come up with, as a people, what their laws are going to be, we here in Washington have to make sure that those laws that they come up with to prevent this kind of thing, to protect their people, are not circumvented. Ms. Verma, can men get pregnant?
Dr. Verma,
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're
Dr.
all
Verma,
addressing
can
each
men
other.
get pregnant? As a doctor, give me your opinion. As a doctor, can men get pregnant?
I mean,
I'll move on to the next witness.
But we cannot even begin to have that conversation if we can't clarify what men are.
And yet you won't
This
even
video
acknowledge
hurt me
the
inside,
basic reality
just her
that biological men don't.
getting around the question, just beating around the question. This always, the entire video bothered the shit out of me, dude.
Because this is a doctor.
Yeah, that's the part that makes it worse. That's the part that makes it worse. It's like, see, this is why I want my daughter's doctors. Like, I want it to be a conservative male. I don't want it to be some leftist female that can't differentiate whether a man or a woman can get pregnant.
It's literally ridiculous at this stage. Like in terms of like when people say, "Oh, why can't you trust doctors?" Because of this testimony right here. They have the medical degree, but they're not able to answer simple questions. You know what I mean, what should be simple scientific fact, they're overruling that for the ideology. You know what I mean? They're ideologically captured. And this is what Eric Weinstein was saying on the Joe Rogan podcast. This is what like the like multiple different or other people have come out and saying, like, in terms of like academia, there's this whole, and even with Amon Hillman, it was the same thing. The Romans simply wouldn't do a thing. But what about all these writings? What about all these like historical cases? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like this is why I keep pointing to like academia and like the elites or the higher ups, the ones that are supposed to be the what is the word? the ones that are supposed to be the judges of like what is actually knowledge and what's not, what's scientific fact and what's not scientific fact. You know what I mean? And again, Mango says it in chat, hence activist. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's literally activism. They're overruling facts and logic and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Get pregnant. There's a difference between biological men and biological women. I don't know how we can take you seriously and your claims to be a person of science if you won't level with this on this basic issue. I thought we were past all of this, frankly.
But for many, this will never be behind us.
I can't believe we're still here talking about this.
I am a person of science, and I'm also someone here who's here to represent the complex experiences of my patients.
Why are you here to represent the complex experiences of your patients?
And I don't think polarized language or questions serve that goal. I don't think they serve the American people.
It is not polarizing to say that there is a scientific difference between men and women. And I want this to be clear and for the record. It is not polarizing to say that women are a biological reality and should be treated and protected as such. That is not polarizing, that is truth. It is also, by the way, the United States Constitution, which offers unique protections to women in a variety of circumstances as women. And your refusal to recognize women as women and men as men is deeply corrosive to science, to public trust, and yes, to constitutional protections for women as women. And I think it's extraordinary that you would sit here and advance a political agenda that has been thoroughly discredited and rejected by the American people in this forum. And I'm glad we had this exchange because it is exceptionally clarifying. It is also in many ways quite depressing.
I mean, it's
You know what I mean? Well, let's let him finish it.
Nonsensical at this point. It's comical. This is probably the worst performance I have ever seen of anyone ask this question.
Do you know what I mean? Brazeness.
I honestly feel like for a medical profession, a doctor, anything like that, even a nurse, you should lose your job if you can't answer that question.
Straight up. But now we're here to the meat and the potatoes of the show, right? Because there's a reason why I done both Warren Smith and Stephen Crowder is because of this thing that we're going to go through here. Our boy Lemon. What a fucking lemon this dude is. You hear about this?
Actually, yeah, I've heard about it, but I didn't get to watch it. Everybody's been talking about it in every podcast I've been watching today.
Yeah, bro, it's this is unbelievable what happened.
I can't see anything on that. That's okay, I got it. Just park. Just hit park.
Just what we need. Don Lemon showing up on the scene in Minneapolis and inserting himself in the middle of a church with a group of protesters shutting down the service.
If you guys are here, make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Let's see what our folks over on Twitch are doing. Twitch, we're back. Sunday morning church. Yeah, okay, we'll see.
He follows a group of protesters into a church. I don't know who thought this was a good idea.
After we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, I can't tell you where they're going. Okay, so I am going inside now. Where's my phone? I need my phone.
This is only going to make things worse. This is crazy footage.
Hey, Meta, record. So activists are now in the church.
So we're hearing the hands up, don't shoot, same as the BLM protests.
This is what the First Amendment is about the freedom to protest. I'm sure people here don't like it, but protests are not comfortable.
But your freedoms cannot impede the constitutional freedoms of others, and freedom of religion is one of those. This doesn't make sense. I can't believe I'm even saying these words. You can't invade a church.
And there are people here I'm looking at a young man who's in the corner. He's frightened, he's scared, he's crying. People are leaving church.
Don Lemon seems happy about this, the fact that someone's cowering in the corner, scared of the mob.
One of the members who looks to be really upset, a young person, the pastor is trying to calm him down over there. Perhaps they should come in, pray together, and talk together. But anyways.
Does it look like they are willing to come in and pray and talk?
If I were the pastor, I would offer a prayer. I would try to calm things down and say, listen, talk to you. We're all citizens. We're all believers and Christians.
You think they're all believers? How could you possibly know that? It's such a silly claim.
I don't know if everybody is, but everybody's a human being. Let's work together and talk about these things.
So what do you think is going to lead to more dialogue? team mentality that you're participating in?
It may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here.
And there's an interesting clip of him grouping up with these protesters, and this guy asked him, which team are you on? He actually used the word team. And of course, we know which team Don Lemon's on. He loves this game.
This is a white supremacist agenda.
Why do you say that?
Fuck off.
No, me, dude. I'm
not here. Whose team are you on?
Come on, man.
Whose team are you on? Says, I don't know how to describe this fucking gentleman here.
The lumberjack from fucking Missouri.
You know what I mean?
Dude doesn't even. He's literally. What team are you on, dude? This isn't Rainbow Six Siege, dude.
Because it's like fundamentally, like it's quite telling of this whole movement. Like, first of all, like we're going to get into the whole kind of like tactics used here and all this kind of shit. But it's like right here, just this clip here is quite telling in terms of their mentality. They believe that they're on a team. They're like fanatics. Then when we call it like football fans.
Didn't he get like removed from like a news was like CNN or something like that he was working for? Who's he working for? He got removed from?
I think it was like CNN or something like that. Yeah, he lost the show basically. He wasn't.
Yeah,
wasn't
like, after that was like the complete downfall of his career, and then like this video and like a few other things he did. Like I think Joe Rogan went over it. Guys just going off the rails.
And like this is the thing, and this is the worrying thing, because like rationality will not work with these people. And if you cannot rationalize with them, the only way is to lock them up. And this would be my opinion. I think Eclipse said it in chat. Give him 3 years in solidarity with his triple K tactics. This is what I'm saying. Like the way I would handle this is Don Lemon's going to prison for 10 years. He's going to prison for 10 years and he's going to be made an example. Like, have we lost our fucking minds to go into a church in the middle of a ceremony and start doing this shit? Who is the aggressor here?
The protesters, because it's like, what was the gain in doing that other than just showing your colors more? Like that doesn't prove anything other than showing that it's we can all agree that it's not even protest at this point. Like protest used to be back in the 70s when a hippie put the old video of a hippie putting a flower into a gun was peaceful protest. But nowadays, like it's not even a protest. It's literally like a mob. It's just literally a mob mentality type thing now, because it's always violent. There's never anything peaceful about it. And I literally don't even consider, profanity, cursing, and then, personal attacks to people. That's not even peaceful either, because there's so many ways they can go about it being peaceful that they could look back on in the past of how they could do it, and they refuse. They refuse.
100%. And we have William saying,
Stop stalling, nigga!
Okay, all right.
all right, I apologize. I forgot to play the premium meme. I set the new thing and I forgot to play the premium meme. This is what we need to do. We need to rhythm with the tism. Folks.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. For a big girl, you pretty, yo. Real shit. And I find big bitches ugly. Ogres. You get what I'm saying? Like, they just big and stink and nasty. They don't take care of themselves. Just big fat noses on them and shit. They try to put makeup on to look pretty, but whole time they just ugly in disguise. You get what I'm saying? That's how I feel about ugly fat bitches. You get what I'm saying? But you're fucking different. You get what I'm saying? Yes, yeah, your hands are like sausages. Hell yeah, but you probably got a good ass heart, and it's not about what's on the outside. It's about what's on the inside of the hippo. You get what I'm saying?
You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
I cannot get over that video. Every time she looks at her hand when he says that comment, dude, I laugh every time.
And then she leans in to say something, and then he says, "But you're beautiful on the inside." It's like he times it perfectly. You know what I mean?
It leaves you speechless.
we have the chatter as well saying like this like the treating correspondents as a combatant and all this kind of stuff. Like the just way did he already talk about the mass exodus and Republicans in his soft, caring voice? But this is what I'm saying. Like they think that they can just keep painting the narrative, and then eventually things will just lock in, and like people will eventually believe the lies. But you're doing this shit. You went into a church to protest. Are you fucking kidding me? What way do you think this is going to go down? Do you know what I mean? Like in terms of like cooling the temperatures. Like remember when it went after the Charlie Kirk, they were like, it's really important now that the Republicans cool their temperature for the sake of peace and all this kind of shit. And you guys are going to do this shit? Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. The William saying we need to replace that one. He's saying play the Andrew Wilson one.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop from Andrew Wilson. But let's get back to the video. Let's find out more about Don Lemon.
This is Don Lemon.
All right, man.
All right. Well,
Sorry, brother.
I'm so sorry. Really?
No, I'm so sorry. On our team.
Yeah. So why do you say that?
He's on our team, so treat him like a real human being.
And there is a member of the church who's willing to talk to Don Lemon.
Church?
What's that?
You're a member of the church?
I do.
How do you feel about this?
I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up, and I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going into God's church.
You don't think this is peaceful?
You're shutting down a church service by shouting people down.
Well, it's trespassing.
Nobody fighting.
It's trespassing.
He just doesn't contend with the trespassing point at all.
How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
It depends on what I did.
It depends on what I did. You would never tolerate someone coming into your house.
There was a lot of yelling in my house growing up. We still loved each other.
Yeah, but...
You can see it on his face. He's just like, yeah, okay, but you really think this is okay? This is the worst part, the way he is trying to justify all of this.
That doesn't necessarily mean that yelling is the answer, right?
I'm sorry?
That doesn't necessarily mean yelling is the answer, right?
No, but I think it's the way you work things out is that you talk to each other, you disagree. Sometimes it's heated, sometimes it's not.
Let's look at this other clip, and you tell me if this is not just blatant yelling.
You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words?
I think maybe if the pastor would like try to calm things down and say, let's...
Unbelievable. Yeah, exactly. And then, but notice
wow.
the difference. That like, how dare Nick, was it Nick Shirley, go up to these daycare centers and investigate fraud? How dare you do that? But in like shutting down a church service? Are you fucking kidding me? What about the mosque? Would they go into a mosque and do the same shit? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. I know that they wouldn't fucking do that.
No, because mosques and temples, they're not like, threatened like Christianity is. Christian churches are Christian and Catholic churches are the most threatened by other ideologies.
But like, this is what I'm saying. Like this whole thing of like, oh, we're just protesting, and then they wreck the place or they shut shit down. Like, no, that's not happening anymore. So everyone that was at this church service, like that dude that was like screaming to people in the face, 10 years for you, 10 years for Don Lemon, 10 years for every single person that you can identify in this crowd.
all talk together and make this peaceful and not be so us against them.
Don, how would the pastor do that when everyone is yelling? Why are you putting the onus on the pastor to stop all of this when you were the ones who walked in?
I think that it's good to talk, but then why don't we do that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think trespassing, I think protesting on the streets is fine, but I think there's a difference between that and then going into someone's property and then yelling.
How do you feel about allegedly, according to the protesters here, there's a member of ICE who is a pastor here or is a member of the clergy?
Oh, so that's the real justification for all of this. A member of the clergy is part-time ICE or something.
Allegedly, I don't know. That's what they say.
Okay, well, I'd say before just ramming into a church, maybe it'd be good to get some more information first.
He gets into a debate with the pastor.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left. So.
Yeah, imagine if this was an Islamic gathering, and you had a group of white people come in shouting them down and shutting it down, saying shame on you.
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah. Freedom of religion is one of those.
I don't know why he's bringing up the First Amendment. It has nothing to do with private property.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here.
Did you see a push anywhere? I mean, Don Lemon is just fishing.
Look at Don Lemon leaning in. He's leaning back.
You walk into the church and then tell them, oh, please don't get too close. And the pastor asked Don Lemon point blank to leave, and he doesn't.
That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family.
I notice how he's playing. Oh, please don't push me. It's like this thing is, I'm going to invade your space, and then you're not allowed to touch me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like this is like designed to spark a reaction from the crowd and say, "Oh, look at these dangerous Christians causing all this violence." And it's like, no, motherfucker, look at yous who are causing the violence. Yous who are one that are going to places that you find abhorrent. Apparently, they think the church is bad. Why the fuck are you going to church if you don't believe in the same thing? It makes no sense. William says, "Griff break. We want to get to $120, folks. Can we get her done?"
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness! Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Shout out to yous. First of all, we got Shante with the Let's Fucking Go. And again, this is beautifully on point, if I do say so myself, Eclipse. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against the flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And for that one as well, I'll give you an Ave Maria. Oh shit, I'm fucking thing. I'll give you an Ave Maria for that one as well.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
And many grazie a players chat. We're smashing the goals tonight. We're smashing them. Massive shout out to you guys. But yeah, let's get back into this. Is Crowder's perspective on this. And like I said, I like to do kind of like Warren, because Warren does kind of like short videos, and he doesn't kind of like give a lot of kind of like in-depth analysis, or like these are like the facts of like what's actually going on. Whereas Crowder like actually comes at it from a journalist point of view. Like he will actually dig around and get the information and say, here's actually all the facts and all this kind of stuff. Whereas Warren, I think, just applies the logic of the situation of the individual matter, does not apply the facts of the situation, all this kind of stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a special guest.
What's going on?
I'm just waiting for a mate.
Is that why your car's all smashed up and you're up on the grass at the moment, or what?
Yeah.
Original Vintage, he's just waiting for a mate. G'day, mate.
I've been waiting for a mate. You've been grift breaking. I've been trying to drone on my live stream. I'm like, hey, well, Terry, I'm going to join Terry. I'm going to have a chat. And it's like, he's grifting. I need to figure out like how I'm going to buy the time.
It is what it is. But what have you heard about this thing of like the?
You got the grift though.
Yeah, you got to lock the grift down. You know. But what do you think about this whole thing of the invasion of the churches?
Well, I was actually, so the reason I was actually going to come, I was actually going to do my own stream, and then you've like, this is what I was going to cover in my stream, was about Don the Lemon, and it's just insane. I hope they prosecute that guy to the fullest extent, because he knew exactly 100%. What was going on. He knew what he was doing. You know, he's like, he came up. I was watching another, well, actually more than one video earlier today about it, and he's like, he gets on stream afterwards, or no, on X, and it's like, oh, I didn't incite anything, I didn't know anything about anyone, you know, I just turned up at the church. And it's like, bro, like at the start of your stream, it's, oh, so I spoke to this activist and that activist, and they've got ties to this, and they're planning to go to the church and do that. It's like, you know, his lawyer is probably like face planting a brick wall right now, trying to figure out how he's going to get out of it.
That video is complete evidence of everything he's done.
Yeah, it's like he's done a Jack Doherty, really. Like, that's really what he's done. It's like, you know, oh, you know, I'm so innocent. Okay, please refer to this live stream. Now, the only thing that's going on that I see, at least as an outsider to America, is kind of the same thing at the moment. Is we're going to go after him, we're going to investigate it, we're going to do this, we're going to look into that, and then nothing happens. And that is only disenfranchising the people and going, well, you talk a big game, but you don't actually do anything about it. They need to go Old Testament and prosecute him.
You know, like that's what I was saying. It's like what I do with Don Lemon. I was making him an example. I say 10 years, Don. You're getting 10 years of trespassing.
The thing is that the American government, like, and Trump in general, has had probably a dozen opportunities to do this so far, and he's not done it. So people are getting over it. It's great that you can do a press conference and say, oh, we're investigating, we're going to do this to the fullest extent, and then no one goes to jail. No one gets convicted. You don't even get a $20 fine. Now, if, in my opinion, if they really, like, if they throw the book at Lemon, or anyone really for that matter, you know, in the last 3 or 4 months that's done something, and they go, listen, we're actually going to crack down. We're going to practice what we preach. We're not going to prove that we're all bark and no bite. We're going to put someone in jail. That is going to draw major support for Donald Trump. And that's going to change the game. But I honestly don't see it happening, if I'm being honest. I don't think they'll do it. But if they did, that's what would happen. That's my prediction.
Like, here's the thing. If I can find the video, right? Bear with me, please. Bear with me. I have to scroll a bit back because it's quite a few weeks ago when this went down. Because like the main critique is like, you know, like you're saying, it's like they're not doing enough. It needs to be more. It needs to be like kind of saying like send a fucking message to these cunts. It's like this shit is out of bounds. You're not allowed to do this shit. This is consecrated ground. You know what I mean? Or hallowed ground. Like why are you walking into a church? Like all you're going to do there is just try and incite violence. You're trying to incite a reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you can give that as a sole example, but the Minnesota riots is another example. And it's probably more so prevalent to the overall narrative. Like the police are literally told to stand down in that state, and it's being set on fire. It is being looted, and the police like stand down, don't do anything. If they just, if Donald Trump, and I'm not advocating for this by the way, but I'm just saying that if they went Old Testament and Donald Trump's like, I'm going to send the Marines in, I'm going to send the army in, we're going to round up all these fuckers that are, you know, throwing stuff at cars, trying to run over ICE officers. We're going to round them up, put them in prison, give them 20 years. The people in the United States would rejoice over that. Right or wrong, that's what I think the result would be. And his popularity would surge.
Well, no, like I think like because again, like half of them are basically Democrats. They'd be like, "See, this is the tyranny." But like to your point of like Trump not doing enough,
they'll
right?
get put in jail. They'll get put in jail.
The like this was the White House, and again, like this was the whole thing of you're doing a lot of barking, but you're not doing a lot of shouting. This was released.
Stay with me, brothers. What we do in life echoes in eternity.
Let's do this. Keep going.
Strengthen on. Strengthen on.
At my signal, unleash hell.
Can you just pause? Can you pause? Okay.
So like
I'll give you the key. I'll give you the key error in that is that if you take, you know, Gladiator, amazing movie, love it.
Yeah.
If you take the conclusion of that scene, the Romans burnt the fuck out of their opponents into the ground and put them into submission. All Trump did was do a press conference.
No.
And no one really got punished in any substantial way.
What happened after that clip? The day after that clip, what happened?
Tell me.
Venezuela. That is the Trump's office saying, it's like, we're going, like, the key phrase is like, on my signal, unleash hell. And like, you look at Venezuela, 2 hours, they had him down. But thankfully,
so why did he go after Venezuela, in your
We
opinion?
bring in
Why
the
did he go?
studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Independent Thinker, welcome to the show.
What up? What up? Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning
So
to
you're
you too,
taking
sir.
this a little bit to the side, but I'll go with it. Why do you think he went into Venezuela?
Me personally, the end game being Russia.
Yeah, power.
Okay. Tell me why he went into the Ukraine.
Why America went to Ukraine?
Correct.
Russia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think he went to Why do you think he wants to buy Greenland?
Russia.
Okay. Expand
China.
on Russia. Expand on Russia.
Yeah, so when you look at like what country is north of Canada and Greenland,
Mm-hmm.
it's Russia. That's why he needs those territories. You look at Venezuela. Why do you go after Venezuela, and why is that linked to Russia? Because Russia was using Venezuela to get around the sanctions that were imposed on it because of the war.
Is there any
And then
other
whole
value
thing,
in
one
those?
sec, real quick.
Go ahead.
The whole thing of like why they've invested so heavily in, not only in terms of Ukraine, but like all along those like Eastern European states, and they have all these military things, is because again this is the Western Front. And then when you look at tied up to Iran, then Iran is the southern part of Russia as well.
Yeah. So why do you think they go? Give me another reason they've chosen those three specific regions, apart from just Russia and strategic territory.
Like that is the reason. That is the end game.
There's another reason.
Well, what's the reason?
I mean, if you want to go with like mineral deposits and oil,
Yeah,
and stuff.
America
like
is
that, dude.
broke. America is broke. You are $37+ trillion in debt, and you've just conveniently gone into two currently, almost three of the most resource-rich countries on planet Earth right now. You know, now you can give
But we're
arguments for and
not.
against that,
We're not.
but do you think that's do you really think that's a coincidence?
Well, no, absolutely not. But we're really not broke.
Of
We got a lot
course,
of
yes.
oil underneath our feet. You know, we got
Okay, so
gold
why you
and-
so if you're so rich and you've got all this gold and oil under the ground, why are you $37 trillion in debt? Why don't you dig some of that shit up so that you can feed your people?
Being in debt doesn't make you poor, though. Even a rich man has debts.
Yeah.
You guys can struggle. You go like the Americans struggle to meet the interest payments on the debt that they have alone. You're like on an interest-only loan, and you're struggling to even pay that.
One sec. This is why this argument is such bullshit. Like what happens if America
Really?
says we can't pay the debt? Who's going to come after America?
Well, that's
Who,
absurd because then it becomes
who are
a
America
war.
in debt to?
Because it becomes a war then geographically. So it's either
And that would
we're
be a-
going to go to war because we
No,
can't
one
pay
sec,
the
one
debt,
sec,
or we're
one
going to
sec.
just
One
expand.
sec,
And if
one
you
sec.
don't like it, we'll go to war.
Yeah, you're saying America's in debt. Who is or whom is America in debt to?
To itself and also to other countries
So,
in the
but
world.
one sec. How can America be in debt to itself?
Well, it can be. It's like writing off. It's like me having a business and saying I've got as me personally as original vintage, and there's original vintage. Oh well, let's say just to make it a bit clearer. There's me original vintage, and then there's ABC Proprietary Limited. I'm going to write a director's loan because I'm the director of ABC Proprietary Limited. Original vintage will write a director's loan to that company and go, you owe that money, you have to pay it back. Now,
Yeah.
there are mechanisms in which I can
One sec,
obfuscate that, pay it back and
Just-
whatnot.
yeah,
but there
real
are
quick.
other loans outside of
Real
that.
quick.
So if I've got
Yeah,
no, hear me out. No,
No,
let me
no.
finish.
One second.
Let me
I need to
finish
clarify
one
this.
point.
I need to
No,
clarify
let me-
because you've
let me
already,
finish, 'cause-
you've already, yeah. But real quick,
No, I
Vintage.
haven't finished my
Like this
point,
whole thing
though.
of like, you're going to write a check for this company.
You
But
haven't
it's
let me
basically it's your
finish my
money.
point, and that's why you're
Where's
not-
the money coming from?
You're not letting me finish the point. You can have those debts on paper, but there are still other loans that I have outside of me and my company or entity that I still owe money to. The Americans, for example, and every country
but
for
again,
that matter.
I need to
It's
go
not unique
back in
to
this
the
Vintage.
US.
I need to go back in this because you're not understanding like what I'm saying. It's like who in that example, who owns the money?
Who owns the money?
Yes. Where are you
Well,
getting the money for the loan?
Currently, the United States dollar, for now, And I say for now, and I put a heavy emphasis on that, because as much as people like to think that the American dollar is the gold standard, yes, it is right now. Not disputing that, not arguing it.
Okay.
But it will not be forever if it keeps up with the current trajectory it's going to. And I can tell you that because of the profession I'm in, it is not going to keep going like that if they keep on this trajectory. They will crash out really fucking hard, even worse than the 2008 housing crisis if this keeps up. Now,
yes. So again, like
and
I
then
said,
the savior to that,
you're not addressing my point.
No, I'm going to address the point if you let me.
You still have not addressed the point.
I'm about to address the point because you can't address something that complex in the whole 30 seconds.
No, again, like I'm. What is my point?
The point is that you're saying that the Americans cannot have a debt to themselves, or if they do, they can just write it off and just be like, well, we owe the debt to ourselves, we'll just forgive it, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's really a nothing burger in the grand scheme of things economically.
I'm asking you, who does America owe the 39 trillion to? If this is such a major issue,
it's a combination of themselves and other countries and organizations outside of the entity of the United States. So you've got the entity of the United States, and then you've got another entity over here. Sorry, I'm just camera angle. Entity that is the banks. Now, the banks have no loyalty to the actual country or to any country, even if they operate within the borders of said
I get
country.
That. Well, what happens if America says to those banks, we're not paying back the 37 or 39 trillion?
Well, then
what are the banks going to do?
Well, they crash they just end up crashing the currency of said country that says they're not going to pay it back.
I mean, they tried that before. It didn't work good.
And it failed.
It didn't work
exactly.
out for them.
Yeah, for now. And now we have cryptocurrency and other mechanisms of currency that weren't present or variable in that situation.
Which is why Trump is going into the crypto and going into the AI and everything.
Going in that's
the proposal.
It's a race to,
one sec, let me clarify, because this is why when I do the whole thing, it's like it's coming down to Russia. It's because what America is planning to do is to pay off the debt with Bitcoin. This is why they've done the Fort Knox.
It won't happen.
One sec.
Bitcoin's too volatile for that.
One second. So, like, the whole kind of like prompt here is that why the fuck would they doing an audit in Fort Knox and all this shit? Everybody forgets about the audit of Fort Knox because why are they taking account of their gold supply and all this kind of shit? Then you look at the fact that gold. Yeah. It's all a distraction.
Yeah, it is.
The whole premise like there is that like what has Russia been saying? The finance minister in Russia is saying America is going to pay off its debt using Bitcoin, and we can't allow that to happen because they're just going to basically do a pump and dump scheme.
Do you think that a commodity or a currency can be manipulated by just
pump and dump? Yeah, I just said
it. By perception. By perception, that's what I was going to say. Do you think that a commodity or a value can be changed by mere perception, regardless of truth?
The whole market, the whole stock market is speculation.
What about currencies? Do you think stocks and currencies are different?
Same to any asset.
Exactly, yeah. So currencies can be too. So why is currency that different? Well, do you honestly think that
you're not understanding?
Absolutely impossible.
This is what I keep saying with the whole Bitcoin. Listen to me, Vintage, okay? With the whole Bitcoin thing, right? With the whole pump and dump thing, it's like if America all of a sudden buys a shit ton of Bitcoin and puts it into its strategic Bitcoin reserve, that's why, again, like this is not a distraction. Like this whole thing with like the Fort Knox and the Bitcoin thing and all that, this is not a distraction. The way that America can pay off its debt successfully is through Bitcoin. And they have enough capital to manipulate that market. They can manipulate any market.
Well, any market can be manipulated.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is America has enough.
To do the
America has enough assets to manipulate the market. So in terms of like the Bitcoin and all this kind of shit, this is why Trump is like big on the Bitcoin.
I mean, we are the market.
Because even when you look at like the likes of Michael Saylor and all this kind of shit, like Michael Saylor, Michael Saylor was the one who was saying that if America sold all its gold,
it's not.
Without America, there wouldn't be any market.
Listen, if America was to sell all its gold and put it into Bitcoin, not only would you like obviously you'd make a huge profit on the deal, but you'll also be devaluing all the assets from your enemies. So all the gold
You're
that
also
China's
going
been
to devalue
accumulating is
Bitcoin
going
by
to
a
devalue.
massive buy
How does that devalue?
because everyone's
If
putting.
I pump a shit ton of money, one sec. If I pump a shit ton of market capital into Bitcoin, is the price going to go up or is it going to go down?
You've just created a pump and dump scheme. So you've pumped it up initially by everyone, by America in this example, throwing everything it has and its dog into Bitcoin, and then they go, "Why is the money? Why is everyone buying Bitcoin?" Oh, America's doing it because they're trying to desperately save their economy. That could be a narrative. Right or wrong, that could be a narrative. And then people realize that within 72 hours, and all of a sudden it's instantly devalued. It's like Malaysian airline. You've just created the Malaysian airline theory right there. If you know anything about that stock market situation that happened many years ago. So yes, initially you could go, oh yeah, we'll put it all into Bitcoin. It's going to go up majorly, and then people realize what's going on and it goes down. It's all about perception. And as soon as you kill the narrative to that, you are going to put it down. I don't disagree with that, with what you're putting up there. I'm not. But it's incredibly short term.
No, it's not.
That's the problem.
So explain why Putin's advisor is saying that America is planning to solve its massive 35 trillion debt by using Bitcoin. Why are the Russians saying that?
Do you really take Russian news as true fact?
Oh no! This is not this is Union of Arab Banks, my friend. This is not. It's not report from Russia.
An even more reputable source. Okay, fair enough.
Vintage. I'm saying like all the enemies of America are saying that America's plan is to solve its debt by using Bitcoin, and now you're saying, oh, I don't trust what they're saying, but America is doing all this to solve their debt.
I don't agree that I don't agree that putting it like, let's take this for example. That's bullshit. I don't think that the US is going to solve their problem by Bitcoin. I think that's
bullshit. That's bullshit. It's like Kieran's arguments. It's just gay. You might as well just call it gay at this stage. Vintage.
No, I didn't say it's gay.
No, but you're saying it's bullshit.
The difference between me and Kieran, if you're going to use that analogy, is that Kieran says it's gay for the sake of being gay. I'm saying this because I actually am in this industry and I know this market. Like, yeah. It's absurd just to think, oh, but because the Russians said that or because America said that, it's true. You know, and it might actually be true. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that either. And that's not even the point I'm making. Is that
so you can't dismiss it as saying it's bullshit though, correct?
Sorry, say that again.
If you're saying like it might be true, you can't dismiss it as being bullshit then, correct?
Are you talking long term or short term?
Either way. You're the one that's making the claim. One sec. You're the one that's making the claim that this is bullshit.
My claim is
but you're also saying it could be true.
Bullshit long term. That's my claim.
Okay, why is it bullshit long term?
Because it's much like a stock. So if you want to take a random stock out of the S&P 500 or the ASX 200, which is in my country, you know, like the major stock exchanges, and I'll use Malaysian Airlines. I mentioned that before. I'll use that as a classic example. They had, the Malaysian airline tragic disaster that happened where a plane, there were a bunch of deaths.
Yes, negative news impacts the stock price. I get that.
Exactly. Well, no, it's not. Yeah, negative news. Yeah, negative news impacts it. Positive news impacts it equally as much.
Yes, you're talking basic stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Positive news and negative news, regardless whether it's positive or negative.
Yeah, you've already said this. Yes, go ahead.
It's true fact. And what's on the P&L, what's on the profit and loss balance sheet, what do people think? And that's what is driving a lot of value between stocks, cryptocurrency, even regular currency, whether it be Australian dollar, the US dollar, Canadian dollar,
Yeah,
the
we all
Russian
know this.
ruble. It doesn't matter. It's all games on a spreadsheet.
Speculation. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what's your point?
To say that America has this golden goose, strategy of we're just going to win and we're going to be on top of this because reasons is absurd.
Is that what I said?
No, that's not necessarily what you said. Partially what Independent Thinker was saying before, in that on the basis of, well, we're America and we're just the king shit and nothing can stop us, and we're just invincible. That's ridiculous. You need to at least
one sec. So 2 hours it took to capture Maduro.
What's that got to do with the S&P 500?
Yeah, because like the Independent Thinker's point is like the market is whatever America decides the market is, because they have the biggest stick. You know what I'm saying?
Temporarily.
But William's saying, reminding me as well, we got a scheduled grift break. So folks, we'll be back in about a minute.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
And we're back. But yeah, okay, so Vintage, like it seems like you have like this idea where it's like it's all about the money and that's all it is, and then it's basically just referring back to like whatever the like it just comes down to the money. It's like a vast oversimplification of like geopolitics.
No, it's not. It's not simple. That's where I think you have a slight error. I don't think it's simple. There's many different variables that get to the conclusion, and people try to oversimplify and go, well, America is the big bad daddy of the world, that they rule everything, case closed. That's where I would disagree. You can flip the chess. So it's like playing a game of chess and then someone going, you know what, this ain't working for me, brother. I'm just gonna flip the board upside down. And America currently economically is going like, no one's going to flip the chessboard. No one's going to do that shit because it's going to harm them as much as it harms us. They may be right, but they're still going to fucking do it because I think that the outcome at the end of it's going to benefit them. That's what I'm talking about in terms of economics. It's a zero-sum game at this point. It's kind of it's like the Cold War of economics. If I had to kind of put a label on it.
My question to your metaphor would be, who's going to flip the chessboard, though? It isn't going to be China, and it isn't going to be Russia.
The rest of the world.
So you think the rest of the world would team up against the United States? Do you think the entire world...
Europe can fit in the United States.
I don't care.
Yeah, the Germans...
The German size means nothing.
Yeah, the Germans are going to side with Russia against America.
Well,
that makes any sense to you?
If you give them a good economic reason, they might. I'm not saying it's a great thing, but they could. Let's say they could. Let's say that they did. What are you going to do?
Oh my God! So Poland, Germany, like all those states are going to side with Russia.
Okay, let's say they did. What are you going to do about it if you're America?
Let's say they did.
Yeah.
You're ignoring all these countries' histories.
Yeah, history.
This
You know,
is-
when it comes to survival, they don't give a shit what happened 200 years ago. They're thinking about what's going to happen to me right now. That's survival instinct.
All I can think about is all the small countries that would just crumble. Their economy would just crumble the moment that they would like just try to even team up and go to war with the United States. Like, there's
I'm
so
not
many
saying that
countries
it creates a good outcome for them, but they'll still do it out of desperation. I'm not
But they would
advocating
fail out of
for this,
desperation.
by the way. I'm not advocating for this, by the way. I'm not saying that it's a great outcome, but when people get desperate, they do stupid things. Would you disagree with that?
No, I'm not saying that like the hypothetical. What I'm saying is like your theory does not account for all the facts.
Okay, explain how.
Like, for example, when you're saying it's all got to do with economics and all this kind of shit, why would America intervene in Iran? If it's just purely economics, why would they intervene in Iran?
Because they're a major opponent to Israel, which then has a nexus economically to other countries and can ultimately take over the Middle East, in theory.
Complete bastardization of the Middle East, but hey, it is what it is.
Okay, so
Like,
what's the
if I
economic?
was-
Well,
yeah.
what's the like? Tell me, apart from if you disregard economics can't be a reason, and strategic can't be a reason because I mean, you know, when you're targeting the most resource-rich countries in the world, there's something else going on. Why would you go systematically between Ukraine, Venezuela, and Greenland? Venezuela was being run by a bus driver idiot, and yes,
what's
they were
the
doing
economic
terrible
reason?
things.
Like here's the thing. Like if you're talking about like economic countries, like North Africa is a gold mine. It's literally a gold mine, and America's
Yeah.
not touching North Africa. So again, like you're not accounting for
Right.
that.
Okay, so in the terms
And
of
then in
gold and
one sec,
silver-
and just to
so
just
with
to tie
gold
in
and
terms
silver
of
prices,
one
what's
sec,
right now?
vintage. One
No, I've
sec,
got a
vintage.
great answer to
Right?
that.
The like in terms of like with the Iran situation, if you're an American, you don't want there to be Reza Pahlavi to come in also. If you want the country to completely be destabilized, and then you can just have your American companies exploit the natural resources, $25 trillion.
Okay, so theoretically, if your goal is economic prospering and wealth, would you prefer gold or silver right now?
It depends on the amount.
Okay, it's 10,000 tons of gold or 10,000 tons of silver. Which one would you prefer?
Yeah, if we're talking about tons or like weight, then it's like you take the gold if the weight's the same. But if the money's the same, then
Okay, you're wrong.
It's the same.
But okay, no, you're actually wrong because silver has been on a massive surge, value wise, for the better part of 8 months, and it's continuing to surge. So it's better for your bottom line. If I had $10 million to put into gold or $10 million to put into silver, I would put $10 million into silver in 2 seconds because not only has
Yeah.
it been surging by the nines for the last 8 months, but it's continuing to do so. So it's more
And what
profitable
happens-
for me to put it into silver. You say gold
Yeah,
because you
what
instantly
happens-
think gold's more
yeah.
valuable, but it's not moving.
There's 10,000
in
tons.
price.
Yeah, you gave a weight. Say 10,000 tons of gold or 10,000 tons of silver.
Correct. So it
Yes,
doesn't matter.
and now-
So-
and
so
one
it's
sec, vintage.
equal-
One
it's-
sec.
it's
Listen to what I'm
equal
saying.
volume. It's
Listen to
equal
what I'm
volume.
saying, vintage. Listen to what I'm saying. You're saying it's the same weight. Would you rather have 10,000 tons of gold or 10,000 tons of silver? Clearly, you would want 10,000 tons of gold. But now
No.
you're saying, oh, if I was to
Incorrect.
invest 10 million.
Incorrect. Well, it's volume. It's volume of gold versus volume of silver. What would you
Yeah, the
put
weight.
it in when you
Gold-
know
Gold
that
and silver
that-
is so obsolete right now, dude. Nobody even
Really?
No, one second,
It's more-
one second.
it's more
Depends.
We don't
along
use
the
silver
Stick
for
on this.
anything.
No, stick on this.
Cobalt.
One sec.
We
One
don't
sec.
use
Don't
silver
let him
for
run.
anything.
Don't let him run. Don't let him run away. Vintage. When you phrased the question to me, you said, "Would you rather want 10,000 tons in gold or 10,000 tons in silver?" The answer is clearly 10,000 tons in gold.
Well, if your objective is to make money and increase your wealth, you're a fool.
Oh my god, he doesn't understand the difference between weight and price. This is crazy. What is the price of gold per ounce?
Are you talking about? So if you have,
I don't know is an acceptable answer here.
Silver. Okay, I misspoke. I get you. I see what you meant. I get it. My point. The point I was trying to make, and yeah, you're right. Okay, I concede. I made the error there in terms of the volume. What I'm talking about is that if you could put in terms of dollar amount is what I actually meant. So I apologize.
Okay, so
the way it is incorrect.
No worries. And Vintage, I appreciate you saying what you said, right? But like let's ask the question.
Monetary. I'm talking about monetary.
Yeah. So let's phrase it this way. If you had $1 million, and I want an answer from everyone on panel, if you had $1 million right now and you could invest in anything, not just let's say the metals or whatever, but let's open the stock markets and crypto, all this kind of shit, where would you put that $1 million?
In crypto.
Yeah, crypto would probably be the best bet, because then after you do that, you don't even have to worry about having money to get things, because now you can wager it against what you have in crypto, because that's basically what most rich people do is they'll wager they don't have to use physical money.
We don't even live off the gold anymore. Like that's an old. Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, and you don't get taxed off of it if you keep it put up and you don't use it for spending and buying, and it's just put up in your as in it's collateral and stuff like that. Like you don't get taxed from that, so that'd be the best bet.
Yeah. And we don't even live off the gold standard. We haven't lived off the gold standard since probably the early 1900s. Some would argue even the 1800s. Late 1800s. It's all about oil, cobalt right now. Even like everything is going to battery operated and battery powered shit. I would say cobalt's more important than gold right now, which South America has a lot of deposits on.
Yeah, if you ask me today, like if I could only put in one thing and not diversify, I would still say silver, because you can. It just the growth on it is just exponential compared to the other commodities, and long term, it's a better play. And you can look at the stock. You can look at the stock. You can look at the metrics and the graphs and stuff over the last. I said 8 months before, but I even go so far as 18 months or even 2 years, and the trajectory of it is only positive at this particular point. That's in part because of America's involvement in Ukraine, Venezuela now. Even though you say oil, or you go, well, oil's got nothing to do with silver. It's about commodities. And then you're looking at Greenland. Even just the thought of the US claiming Greenland either by force or via purchase is upping the value of that commodity.
Yeah, so basically when you're talking about long-term value, you need to talk about APR, correct? Your annual percentage return. Like you're talking about like holding assets long-term. So you're saying in terms of like holding silver is a better bet than holding gold, correct?
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about 12 months. I'm talking beyond that. I didn't go so far as 24 or 36 months.
I'm so glad you said that, Vintage, because when you look at the APR of gold, it's around 10 to 14%. When you look at silver, it's anywhere between 15 to 20%. But when you look at Bitcoin, it's 60 to 80%. So anyone who's saying that I just put it into silver clearly doesn't. You're not rationally thinking about in terms of APR.
Okay, fair enough. If you say so.
Yeah. This is what Michael Saylor keeps saying. It's like, just buy your Bitcoin and hold. And as I think Independent Thinker was saying, the rich people, like they'll hold the assets and just borrow against the assets. And why did they do that? It's because they don't have to pay taxes. And if you're wealthy enough and you have enough assets,
Bitcoin? You don't pay taxes on crypto?
Yes, there's a way to not pay taxes on crypto.
Okay, explain how that happens. Give me the mechanism.
I have $1 million worth of Bitcoin. I can go to a bank and say, I've got an asset worth $1 million, right? I want the 10-year loan for $1 million. And they'll say, okay, yeah, we checked, everything checks out. They give you the $1 million. So now
and what's your collateral on the bank? Yeah. So when you give it to the bank, what's the collateral you're putting against
You don't give it to the bank.
No, but you said you're just taking the money. Are you loaning it against the bank? Did you say?
You're accepting a loan from the bank for $1 million, whatever your value of the Bitcoin is.
So a bank's going to give
And
you a
have 10
loan
years.
for $1 million to buy crypto.
Yeah. No,
Okay, in
you
what
already have the
country?
crypto. You already have the crypto.
Okay.
You already
In
have
what
the asset.
country?
America.
Does America take Bitcoin as or
This is
cryptocurrency
yeah,
as security?
this is how loans work.
Would you like to chat GPT if banks in America take cryptocurrency as security?
Michael say
what he's trying to say-
MicroStrategy's whole business plan is. Oh my god! I'm just going to introduce the next guest. We got a gay rights
We
activist.
bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Orke Mangos. Welcome to the show.
If I came in
You mean
late,
welcome
this would seem like
back?
a will of madness. Yeah,
I
welcome
mean, they
back,
would
man.
have to, Vintage. They would have to do that. I mean,
Okay.
for it to
In
be even
in
worth
America,
it,
okay, I concede in America that is the case. In Australia, in my country, in Australia, they do not. They if you look
'cause
to get a
Australia
loan
doesn't exist.
and you're trying to secure it with cryptocurrency, you are automatically declined. They will not touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Yes, but okay.
In America,
let me
I've just
explain-
seen,
yeah,
yes, they do. They are
let's-
increasingly accepting cryptocurrency as collateral for loans, especially for institutional clients,
Yeah.
following regulatory shifts that trend digital assets more like traditional collateral. So, okay, fair enough. But
Yeah.
I can
And
tell
that's how
from
they
my own
avoid paying
experience in
tax.
my country, they do not do that.
Yeah, and that's how they avoid paying tax.
Well,
Okay,
they're
in
gonna
America.
set that world stage. And we're going to set that world stage, and everybody's going to start doing that. That's why we're ahead of it, because everybody's
Yep.
going towards that direction right now.
Yeah. So when
Uruguay,
cryptocurrency jumps like
Argentina.
or drops 10% in a single day, and
Yep.
that happens enough times, do you think the banks will maybe
Dude,
shift
the
their
biggest-
stance in terms of risk? In terms of risk,
Dude, the biggest
this is-
countries are going to set that. Whatever them countries may be, they're
Bro.
going to set that. It's going to be what those countries are going to. They're going to follow
how
suit with those.
volatile is cryptocurrency versus a traditional stock or currency, though?
I didn't hear you.
It has like
So
four
my
times the
question
APR.
so my question was before, how volatile is cryptocurrency in terms of value versus a traditional stock or a world currency, whether it be the US dollar,
yeah.
the Canadian dollar, the British
Yeah.
pound, the
Yeah.
Australian dollar, whatever?
About to answer the question. Yeah, so it's about 4 times the APR than gold.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was
No, your
how
question is
volatile-
volatility. One sec. Yeah, your question is
Yeah.
volatility, and I'm saying
versus-
despite all
yeah,
the volatility.
Bitcoin
One
versus
sec,
traditional
because you
currencies,
clearly
not
yeah,
gold or
you-
silver.
It's even worse for traditional currencies. Like, what are you talking about? Inflation. Inflation is like 5% less value year on year. That's why you should never.
Scroll down,
You should never
let's
just
scroll down and get
post
to get to currencies. Then
Okay, one sec. Let me
I'm
just edit it
curious.
rather than. Okay, what currencies
if,
do you want?
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
What currencies do you
curious.
want, sir?
Go the US
What currencies?
dollar, the Canadian, go the
US
US dollar,
dollar.
the Canadian dollar, British pound, Australian dollar, and let's put in the Russian ruble just for fun.
British pound and
Russian ruble just for fun.
Russian ruble.
Yeah.
Or ruble, is it called? Ruble or something like that?
Yeah,
ruble
close enough.
and
Don't
Bitcoin for
fix
past
it,
10
so.
years. No tricks up my sleeve, folks.
No, that's
But
cool.
I've literally
I'm
I've
happy
literally
to
done
be
this thing.
wrong, but you know,
Yeah, so the APR is about 3, so way worse than holding your money in gold or silver. It's only 3 to
no,
about
that
3 or
it
4%.
wasn't
Let's say
against
we'll round up.
silver or gold.
We'll
It was
say-
against Bitcoin or cryptocurrency.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying is that the annual averages varied from near 0% to 5%. That's barely enough. Even if you got 5%, the best APR you could possibly get, you still would not even combat inflation. Because inflation's about 5% each year. Canadian dollars even worse, 2. Because remember, gold and silver were like at least 10 to 15%. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
think silver is like because of the recent rates. Pound is kind of similar to the dollar, and then Russian ruble is 16% APR. But Bitcoin, it's 80%, 60 to 80% for the past 10 years. So in terms of
Yeah,
like holding it in a
10
currency, Like for you to even say it's like, oh no, like I'd rather hold it in a currency rather than
No, go
gold or
10 year
silver.
Yeah, so
makes
if
no
you're taking it
sense.
from a 10-year variable, if you extrapolate that out, because you don't have the data for it, so fair enough. But take that out. If you could take that out, which we obviously don't have the data for, because crypto's just not been around that long. Historically, take that out to a 50 or 100-year cycle. Let's see how it goes. If things that are that volatile,
it's been on the rise.
You're just saying volatility. Like the real estate is volatile. Remember the housing collapse, the housing market collapse
in America.
So again, we're talking about 3% for any of these currencies to hold on. You would have made 3%.
So it's so it's a safe investment.
Bitcoin
versus something that goes extremely volatile.
You're talking about this is why I'm using APR to negate the volatility argument. You understand what I'm doing with the APR? Explain.
You're using a small base set, and granted, you have to because Bitcoin hasn't been around as long as the US dollar, for example. And then you're going, that's why you should just go all in because the APR on that is a stupid amount of percent versus the US dollar, for example. But you're using a small subset of knowledge, a small subset time frame to get to that calculation. I'm not saying that the APR
But
is wrong.
US currency, even we changed our currency, like bringing back up oil and bringing back up gold. We went from a gold
because the US
oil
was
standard.
the standard for the
let me just clarify, Vintage. Like all this shit. One sec. Like all this shit that you made me type in terms of the thing, it's like you basically just saying it's like, well, there's no way to actually tell because we don't have enough data. But like I said, in terms of the 15-year history of Bitcoin, it's averaging 60 to 80% year over year.
Yeah.
It's like 4 or 5 times better than even holding it in something like gold. When everyone's saying we should go back to gold standard because of the APR on it.
So there's been
it's 4 times better than holding it in gold. At least 4 times better.
Multiple, like how many? God knows how many amount of people have made countless millions, if not more, of cryptocurrency and leveraging it, trading it, and whatnot in the short time that it's been around. And by short time, I'll say 10 years, for example.
15, yeah.
Well, 15. Okay, let's go 15. But you can't say that if you extrapolated that out to say a 30 or 40-year term, that it's the same as trading a regular currency or even a stock, for that example. It's like playing the lotto to a degree in that sense of trading. I'm not saying that you shouldn't excuse me. I'm not saying that you shouldn't trade in crypto, that crypto is a bad thing you should not even touch with a 10-foot pole, but to use such a small historical piece of information and go, oh, it's just going to keep going up and up and up, like you're climbing Mount Everest and you get to the top without enough historical data. It's risky. It's speculative. Like Bitcoin is speculative in terms of investment.
The whole market is speculative. The whole market is one second. The whole market is speculative, but what's not speculative is a forced grift break.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next.
Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Oh, we're back.
One sec, Mangoes. You need to mute your mic because it's getting some interference in the background. Cool beans, cool beans. But yeah, like I said, which premium clip are we going to go for here, chat? And just like I said, while we wait for that, I just want to address Vintage's point in terms of buying silver. Like, he's right in terms of silver. Silver has basically rocketed in the space of a couple of weeks from basically $36 to $90. So you would have tripled your money. But when we look at the Fibonacci retracement, and if you guys don't know what it is, it's basically a way to predict prices. It seems like the max cap out on silver is anywhere between $180 to $190, which means if you were to throw everything into silver now, best case scenario, you get double your money. So you get double your investment. Whereas, right, the risk, which is how much will it collapse? Last time it was in around that all-time high of around $50, it collapsed back down to $12. And before that, when it was around $50, it collapsed back down into $3. You're talking about losing anywhere between 70 to 90% of your investment if that shit goes south. So in terms of just trying to chase anytime it explodes in the market, that is not a good idea, folks. It's not a good idea. And Eclipse says, anything Hodge twins. Don't worry, bro. We got Hodge twins.
Down road when she comes. She be coming down road when she comes. She be coming down road. She be coming down road. She be coming down road when she comes. God damn, man. I ought to start my own country music album. Man, what you talking about, man? Coming down the road. It'll be a hit, man. I'm light-skinned, I'm black. I throw in some cowboy boots and a 10-gallon hat. Instant millionaires. And then when that dies down, I'll go straight into light-skinned cowboy porn. I have a cowboy hat, and it'll be a catch to the porn, right? The catch is this. When I got the nuts hanging out of the females, only thing that will be wearing is the cowboy hat in my snakeskin boots. Call me Cowboy Gaines. The hell you talking about? Talking crazy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you talking. You talking goddamn fucking psycho. Yeah, that's if I was single, man. That's if I was single.
That's if I was single. Huge shout out to Eclipse. Thank you very kindly for the support. And also welcome to the Moderators Club. William has issued you the night ship. Welcome to the club, Eclipse. But yeah, in terms of the tool, that's just any kind of chart tool kind of thing. The Fibonacci retracement is a common tool in terms of being able to predict prices and all this kind of stuff, especially over the long term. So yeah, to get it back from the financial talk, back onto these motherfuckers invading a church. Let's get into it, boys.
You get out. Justice for Renee Good. Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity?
Oh, he's a minor.
You're like a child there in church.
Renee Good.
There's a constitution in the First Amendment to
please tell us about that.
Freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here.
You're literally touching him, you.
Why have we not invoked the Insurrection Act? Speaking of last thing to go, I thought we got rid of this son of a bitch.
No.
Don Lemon is still doing things, which I have a problem with. I have a problem with in principle. I don't want him doing anything anymore. I just don't want. I don't want to know about. I don't want to know what we did. A time to close. I thought we were done with it.
We closed.
And here's the thing: it's not like he keeps coming back because he's trying really hard and he has grit, determination. He's just there. So
herpes.
Yeah. So let me be really clear here. We're going to talk about the Insurrection Act, the FACE Act, what needs to be done. The ICE protests are not about protecting innocent people at all. Just to be, we know that at this point. It is about people who hate this country, who hate everything that makes America America. Let's just say they hate Americanism. We don't even need American exceptionalism because America is already exceptional. These people hate Americanism. They hate the very fabric that is weaved, that is the foundation of our society. And of course, this Sunday, these continue. I don't know why we haven't invoked the Insurrection Act yet.
Yeah.
They decided to make their voices heard by invading and disrupting a church as a way to validate their argument of standing up for freedom to peaceably assemble.
Renee Good! Renee Good!
I call her Renee Bad.
Where are you? Where are you?
Justice has already been done to Renee
Why
Good.
are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities? I'm not going to comment. You have no comment.
About my community.
What are they doing for me?
Yeah, like a child there in church.
Renee Good!
Yeah.
These people.
I guess we abandoned to Latinx, Latinx. Remember that? Just Latino communities. All right. So are we just supposed to act like you didn't accuse people of hate speech for not using your new made-up term because now this is what we're supposed to go along with? I got it. And then I bet you'll tell us how to be Christians. Or I bet you'll tell us how we need to honor the Constitution by not pursuing child sex offenders who are here illegally. All right. That also makes sense when you understand, or at least it provides some context as to why they were alongside and they were egged on by this journalist to document it. Don Lemon, we have to bring back the old stinger. Here is self-described Christian sodomite Don Lemon confronting the pastor at the church. Sorry, wrong.
Different.
Wrong clip. Wrong clip.
It's weird. He's got
Easy mistake.
Yeah.
Here's the clip of noted Christian sodomite Don Lemon.
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to
please tell us about
freedom
that.
Freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here.
You're literally touching him, you.
That's why we're here. Okay, that's why we're here. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
As they scream?
Why?
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked if you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
You're always worshiping?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's always worshiping. And again, whenever
Always on
someone
his knees.
yeah.
F-slur Don Lemon's a Christian.
What's the what was the context to be exact? Like was am I understanding this correctly? A bunch of protesters basically disrupted a church service.
Mm-hmm.
So and people
and start doing all that shit.
Yeah,
wanted
that's
a negative
secular
reaction out of.
Well, the thing is, I'm sorry, but I want to interject because this is something that I've been saying about earlier today on the Speakeasy show the difference between progressive liberalism and straight up liberalism that I subscribe to. See, this is progressive liberalism in action. When I was mentioning about this is they encourage more of secularism rather instead of religious values, and this is right here part of that mechanism, because they're disrupting a church service. And then you got punk ass Don Lemon saying like, well, they have a right to freedom of speech. This is the First Amendment. Guess what also is First Amendment? The right of religious practices, and they're impeding on that. So this is fucking ridiculous. I hate it too, because it's one of the canary in the coal mines when you're telling a group of people that they're not ought to worship their God because you don't like what they're doing. Yeah, at the same time, you're using the same tactics. You're accusing these people, and it's disgusting.
Well, what pisses me off too about the Christians and the people in the church, I'm pretty sure you can trespass off a church. It's not exactly a public property or public entity in that way. They can do a little bit more than than just asking Don Lemon if they would leave and how shameful it is. I mean, that kind of makes our message look weak, I feel, anyway. And even besides that, I was watching him earlier with that "don't push me" shit. It was a cop car literally pulled over, and he's pushing protesters into the cop car, and he's saying that the cop car is pushing the protesters with the car as it's parked, and these protesters are walking into the cop car. There's two things there that was kind of far from the topic, but still, I'm pretty sure, like I said, they can be trespassed from that building. They can be told to leave with authority.
People gotta, and I'm not saying like when I say like people, like you gotta understand in general what's going on right now because right now what's going on with these blue states, it's effective sedition, because they're ignoring the supremacy clause. They're saying that Donald Trump is authoritarian, and he's using he's basically trashed the law. He's not following by the law. Yet in our Constitution, it does say that the federal government has power to prevent and act on invasions and insurrections. I think it's like Article 5, Clause 2 or something. But anyways, they ignore all this, and yet at the same time, they're going, oh God, I kind of lost my train of thought. I kind of rumble into the weeds. Oh yeah, what you got to understand is that when you're looking at this sedition and how these blue cities going, we're entering into like the 1860 territory here, where these states opposing the federal government before the rebellion took place, and we're on that track right now because these people oppose the federal government, and this is a very stark contrast of what the Confederates did by seizing federal property, disobeying federal law. They are opposing it publicly by a similar motif that they're threatening the institution of what we're defending for. And you're seeing that correlation between the radical left of what they're doing in sedition and those Confederates that succeeded from the Union. Then we're on that track right now. It may not happen to the exact way of when the Confederate States of America formed, but you're seeing a lot of behaviors that mimic these same actions, and it's going to be very interesting seeing how they're going to respond when they realize that the elections, people still are maintaining the trifecta in our federal government right now to maintain Trump policies. It's going to be very interesting seeing this formulate when it comes to pass.
Well, that's where I think Trump is weak with that shit. Exactly. You're 100% right. I agree with that, and don't forget that the South was the first Democratic Party, But I think Trump's weak because it is getting to that.
Dixiecrats, yeah. Go on, man. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. And I think Trump's weak for not implementing an insurrection act right now. As soon as it started, we're ending up with a George a George Floyd 2.0. Now they're actually going into churches. They did before, but now it's bold because there is no type of they're not getting arrested, you know what I mean? So accountability was the word I'm looking for, you know. And
sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. I don't think Trump is weak. I think what he's trying to do is best to be tactical in this situation, because if he's invoking the Insurrection Act, then you're going to, because Trump does understand, and I'm 50-50. Like, I'm for Trump and I'm against Trump 50-50. You know, I agree, disagree, evenly down the middle. But I think, to his credit, that he's trying to be very tactical and practical about how he's enforcing his executive power. And I think that the people on the right or people in general that voted for Trump are thinking he's weak. It's just a direct consequence that they're frustrated that things move at a slow pace and they want an immediate, fast solution to the issues that they elected Trump to fix. And I think that's a direct consequence to that. And you got to think, they're already on Trump's tail for things that he's not doing, that they themselves are doing what they're accusing him. And imagine how that's going to be like if he actually acts on it, not because he is what they accuse him, but because of the fact that the radical left has put him in that position where he has no other choice. Because that's what the left has been doing. It's like an antagonistic
the way the left
behavior.
looks at him would not change whether he did or didn't do it.
Yeah.
In fact, I think he would get more respect and more of a kudos, because we like authority when it's time for authority. You know what I mean? We need that sense of power. I think it would do the opposite. The left is gonna hate regardless whether he did it or not. They're gonna say whatever they're going to say regardless. That's not going to change. But it's the people on the right, like us, that need that. We need to see some type of change, some type of authority being implemented. That's where I think that he's weak. And I don't, as far as the left's way of thinking, that way is not going to change. That's going to stay the same regardless if he, does it or not. That way of logic, they're going to have something to say regardless.
Well, this is the thing where it's like, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say I strongly disagree that he's weak, and I don't think it's just people on the right. I think it's also people like me who are center left are also, and don't forget, people like me, and I said this on the Speakeasy show earlier, people like me who are center left has been disenfranchised because of the fact that we are viewed as alt-right or radical MAGA because we don't agree to the subscriptions of the radical left progressive liberals are trying to push onto the country. So, I want to make that distinction very clear, because you do, and it'll explain the reason why Trump had 80 million votes versus Kamala having less than 50 million votes. There's a reason why, because things shifted to that direction because they disenfranchised too many people. I mean, you're the radical left and you cancel and dehumanize and this and that to other people. You make, like, the last 10 years, the left has effectively made more enemies than they did allies, and this is a consequence you're
The
seeing.
modern Democrat no longer exists, for sure. Like, it's, like you just said, it's the least little bit of pushback against their agenda and you're automatically labeled MAGA.
Well,
I think
there's
a moderate Democrat, and I think that we changed our system in that way to where Democrats now, or even like moderate middle, like you just said, kind of look conservative these days. You know what I mean? Just because you believe in two-way or whatever that that's not the left way of thinking, I guess. I think that whole thing has been changed now. Your party no longer exists. It's obsolete.
Well, I would say that it's just par for the course, because history works in cycles and we're part of that history. And at the moment, my party is dead, or at least my side of the political aisle is dead right now. but there's always going to be every death there's destruction. They killed it. You know what I mean? So it's par for the course. It's unfortunate it happens in my lifetime, but you need people like me or essential leftists that need to speak out and actually have a voice in this, because it's just not the conservatives are at stake. It's an American crisis that we need to tackle, because if we don't say anything, then we don't know who's going to think of what things, you know? Like moderate leftists need to speak out. That's why I'm here, because you guys are testing me. You know what I mean? I'm under a test, but we need more leftists out there who actually has common sense to speak their mind as well, not just conservative talk, speakers.
Well, that's just it. It's not just conservative speakers. It just sounds like that because it went so far left and so far, I guess, right. I guess you can even say, where you have no choice but to sound conservative just because you agree with the Constitution or the way, America's founding fathers, had the plan that they had or whatever, United States documents pretty much. If you believe in the Constitution, that automatically labels you a conservative. And that's like you kind of bring back to the point you just said, where you're kind of thrown into that category automatically. But I think that you trying to fix that, I agree in a way. Like, I don't think that you should be looked at as conservative, because I'm sure your way of thinking is way different than for mine. And I don't think that it's in the same category, even though it has to be thrown in that way. You know what I mean? These days. That's like saying that Steven Crowder's the same as Fox News. You know what I mean? Like it's apples and oranges.
Like, here's the thing: we finally reached a point where, like, the leftists are basically saying, like, what they accuse the right, like Andrew Wilson, like Big Papa fascist, right? They accuse the right of being authoritarian. They accuse them of being tyrants, etc., etc. But how can you justify walking into a church and disrupting a church? Because, like, when it comes to religion, like, there's Democrats who are Christian, believe it or not, folks. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, what is this supposed to achieve?
One last thing. I think instead of Steven Crowder, Fox News, I think the better example to strike home of your point you're trying to convey there, independent thinker, is to say that Joe Rogan is MAGA, which he is not.
That's a good one.
Or Joe Rogan is Fox News, which he is not. You know what I mean? Because he does say talking points on the right, because it just got disproportionately out of hand on the left, And he's a liberal. He's an old school liberal. He's more based in Bill Maher.
And as far as what they're doing in these churches, Teriak, that's obviously just trying to press for that agenda. Is, like you said, kind of bring back to what you said. They wouldn't do it to a mosque. You know what I mean? It's strictly towards Christianity. It's strictly towards that agenda, whatever. I can't really think of the words. It's early, boys, but yeah. Don Lemon's a piece of shit. That whole live that he was doing on that show, there was an obvious agenda he was trying to push towards. He was riling up a lot of those folks to do that shit too. I'm sure you've seen the live, Teriak.
Well,
and
like,
also 100%.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, and also with Don Lemon, his interview with Elon Musk, he got fired right after that, after he told his boss, Elon, that he was a racist. God damn it. How stupid can he? And then he was like, yeah, see, that's what racists do. You call it out in front of their face and they fire you for it. And John and Elon Musk is like, look, I'm in the catch-22. I hire these people. I don't hire these people, both of which the federal government's breathing on my neck, asking me what the fuck I'm doing because I'm dealing with fucking rockets or a fucking weapon. Like, what the fuck? It's so fucking stupid.
And this is why religion is such an important thing, because notice they're saying we need to protect our people. What do you mean by our people? And this is like in terms of Plato, like he didn't write a single filthy pithy quote saying the state needs religion, but in his works, The Laws and the Republic, which again, why we call the countries a republic, because they're adhering to what like Plato was saying, and he was the one that was saying religion is essential for social order. Presents religion as a necessary functional institution for society, acting as an educational base for citizens. What do you mean education? In terms of the noble law and moral education, in the Republic, Plato suggests using a myth, this is like the concept of noble law, to form a religious or civil religion to teach morality and foster unity among the citizens. That's why you have to do it. Do you know what I mean? And in The Punishment of Atheism, Plato argues against atheism, suggesting those who do not believe in the gods can disrupt the state. However, he also recognized that some non-believers might still have native uprightness of temper and act rightly. You know what I mean? So it's like, again, like Plato's, this has all been written about in the ancient Greeks. That's why we do so much stuff in terms of like paying attention to so much stuff about the ancient Greek. Do you know what I mean? But we have Amon Hillman and Giorgiani and all this kind of stuff. Even though they're not conservative, they're not right wing. What they're saying in terms of that aspect of Plato, like Amon hates Plato. Like he thinks Plato is the biggest lawyer that has ever lived. And
but they all came to
he invented the noble law. But the thing is, yes, exactly. The solution is the same thing. We're all coming to the same solution, but it's different workings. And anyone who doesn't come to the solution is someone who's literally just doing it from an ideological point of view. They're not able to account for all these other facts in the case.
It's important for the development of a society, 100%. And that's why, you see the left focus on a lot of that the degeneracy and fallen from that type of even just religion, period, not speaking as a Christian or from a Christianity point of view, like just a degeneracy in the sense of even abortions or whatever it may be, OnlyFans and, like pushing that type of agenda as far as like the F-slur agendas and, what's on TV, as far as shows and putting that into our kids' minds and shit like that. It all works in hand to hand with religion. You get rid of religion and you get rid of that sense of I don't know where I'm going with this.
Foundation of knowledge.
There you go. And to go back what you're saying with the left and being Christians too, man, I think a lot of the left are more of a Catholic than Christian, because there's no way that you can be a Christian and follow that agenda. I see a lot of Catholics do, especially with the previous Pope, the one before last, supporting that whole leftist agenda with the LGBT and all that. I think and I think when Don Lemon says that he's a Christian, he's a Catholic. And I think that the Catholic Church is trying to act like they are the same as any other Christian, as like Orthodox or whatever denomination, to we're all lumped into one, we all have this way of thinking. It's kind of a cancer on the rest of the denominations, I feel, because it is its own thing. Catholic religion is its own thing. And I think that a lot of them lefts are Catholic. And you hear it all the time with like when they go into like the protests, a lot of those protesters are happy to say, I am a Catholic, and you even hear Joe Biden. Joe Biden's supposedly a Catholic. I think I heard Kamala Harris say that she's a Catholic too.
It's like the fundamental thing is like when they were saying when they were screaming, we need to look at our brothers and sisters, like the Somalians and the like. You're already mentioning a different country, and then he says like the Latinos as well. But when you say like our, what are we defining as our? What's the commonality between all of us? And it used to be Christianity. It used to be that, like, regardless if you believed in that Jesus actually existed or not, you can look at the Sermon on the Mount and say, are these good principles that we should unite together under? And instead you have this whole ugly fucking Frankenstein monster that's developed into like the no harm principle. Because on the one hand, they'll say, anything that causes harm, we need to fight against. Okay, sterilizing children is harmful, correct? No, because they're trans. Okay, motherfuckers. Like it's issue that what you're saying with the no harm principle makes no sense. Then it literally makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
But let's get back to the video. Let's find out more about. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Let's go ahead. I talked a lot tonight. Let's go ahead and move forward, man. I don't need to speak everything on my mind.
Let's get it. Let's get it, boys.
When someone on the left throws out, I'm a Christian, shouldn't Christians do X? Wouldn't Jesus do X? Wouldn't Jesus be a socialist? Or they say, hey, don't you care about the Constitution? You know that they're lying. These people simply use it as a cudgel. They don't care about it. We know that. These are the people who wanted to lock you up. These are the people who obviously wanted quarantine camps, wanted vaccine mandates. These are people who want to force you to bake gay wedding cakes. These are people who hate everything about your very belief system. And then they want to teach you how to follow said belief system. Discount it immediately. And by the way, this was somehow less controversial, if you can believe it, than Don Lemon's last appearance in a church, which seems like, hey, I'm not a fan of it.
He's a homo.
For those on audio, just stay on audio. That's okay for that one. He goes, why don't you talk to them? Hey, let me ask you this. You ever had a good conversation start off with the opposing party going, say what I want you to say or shut up. Say my thing. Say my thing. Agree with, say my thing. And yeah, hey, let's have a conversation. But they'll shoot you if you show up with a sign and let anyone discuss. Remember Charlie Kirk? Talk with them. Well, we know how to do that. We've been doing that for decades. You don't get to scream and then tell us how we converse with you. That's actually effectively holding a conversation hostage. You're a conversational terrorist. Did you know that?
Where's that entitlement come from, too? Like, I have to have a conversation with you? No, I don't. I don't have to do anything. There's nothing in life that I have to do except for pay my taxes and then die someday. There's nothing I have to do. I don't have to talk to you. You come in and interrupt my church service. I have to talk to you?
Yeah.
No.
Here's the funny thing. I don't have to do anything. They do have to not impede a church service if people are worshiping freely and peacefully.
Legally.
Exactly. They're the ones who actually have to wait. So Don Lemon added after this that this is actually, in case you guys didn't know, Christian Don Lemon is going to educate you. This is
go ahead.
This is why I think Trump is weak. Is exactly that point right there. At one point, what more does the left have to do to impede on anybody else's rights, regardless of a religion or whatever it is? You are now impeding on another citizen's rights. You know what I mean? What more do they have to do? Do they have to hold you at gunpoint? Because they did that during Chad the last time. You know what I mean? Held citizens in their neighborhoods with guns. What more do they have to do for them to press an insurrection act or to go in there and say, hey, this is enough? And trust me, I'm for smaller government. I don't want the government involved at all. You know what I mean? In anything. But when it comes to impeding on other citizens' rights, regardless of religion or whatever that may be, then that's when the law or the government needs to step in. That is the duty of the government. And in my opinion, anyway.
No. So let's hash that out. No, it's not an opinion; it's actual fact, because the structure of the government was basically predicated upon that. The government was supposed to protect the people, the rights, and the main emphasis on it was that the government was the idea of the Constitution and the checks and balances that be of the government was not only guaranteeing rights for American citizens, but also it was structured to protect tyranny from the supermajority and likewise tyranny of the superminority. And right now, that's what you're seeing. And the reason why, and this is now I'm going to go off the tinfoil hat territory. The reason why I think that you're not seeing any progress happening, or like, let's say Trump is acting on it, I do think that there's a grandiose conspiracy where people are being pinned against each other. It's like the false flag conspiracy, where there's a word out there and it escapes me, but it's basically that it's happening because the more problems are ensuing in the country or society, it gives more opportunity for people who created this mess in the first place to come step in and say, oh, I have a solution. Give up your powers, give up your rights, and I'll give you the solution. We'll live happily ever after.
That's why I don't think Trump is this great savior like everybody thinks that he is.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think that I would vote for him again. That's not saying that I wouldn't, but that's choosing the lesser of these two poisons. The first time I voted for him, I was great. It was all about America first, da 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 da. But the MAGA movement has not went to America first, and especially using these protests as an example, dude. When you have other citizens by the masses impeding on other citizens' rights, that is a time for the government to step in. And you're just going to say, I'm thinking about it. I might, no, I think that's the time, dude. If you want to scream, fuck you on the sidewalk, fine. But if I cover your mouth while you're doing it, the cops are going to come. You know what I mean? Like you know what I'm trying to get at? You can.
And you know what's really difficult in this matter is that when you're speaking about this, there's people always going to default to the argument that, see, you're no different because you're trying to suppress other people's freedom of speech, which is a very common thing I run into when I said that what social media companies did during the pandemic was illegal and it should not be tolerated. And that's a big problem.
But when you're impeding when you're going into a church specifically is what I'm talking about. That's impeding on somebody's right, their right to religion, even a few rights, if anything, you know what I mean? And you're suppressing them from speaking in their house, in their church, you know what I mean? That's the time to step in. You know what I mean? When you're preventing people from going to work because you have the roads closed, which is illegal anyway, to even protest legally on the street like that without the proper licensing, you know what I mean? That's illegal already. That should be already, enforced on. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that he's not this guy that everybody thinks that he is, because you would do that already as a leader. That is your federal duty as whatever it may be, FBI, or whatever the fuck that enforces that. That's your federal duty to protect its citizens, the bottom line. And now is the time to do that. They're literally impeding on others' rights. That's the job of the federal government, to go in there and to make sure that does not happen. And to suggest, let's sit back and watch, and I might suggest protecting other citizens that are getting trampled on is just absurd to me.
But just real quick, independent thinker, like, are you like pro America first?
I'm pro America first, but not this MAGA agenda.
Yeah, because and this is an interesting thing I like to do, is that the first time America First, there was a committee called America First. They held a major rally in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah,
and like a lot of people,
Andrew Santino and all those guys.
Mm-hmm. Like that was the infamous Nazi rally that was in Madison Square Garden. You know what I mean? So that's why, like, I like to put this in the comparison where it's technically what the left is saying. It's like, oh, these are like the same things as the whatchamacallit, like what Adolf's saying. It's like technically that's right, and this is why I keep saying that. Like, you need to be able to hold strong despite the fact that they're going to villainize you. They're going to call you a Nazi and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like I said, the Nazis also drank water. That doesn't mean that we should all not drink water because the Nazis drank water. You know what I mean? There are some key things and key points in terms of like vision or goal, which were noble or a goal that we ought pursue. Like, for example, to bring back Rome. That's a noble pursuit. You know what I mean? Now, trying to genocide a full race of people to do it is not a noble pursuit. You know what I mean? But like I said, it's just you have to be careful in terms of like the words that you're evoking, because they can do this this whole thing of like, see, they're dog whistling. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole aspect, and to be able to differentiate in terms of like, I genuinely believe that we should start putting our own citizens above these foreign interests. You know what I mean? Like that's not a crazy thing to say. That's not a racist thing to say.
No, I would having pride in your own country is a thing that I think every countryman should do, regardless of where you're located. That's, you know what I mean. That's just what's that, nationalism, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, to put your people first, your country first, and I don't care where you're at. I don't care if it's China. I don't care if it's Russia. You should definitely want your country to be first, which is why, to go back to the strategic lands of Greenland and all that shit that we are just talking about, which is why I'm all about it. I don't want my enemy to have the upper hand. You know what I mean? Especially a communist nation, if I was outside of America, besides wanting my own country to thrive, I would imagine that other countries wouldn't want communism to have the upper hand either. So yeah, America, take that shit, strategize it and fucking plot your shit, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah.
100%.
There's a pushback I got on that.
Shout out to K2 with the $2, says Mexican get a raid from Emmett. Let me play the raid clip. 1 sec. My man, appreciate you very kindly, Emmett and K2 for the $2. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to push back on the because there's a inconsistency going on with the rhetoric with Trump and Greenland. So I understand the idea of to keep our enemies over on that particular side of the earth. The issue I'm having with and I call it a bias, is that, well, then why do we still have Chinese investors still buying land here in America, especially next to our military bases, or trying to an attempt to buy land and allowing them to own land here on American soil when their allegiance is to the Chinese Communist Party? How come we don't deal with that, you know? And this is where a lot of MAGA, because I'm sorry, I know at MAGA, the MAGA movement acts like a cult at times. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah,
she was a staunch supporter, and then she was calling out Trump. What about the Epstein files? Well, you said you're going to do that, and you're not. And that's where, because Trump had an attack campaign, and everybody like Grind Motorsports, he believes that Marjorie Taylor Greene was wrong, despite that she, successful businesswoman, family woman, she is an actual regular, average, everyday Joe. She is not a politician, and I'm going to take her word before any other career politician up in the Hill, up in Capitol Hill, because of that reason alone. And MAGA people just don't want to admit that Trump can go way off the rails. And this ain't the first time he done that. He done it to Elon Musk when they had a falling out from the Doge. He did the same thing to Ron DeSantis, calling him a traitor, because Ron DeSantis was his only crime was to run as a Republican candidate for the presidency. It's bad.
And they make it to the point where if you disagree with any little bit, like if you agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene, or if you agree with a little bit of DeSantis or this and that, then you're automatically not MAGA. And you mentioned it being a cult. I just had this on Tyler TV, the same exact talk about MAGA being a cult, and that's what made me fall from it, dude. And kind of made me fall from Trump, because this ain't they advertise this, the Republican Party and Trump like they're these saviors of the people, and they're not.
Yep.
You would like like the Pam Bondi and Cash Patel, when all that shit was going on, our media was like, this is the 1987 Bulls lineup with all these people that are supposed to be for our rights, you know, and that was going to enforce all this fucking shit that was supposed to be the founding fathers, you know, paperwork and shit type of deal, documents. And it was the complete opposite. We end up finding out Pam Bondi was actually the opposite and was against the Second Amendment and, you know, trying to enforce red gun laws. We end up finding out how much of a joke Cash Patel is. And then President Trump says about the whole MAGA thing with the Epstein. And if you believe this, that you're not MAGA, well, what does MAGA mean? Because as far as I'm concerned, it meant make America great. Now you're turning it into like this whole cult thing, you know. And then I've seen a lot of it with the Israel shit, you know. If you're not pro-Israel or if you're for Israel, then you're not MAGA. If you're against Israel, because, you know, you have to be Christian to be for Israel, and if you're not Christian, then you're not MAGA, and if you're not for Israel, blah 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 blah. And like a lot of the people I am around that are pro MAGA, I'm using that in quotations. If you say any wrong thing, then you're like about Trump or an issue that you have against Trump, then they go way off the rails like a leftist does. You know what I mean? And that's
why you hear me say these. And this is where you hear me say buzzwords like black pill, horseshoe theory. There's and also you hear me say the right is going to get radical. It's going to be slow and subtle. These things happen, and that's why you hear me say that, because the little signs are there, but people who want this to work ain't going to see that. It's like you don't know if you're in an abusive relationship until you're out of it.
Talking about your girl Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm not a big Greene fan, but there are tributes or whatever that I do respect about her. And one of them is the whole Ukraine thing where she didn't hang the Ukrainian flag in the office. And she says it was a huge thing. She goes, during this interview, Tucker Carlson, she said that the in-house fighting is just a big game. We're not really fighting like you guys think that we are. It's all for the public, like theatrics is what it is, you know? Yep. And so that kind of made me think, like, if you even think about it, sounds stupid, but like how rappers start a beef and one side they get money and the other side gets money, you know, like the East and the West Coast, both sides of those was bringing in revenue on a made up beef, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like that, you know, the Republicans are getting hella money for that and the Democrats are getting hella money for that. And then going back to the Megyn Kelly, and she did the whole Rosie O'Donnell with Trump with the Rosie O'Donnell thing, and she did the moderation for that. And she thought that Trump hated her. And we all thought Trump hated her. He's coming out with fucking tweets talking shit, you know, blah, blah, blah about Megyn Kelly and shit. And then we end up, she visits him in the White House and he goes, Megyn Kelly, I'm a big fan. I watch your show all the time. And now we're all love Megyn Kelly. And same thing with Mark Rubio. I don't know if you guys remember how much of a piece of shit Mark Rubio was, but now he's like the most favored in the Republican, all for the people, you know, in the Republican Party. Get the fuck out of here, dude. All that shit.
He's also the new Venezuelan president as well.
Yeah, dude.
Apparently.
Yeah, dude. There you go.
El Señor Marco Rubio, welcome to Venezuela.
He probably is in charge of that shit. Mark Rubio is a piece of fucking garbage. I can't stand that dude. But here he is.
But here's the thing about MAGA, because like a lot of he came from the whole like Epstein list and all this kind of shit. And this is why it's like, in order to become a leader, you have to be able to work with people that you really have a distaste for, or like fucked up people, all this kind of shit. Because if I was in Trump's position, I wouldn't have released the list either. Because as soon as I release that list, first of all, the victims are not going to get any recompense. Like whatever happened to the victims has happened to the victims. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And in terms of, okay, we're going to lock up all these billionaires and all this kind of shit, all these powerful people that do this shit. Like, and then what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
nothing effectively changes. Like in terms of like the average person, for the average day person, just even knowing what was on the list, it doesn't change their or impact their life. Maybe it might make them feel a certain way, but in terms of like being able to, like, as soon as that list gets released, then it loses all power. The fact that list has not been released means you now have power over these people. You can strong arm them and say, you don't do this, your name's going to be plastered over every single fucking media outlet. You know what I mean?
Well, I think they did that to P. Diddy to an extent, and then like he did something where people changed their minds because there was a hot moment where he was under fire and he was arrested, and then all of a sudden there was quiet. So
Yeah,
I mean,
charges get dropped.
there's something to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It comes
you
to an
don't make
understanding or an
but-
arrangement. Because oftentimes what this happens is like, right, we might not have something over this particular guy that we need to let's say George Soros. We need to get something over George Soros to make him do what we want to do. Right? Now, we might not have that from the list alone, but we have someone like P. Diddy who's on that list. Then we go to P. Diddy and we say, we know that you're filming all this shit in your fantasies, and we know that George Soros, you had a party with George Soros last year. So you give us that footage. Otherwise, your name's getting publicized as one of Epstein's biggest clients or whatever. Like, we'll make it so. You know what I mean? Even if he wasn't on the Epstein list, like, we'll make it so purely because we know that you have information on this guy that we want.
Well,
Basically,
I
like, that's how that goes.
I think our
The point I was
intel
trying to
goes so
make-
deep, though, dude, is you can't make it anywhere like a P. Diddy or anywhere like, I mean, hell, even if you want to bring up Al Capone, you can't make it anywhere without the government knowing about it. And the CIA got their hands in everything. I think everything that we see as far as the P. Diddy, our government has written for them. I think as far as the Epstein, our government, including other stronger governments, has written for them. All that shit. And what kind of you can open your eyes to is the Afghanistan shit during 9/11 with the whole weapons of mass destruction, Saddam Hussein. We bring Saddam Hussein to the rise of power. You know, the CIA did. Our involvement in that did. You know, and as soon as his britches got a little too big, dude, and he started doing his own thing and saying, I don't need to listen to the CIA thinking you're untouchable or whatever we don't like, then that's when we make whatever shit up and then for the public and then ruin your name or whatever that may be.
Well, the point I was trying to make is that I do believe that I do believe the Illuminati is a real thing out there where the elites are the top of the whole world determining how things are going. And it would make sense at this point because of the fact of you see a major super conglomerates in control of the media, in control of what food you eat, in control of the information you receive. I do believe that now, seeing what
Two-tier justice system is a perfect example of that. You know, that is the evil coming to light. That whatever hands that are in the backgrounds all coming to light. I mean, we can see it with just alone the two-tier justice system that's going on with what side is, able to get away and what side is not. Whatever side that may be. Not saying in the left or right side. I'm just saying in a general aspect way of things, like it's obvious that P. Diddy, if you did the same thing P. Diddy did, that you're going to get with the same money, not being that guy, that you're going to get way more issues in the law.
You're getting arrested, you're going to federal prison, you get a sentence. Like, look at Bill Clinton. He refused to show to testify for a hearing. If we did that shit, we go to prison, we go to jail, and all this stuff. So and this is the reason why politics is here. So we have two sides fighting each other. It's like that Bill Hicks bit. Go on, sorry. We'll stop.
Right? Think of the hungry lion, right? And you're a gazelle. And you're again, again, just think of the lion as like the justice. Like, what is the best situation to get yourself outside of outside the teeth of the hungry lion? It's better that there's another zebra there, maybe or gazelle or a zebra or whatever the fuck, something else that's weaker or slower, and then you can offer that up to the lion rather than And this is basically what P. Diddy, like P. Diddy is basically like he's like a James Bond type character. He has that, and what I mean by that, I'm not saying that he's a hero or anything like that. What I mean by that is like he's an agent. So he has like diplomatic immunity, or like that level where it's like he could do the fucked up shit so long as he gets something of value that he knows the CIA wants, and then all his actions will be washed away because he has that piece of information that he knows that the CIA wants. That's how you're able to elude the law, as they say.
And same for Jeffrey Epstein. Same exact thing. I would say.
Are you telling me the CIA didn't know that shit was going down?
They know everything, dude, and that's why I bring up Al Capone so far back. Okay, but you guys forget how much power Al Capone. He bailed out the United States government. You know what I mean?
Hold on,
like, you don't make
hold on, real quick. CIA didn't exist in the 20s. You're probably referring that to the Department of Treasury and the FBI. CIA did not exist until the 50s.
I'm not even necessarily saying it's the CIA. I'm saying the government.
My bad. Period. Yeah, I get you now.
You know, like, we are in control on who is power. You know, we know everything, and we're not going to let that get out of hand. And like, even if you want to bring up the CIA coming into the 50s, that might be part of the reason, like there was a part in history where it was like the Wild West and you could come to power without the United States, but they don't want that. They need, again, it's kind of goes with the whole Greenland even and capturing those areas. We want to be the monopoly. We want to be the empire, and we want to be in control of everything, including what you're hearing, what you're doing, who you're fucking,
Well, don't forget, that's modern times. We initially want to be an isolated country. We want to stay away from world affairs. But anytime we did, we get fucking sucked right into it. Like the only real foreign conflict that we ever actually had before World War I was the Spanish-American War in 1898. We actually went over to the Pacific Isle where we have Guam and the Philippines. We went over there and to fuck up Spain, and it was over before it began because Spain, that's what, that was the only time we actually had a foreign war. World War I and II.
That's what's happened in Iran right now. I think it's a whole CIA. I think that Iranian government's being overthrown by the CIA right now. And
speaking about being overthrown, William is overthrowing chat. He's overthrowing the show, saying, chat, we need 4 donations. We only got 10 minutes to do it. Let's go.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness! Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face.
in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
I'm gay.
We're back, boys.
Was I on mute? Fuck. It is what it is. It is what it is.
This is what protest is all about.
You've been
You
hanging
know,
around
it's madness,
speakeasy too
uncomfortable and
much.
traumatic for the people here. But again, careful. It's very slippery right here.
Well, that's your
It's
astrobe light leaking.
traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. What some of the folks said, in
Protesting
there,
about traumatizing children.
you know, that this is, they shouldn't be there, and you know, they shouldn't be uncomfortable, and this is our house, and whatever. That's what protesting is about: is to make people uncomfortable. You may not like it.
It's actually not. It's actually not what protest is about. Protest is about making your point or voice heard, particularly if you haven't been able to make it another way, or if this is the most effective way. It's not even about making people.
Yeah, go ahead, Mangos.
Nope. No comment. Just
people uncomfortable, to be clear. Sometimes you can protest and people can be incredibly comfortable, especially if it's an issue that may be a populist issue or has groundswell support. So that's not the primary purpose of protest. It can be a side effect. It's the primary purpose of what you're doing because you guys are domestic terrorists. So check all of the references. Let me explain to you the what, who, when, where, why here. So what happened is these people, of course, were intimidating Christians at church during their service. It was at City's Church in St. Paul, which is a Bible-based, as I understand it, a non-denominational church, but pretty traditional as far as their beliefs on social issues. And they targeted this pastor, David Easterwood, specifically, I guess because he's expressed more traditional views, for example, on marriage. I'm not entirely sure why they targeted him.
Well, he is the acting ICE field office director in Minnesota.
Were we able to confirm that?
Yeah.
That he is? Okay, I wanted to make sure. So okay, let's add that to there. That means the children in the church, I guess, are directly involved with ICE as well. I don't know if you know this, but they're...
And here's the thing, it's like, remember when they were saying, oh, why are ICE wearing masks and all this kind of shit? Now, this critique was coming from the people that were literally wearing fucking like painter masks and fucking balaclavas and all this kind of shit when they do the protesting. But then they were complaining that ICE wearing the masks on this kind of shit, because if they don't wear the masks, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Very often pastors who have other jobs, they're there acting as pastor.
That also means that they're not there to change any minds.
Right.
They weren't there to change any minds whatsoever. It was never about protesting. It was never about being heard. No. It was all about agitation, disruption.
Well, the good news is we have, you can determine who is the protagonist, who is the antagonist, who's the hero, who's the villain, because okay, you have Pastor Easterwood there, and he has his traditional views, and he may be acting as a field office director for ICE there in Minnesota. Contrast that with a protest leader, Nikema Levy-Armstrong, who is the NAACP Minnesota president, participated, of course, in the Black Lives Matter riots in both Ferguson, Missouri, and Bloomington, Minnesota. And this person actually spoke with noted Christian sodomite Don Lemon, detailing the group's tactics.
Tell us why you're doing this.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now.
You get out.
Justice for Renee Good, and letting them know that this will not stand. They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is directing ICE agents to wreak havoc upon our community and who killed Renee Good, who almost killed a 6-month-old baby. Enough is enough. I am a reverend on top of being a lawyer and an activist. So I come here in the power of the Almighty God.
Yeah, I'm a reverend too. I get it. I paid for the stamps. That's it. I'm at this point. You see.
What was that?
I said unbelievable. He was interviewing somebody else too. When he first began this video here with Don Lemon, with that dude with the shovel. Right before that guy, he was interviewing somebody that said that they were handing them out burner phones and shit like that, dude, to those people so they can all communicate amongst each other.
And like, this is why I keep asking, or I was asking the questions. Why are all these like the picards that they're bringing, like the little signs and stuff? Why are they like all like professionally made? I mean, this is not like, I got my crayons out and I basically all this kind of shit. These are all professionally made. Why is there lawyers there, solicitors and all this kind of stuff, keeping track of everything? Where's all the money coming from all this bailing out? Like when they get bail and all this kind of shit. Where's all this? Like, this is clearly some sort of organization. And again, when you trace it back and find out like what it is, like, yes, Soros is the name, but the actual infrastructure that's being used is the NGOs, the non-government organizations.
100%. And again, comes with my issue of why isn't the Insurrection Act being pressed? You know, why not? Why are you considering? It should automatically be. Good.
This is the thing about Ireland as well. Like in Ireland, guess how many NGOs there are in Ireland?
0.
Okay, 0. What do you think, independent thinker?
I couldn't get a number on it.
There's 34. There's 34,000 NGOs in Ireland. 34,000. That means that on average, it's 1,000 NGOs per county.
I mean, can't you just anybody can start an NGO though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why the fuck are all these NGOs popping up? And like, where are they getting all this money? And why is this why is the government shelling out all this money back to the NGOs? They're supposed to be non-governmental, right?
Yeah.
But hey,
yeah.
I
guess I'm noticing too much, as they say. I'm asking too many questions.
You know, it's time to send in Super ICE.
All right, everyone, chill.
Yeah. Thanks, Arnold. Okay, you do it, Josh. Yeah. Oh, what are you guys doing? Electroshock therapy. Oh, obviously, but why?
To wake us up, of course.
Yeah, and get amped. We got a show to do.
You don't have to. You don't have to do this, okay? You don't have to do this. There are better.
Think gay thoughts are here. Electroshock is good for gay thoughts.
No. Stop. Guys. There are better ways to wake yourselves up, okay? Okay?
Good point, Gerald. We forgot to wet the sponge. The electrical.
Stop whatever Green Mile you're doing right now. We just tried Blackout Coffee. You know the guys that you worked with to make the Strange Animal blend? Ring a bell?
I don't remember that.
One guess. Here.
That's good.
Yeah, let me try. Yeah, you take these. Okay.
Papa's. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Crowder. Use the promo code Crowder for 20% off your first.
That's why I love Crowder. It's like the adverts that go into it. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm a reverend, therefore I don't know if you know this. There's actually a process. We actually, historically, when churches have disagreed, sometimes called schisms. You guys know that, where like they actually part, and they're actually, sometimes conclaves that are held. They're actually committees, and people determine what their theology is or the direction of the church. It's not just walking in lying, saying that this person almost killed a 6-month-old baby and screaming. Let me ask you this: how would you have a conversation with them? Why don't you just talk with them? Isn't it always interesting? The people who say, "Why don't you just talk with them?" But the people who say, "I won't talk with that person. I won't platform that person." This is why when people say, "Don't platform X," I will talk with those protesters or those rioters if given the opportunity. But I'm fully aware that these are lawless heathens. It would be a double standard if I'm willing to hear them out so that I can highlight to you how awful they are while deplatforming someone else. I hope you understand why we stand that way across the...
Yep.
Do they have the same laws as like they do here as far as the NGOs go in Ireland? Like tax write-offs and shit like that?
Yeah. Like even in the European Commission, like one of the German elects for the European Parliament, like literally went on a tyrant saying it's like there's 34,000 NGOs in Ireland. Soon there will be more NGOs than there are people on the fucking island. You know what I mean? Like that's how ridiculous it's gotten.
I wonder how many that's in the States, here in the United States.
One sec.
Like it's probably just that in a single state.
NGOs in America. Oh, wait, one sec. Total. 1.5 million.
God damn.
Literally more than a state than some of our states could hold. We have more NGOs than. And it's just all that pretty much is just a way to funnel money. It's a loophole, and then you get on top of that tax write-offs. You know, for if it contributes a couple cans to the homeless, you know what I mean, or whatever that may be. Maybe donate a couple water bottles on the border. You know.
But it's the same thing that like they do in Venezuela, they do in Iran as well. Like in Iran, what they do is they don't get the police force to quell the uprisings and all this kind of stuff. What they do is they'll get like what they call it, like mercenaries from Iraq or Syria and all this kind of shit to come in and start shooting at the crowd and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because then they can go on the public stage saying, our police force didn't do nothing. It was these people that came in for Iraq and all this kind of... It's plausible deniability, essentially. And this is the same methodology that's being used by the Democratic Party, where they're like, well, we're not doing anything. We're not getting the police to do anything, but we're getting these NGOs to start sparking up this thing. We're going to have like, you know, most fiery, but mostly peaceful protests, shenanigans, and like you've seen in the church and all this kind of shit now. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So in terms of like clamping down and like what Finch was trying to say is like not doing enough and all this kind of stuff. It's like, yes, you could say it's like how could we handle this better? But like I said, if we are to do the thing where Don Lemon gets 10 years, like now all of a sudden it's going to be even fiercer. The flames are going to be stoked even further because now they say, see, he's locking up Don Lemon for some bullshit, even though it's a legit reason, all this kind of shit. So it's like how you handle the situation. Like we can all do like Monday quarterbacking thing where it's like once the outcome happens, then we can say, oh, if we had done something different, the outcome would have been like, that's hindsight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
we need foresight.
But when the proof is there that, example, Don Lemon is inciting violence or whatever, then what does it matter if they want to say that? And the left is going to say that regardless. If they found Don Lemon literally saying, tear this church apart, they would still say no, protect them. So that's not going to change. But if the proof is there, what we see, like, don't believe our lying eyes, I'm getting tired of that. Not speaking towards you, but in a general way of thinking. I'm getting tired of all this information and all this proof and evidence out there, and yet everybody's like, well, we can't do that because, you know what I mean? Like, I guess, like, using the mayor of Minneapolis right now as a perfect example of screaming, arm up and, at whatever means necessary and fight back against ICE. And here they are ripping gun safes out of places and arming up, and you can't hold that against them, but you could hold the whole January 6th thing against Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that whole logic kind of, I feel, gets thrown out. Like, enough with the, if you say this, then, or if you do this, then, if you say lock up Don Lemon for that, then it's gonna, they're gonna say, well, whatever.
If they refuse to engage in rationality or logic, the only course of action is force. And like, that's the unpleasant thing or whatever. But real quick, William said we would get a premium meme if we got to 150, and Shazzy came in and says, no problem, William, I got you. Came in with the £10, not dollars, not euros, pounds, the best currency, as they say. I might say it's even the best. It's the best. And Shazzy, this is Shazzy's clip as well, so appreciate you, Shazzy.
Preacher. What is a woman? What is a woman? It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa, and African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines your woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
Beautiful, beautiful. Again, shout out to Shazzy.
Great.
100%. And like I said, do you think that they would have done the same shit in that church with that preacher? Bruh, heads would roll. They would say heads would roll. Gentlemen, we're into the closing segments of the show. Is there any kind of like final thoughts, any nuggets of wisdom or anything like that you want to go before we go?
No, not really. I never do. I'm getting tired of this whole MAGA thing, press the Insurrection Act now. I think it's enough pussyfooting around the problems, and I think we need action now.
I actually going to have.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. You go ahead. You defer to me all night. Your turn, man.
Thank you very much. The counter I would have to that independent thinker is, what if this was just because we always hear it's like, oh, it's a uniparty, all this stuff. What happens if like this is the intention, that they want you to get more authoritarian or beg for more authoritarianism to sort this shit out, and like that was realistically the whole
That's
plan
a
all
very
along.
well possibility. And to kind of go with what you're thinking, I thought that with, and still think that with the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing and the when we're supposed to oppress people's opinions from saying things on the air and shit like that. And Pam Bondi was talking about if you had something, she starts talking about hate speech, and that was a red flag for me. Like, well, there's no such thing as hate speech. There's just speech. You know what I mean? Like, so you're right about that. You gotta watch. That is tricky waters, but you can't really say that though, and it's impeding on somebody else's rights. That's the time to really do that. Like, you're not like making up some law, or you're not following a law that's not, or whatever, you're doing a law that's already implemented. And when people are committing violence and they're burning down buildings and they're attacking federal officers, that is a grounds to bring in United States force or your country's force. Bring
in the troops.
The
military, martial law.
It's one thing if people are sitting there on the sidewalk screaming and you're like, well, I don't like what they're saying. Put it, it's called martial law. It's past that, and violence towards federal officers starts being a thing, and going into churches and impeding on other people's rights again. That's the time to use force.
100%. And just real quick for Shazzy, gotta give a guitar solo for that one. Are we having fun yet? We absolutely smashed the goal. Shazzy's definitely having fun just to fuck with William. Well, massive shout out to Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. And Mangoes, your final thoughts, closing words, any nuggets of wisdom, maybe any shout outs you want to give?
Shout out to Speakeasy for having a good platform for people to speak their minds. Shout out to you, Teriak, for even having the same thing. I like coming here a lot because I get to polish my ideas and refine my arguments. This has been very, very helpful, Teriak. Thank you. I do appreciate your services. Shout out to
My fucking man!
shout out to the chat. Shout out to Shazzy Bear. You're like the VIP. You're the VIP chat person for today. Shout out to Andrew Wilson. Even though you probably never hear this, shout out to you, bro, man. Other than that, y'all stay safe out there. Don't follow into the tribalistic mind trap. Stay based and stay safe. I'll catch you guys next time.
100%. Great words of wisdom right there, folks. Like I said, one sec. Who's live now? Just make sure we get the raid going. Well, I think Emmett's technically still live, even though he raided me, but I think he done the share stream, whatever, on the StreamYard. So we're gonna raid back into Emmett to, you got to pay your debts and all this kind of stuff. We're gonna be raiding back into Emmett. Make sure you give him a like and a sub, all this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, like we always say, this was a damn good show, folks. 150. We smashed the dog bar. It was a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.